I would also like to welcome CA Vinod Jain, who is ex-Central Council member and ex-director in Coal India. CA Deen Dayal Agarwal ji, chairman of the CSR Research Foundation. Shri VP Mahavar ji, CA Pramod Maheshwari ji, Shri HN Sharma ji, I would like to thank all the dignitaries and the audience to take the time and come and join this program. Now I would like to welcome CA Deen Dayal Agarwal ji to just for the keynote address and start this program.
थैंक यू योगेश जी। सबसे पहले मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं कि आप सब लोग समय पे आए। हमारा प्रोग्राम थोड़ा 10-15 मिनट लेट हो गया है, इसके लिए मैं माफ़ी चाहूँगा, क्योंकि क्या है, पहला दिन में थोड़ी व्यवस्थाओं का भी व्यवस्थाएं बहुत सारी रहती है, लेकिन मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि आप सब लोग बिल्कुल समय पे आए। और अभी मेरे ख्याल से 50-60 लोग हैं जितने डेलीगेट्स हैं। मैंने पता किया सब लोग लगभग 90% डेलीगेट आ चुके हैं, 5-7 जो रह गए हैं वो आ जाएंगे। तो मैं सबसे पहले आज के जो कीनोट स्पीकर हैं वो हमारे गोपाल जी है, जो कि उस पर बोलेंगे कि जीएसटी ऑब्जेक्टिव एंड अचीवमेंट। और साथ ही हमारे विनोद जैन जी हैं। विनोद जैन जी से भाई साहब से मैंने परसों ही कहा था कि मुझे आपकी ज़रूरत है, तो बोले भी कोई बात नहीं, जब आप बुला रहे हैं तो मैं आऊँगा जरूर। उन्होंने बड़े शॉर्ट नोटिस में हमारा आभार स्वीकार किया, मैं उनका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। श्री HN शर्मा जी हमारे साथ हैं, जो युवा भारती ट्रस्ट के जनरल सेक्रेटरी हैं, और हमारे हर प्रोग्राम में मुझे कहते नहीं है, कंधे से कंधे मिला चलते हैं। वैसे मुझसे बड़े हैं, मेरे पिता समान है, क्योंकि मेरी उम्र 55 साल है, आप 73 साल के हैं, तो पिता समान ही हो गए। मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। प्रमोद माहेश्वरी जी ने भी इस कार्यक्रम में हमें बहुत सहयोग किया है। मैं जहाँ जहाँ गया उन्होंने मेरे साथ सब जगह गए, और इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। और बीपी मवार जी जो हमारे अध्यक्ष हैं CSR रिसर्च फाउंडेशन का, मैं सभी जो मंचासीन अतिथि है उनका बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ, आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ। साथ ही जो हमारे आज के जो इस कार्यक्रम में क्या हो, तीन चीज़ों की जरूरत पड़ती है, तन मन धन। तो बहुत से लोग तन से सपोर्ट करते हैं, बहुत से लोग मन से करते हैं, और बहुत से धन से करते हैं। लेकिन इस बार ऐसा है, हमारे स्पॉन्सर जैसे इंडियन ऑयल कॉर्पोरेशन इंडिया ने हमें स्पॉन्सर भी किया है, और अपने लगभग 8-10 डेलीगेट्स को भी भेजा है। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छी बात है कि पैसा भी दिया, और उन्होंने कहा भी हमारे डेलीगेट्स भी आएंगे। तो मैं इंडियन ऑयल कॉर्पोरेशन का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। साथ ही जो PFC पावर फाइनेंस कॉर्पोरेशन, इन्होंने भी हमें सहयोग दिया है, साथ ही इन्होंने अपने डेलीगेट्स भेजे हैं, मैं उनका भी बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। PFC के डेलीगेट्स आए हुए हैं। साथ ही TFCI टूरिज्म फाउंडेशन कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया, जिनके चेयरमैन हमारे मित्र हैं S रवि जी, मैं उनका भी बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि इन्होंने हमें इस प्रोग्राम में तन मन धन तीनों से सहयोग किया। क्योंकि TFCI के भी बहुत से लोग आए हुए हैं, क्योंकि क्या है, कार्यक्रम कर भी लोग और स्पीकर भी आ जाते हैं, लेकिन जब तक उनको सुनने वाले लोग नहीं होंगे तो वो कार्यक्रम की सफलता नहीं होती। तो हमारे बीच अच्छे स्पीकर भी हैं और अच्छी ऑडियंस भी है। मैं चाहूंगा दोनों मिलके एक दूसरे की ताली बजाएं तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। साथ ही हमारी संस्था के बारे में बहुत सारे लोग जानते होंगे, CSR रिसर्च फाउंडेशन विगत 10 सालों से, लगभग 2013 में हमने स्टार्ट किया था, जब हमारा एक्ट भी नहीं आया था। शायद 2014 में लागू हुआ CSR एक्ट, लेकिन वो एक्ट बनना शुरू हो गया था, तब से हमारी संस्था काम कर रही है। और सबसे पहला बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट हमने किया था एक मेंस्ट्रुएशन के बारे में। पहले वैसे तो हमने स्मार्ट सिटी में भी प्रोग्राम किए थे, लेकिन जो हमारा एक फ्लैगशिप प्रोजेक्ट है वो है मिशन ट्रिपल है अवेयरनेस, अवेलेबिलिटी एंड अफोर्डेबिलिटी ऑफ सैनिटरी नैपकिन टू प्रमोट वीमेन हेल्थ केयर, हाइजीन, जेंडर सेंसिटिविटी एंड एम्पावरमेंट। ये थोड़ा आपको शायद समझ में नहीं आया होगा, बाय द वे मैं आपको थोड़ा डिटेल बताता हूँ कि जो जो महामारी होती है लेडीज के बीच में, उसके बारे में लोग बहुत कम बात करते थे, अवेयरनेस बिल्कुल नहीं थी। अगर आप देखेंगे पैडमैन पिक्चर आई थी वो 2017 में आई थी, हमने इसके बारे में अवेयरनेस शुरू कर दी 2015 में। जब पहली बार हमने प्रोग्राम किया था तो ONGC ने हमें बहुत थोड़ा सपोर्ट किया था, उसमें BP मावर जी डायरेक्टर थे, और उन्होंने उस वक्त प्रोग्राम के लिए हमें फंडिंग दी। और उस प्रोग्राम में हमने ट्रेड फेयर में लगभग 20 मशीन के द्वारा अवेयरनेस फैलाई। हमारा पर्पज ये था कि जो लेडीज हैं, जो आउटडोर एक्टिविटी उनकी है, तो हमें उनके बारे में सोचना चाहिए, क्योंकि क्या होता है कि मेंस्ट्रुएशन कभी भी हो सकता है और दिस इज बायोलॉजिकल नीड्स जो कहते हैं ना, तो हमें इसके बारे में कभी कभी क्या होता है, टैबू है, गांव में बड़ा टैबू रहता है, तो इसके बारे में हमें एक दूसरे डिस्कस करना चाहिए। कभी कभी लोग बाग नहीं करते थे, पेडमैन के बाद बहुत अवेयरनेस आई है। हमने 20 मशीन लगाई 2015 में ट्रेड फेयर में, और लगभग उस वक्त 20 लाख लोग ट्रेड फेयर में आते थे। तो बहुत से लोग उसको बहुत से लड़के होते थे, आपको पता होता है कि बहुत से लड़के बाहर से गांव से भी आते थे, तो कहते ये नैपकिन हमें भी दे दो हाथ पहुंचने के लिए। ऐसा भी था, लेकिन अब ऐसा नहीं है। अब बहुत सारी अवेयरनेस फैल चुकी है, और लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं हमने भी एक छोटा सा योगदान उसमें दिया है। हम उसमें ओएनजीसी, बीपीसीएल सभी लोग के आभार व्यक्त करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे मिशन को समझा और हमें सपोर्ट किया, और उस माध्यम से लगभग हमारी संस्था ने 1,50,000 जो स्कूल में बच्चियां पढ़ती हैं, उनको हमने अवेयर किया कि भाई ये बीमारी नहीं है, ये एक बायोलॉजिकल नीड्स है। यू डोंट अफ्रेड, मतलब इससे आप डरे मत, और अपने माँ बाप से, भाइयों से इस पर डिस्कस करें। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल दूंगा, बड़ा मार्मिक चीज है कि दिल्ली में बुराड़ी में आज से 3-4 साल पहले एक खबर आई थी हिंदुस्तान हिंदी में, जिसमें एक बच्ची ने सुसाइड कर लिया सिर्फ इस वजह से कि उसको महामारी हुई थी पहली बार। तो वो समझी कि भाई मुझे ये कोई बीमारी लग गई है, और सी कमिटेड सुसाइड। तो ये बड़ा समाज में हमारे अभी भी इसकी अवेयरनेस की जरूरत है। लेकिन मैं ये समझता हूँ उस लड़की ने सुसाइड क्यों किया होगा, कि वो बड़े परिवार के, छोटे परिवार से थी, उसको लगा कि ये मेंस्ट्रुएशन हुआ है, ये मुझे कोई खून की बीमारी हो गई है। उसको अवेयरनेस नहीं थी कि भाई ये बीमारी नहीं है, एक बायोलॉजिकल नीड्स है, और उसको लगा कि मेरे बाप माँ बाप बहुत गरीब हैं, वो मेरा इलाज नहीं करा सकते, इसलिए उसने सुसाइड किया हो। ये मेरा सोचना है। मैं कहता हूँ कि इस तरह की चीजें नहीं हो, चाहे वो एक बच्ची हो चाहे 10 हो। जो तो एक अखबार में आई है, पता नहीं कितनी बच्चियों को ऐसा फील होता होगा, तो हमें इसके बारे में थोड़ा बहुत अवेयर करना चाहिए। ये हमारा फ्लेक्सिबल प्रोजेक्ट है। अभी हम बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट में काम किया है, कैंसर पर भी हमने काम किया है। और मैं आपको बता दूं कि हमारे लगभग सभी प्रोग्रामों में गोपाल जी का बड़ा योगदान रहता है, तन मन धन से। जब भी मैं बात करता हूँ, गोपाल जी कहते हैं कब प्रोग्राम बता दो मुझे, वो डेट नोट कर लेते हैं। तो गोपाल जी का मैं पुनः एक बार आभार इसलिए व्यक्त करता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ी सक्सेस है, बीपीसीएल डायरेक्टर भी है, बीजेपी के स्पोक्स पर्सन भी है, और सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि मेरे बड़े भाई की तरह है। तो मुझे लगता है कि उनका भी मैं कहीं ना कहीं, उनका जो योगदान मिलता है उसको कहीं ना कहीं मैं रिकॉग्नाइज करूँ, वैसे रिकॉग्नाइज की जरूरत नहीं है। तो मैं पुनः एक बार आप सभी का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि जो हमारे ऑल इंडिया है, पीएफसी है, इंडियन ऑयल है, टीएफसीआई है, टैक्सो टैक्सो में हमारे अतुल गुप्ता जी की कंपनी है टैक्सो, वो टैक्स के बारे में बड़ा अवेयर करती है। तो तमाम की हमारे ये प्रीतम गोयल जी हैं, मैं चाहूँगा कि एक बार इनके लिए भी ताली बजाई जाए, प्रीतम गोयल जी। और सेट्रम के लिए हमारे कपिल महानी जी हैं, इन लोगों ने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया है और करते रहते हैं, क्योंकि कपिल जी का तो ऑफिस नीचे ही है। तो मैं कपिल जी का भी, प्रीतम जी का भी, अतुल गुप्ता जी का भी, और प्रोफेसर में हमारे रवि सेठी जी हैं, मुझे अभी लगता है वो कहीं व्यवस्था में लगे होंगे। रवि जी अच्छा पीछे बैठे हैं। मैं रवि सेठी जी का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। बहुत से लोगों ने मुझे सपोर्ट किया है, जिन्होंने प्रत्यक्ष रूप से, अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से, राहुल जिंदल जी भी हैं, योगेश जैन भी हैं, सभी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और जो किसी का नाम रह गया हो उनको मैं हाथ जोड़ के कहता हूँ, गलती से कहीं नाम रह गया तो उनको मैं हाथ जोड़ के प्रणाम करता हूँ, आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और आप सभी का एक बार पुनः एक बार अभिनंदन करता हूँ, आभार करता हूँ, स्वागत करता हूँ। थैंक यू। और मैं चाहूंगा कि गोपाल जी आप आ जाए, थोड़ा समय कम है, तो गोपाल जी स्टार्ट करते हैं। हम लोग अभी फॉर्मेलिटी में ज्यादा न जाते हुए, प्लीज हैं गोपाल जी, थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद दीनदयाल जी। जिस तरह से सीएसआर रिसर्च फाउंडेशन इतने वर्षों से समाज के अलग अलग क्षेत्र में काम कर रहा है, इनकी लीडरशिप में, वो कमेंडेबल है। चाहे सोशल अवेयरनेस की बात हो, चाहे पॉलिसी मेकिंग में इंटरवेंशन हो, चाहे प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट हो, इकोनॉमिक इकोसिस्टम्स के विषय हों, इतने सारे सब्जेक्ट्स को दीनदयाल जी और इनकी टीम ने कंटिन्यूसली सीएसआर रिसर्च फाउंडेशन में लिया है कि वो बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है देश की अर्थव्यवस्था और सामाजिक चेतना के लिए। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि इनका अभिनंदन एक बार अवश्य करना चाहिए। महावर जी का पूरा कई वर्षों से सपोर्ट रहता है, तो इनको मैं देख रहा हूं कि ये भी पूरी तरह से CSR रिसर्च फाउंडेशन को पूरा अपना सपोर्ट सहयोग दे रहे हैं। मेरे बड़े भाई विनोद जैन जी, जिनका प्रोफेशनल कंट्रीब्यूशन पूरे ही चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट फ्रेटर्निटी के लिए बहुत ही अभिनंदनीय है, वो भी आज हमारे बीच हैं। प्रमोद माहेश्वरी जी और अपने शर्मा जी, SN शर्मा जी भी हमारे साथ मंच पर है, उन सबको हम सुनेंगे। और यहाँ पे आए हुए जो सभी डेलीगेट्स हैं, देखिए मेरे को जो विषय दिया गया है, आई विल ब्रीफली टच अपॉन इट, क्योंकि इम्पॉर्टेंट है। इट्स ए 2-day सेमिनार on various aspects of GST. When the GST was implemented, it is right time after almost 5 to 6 years that we analyze what were the objectives that were set for us at that point of time. What was the concept when Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji from the Parliament at the 12 at the night of 12 in the night at 12 o'clock, he said that this is an economic freedom that we are implementing. It is the reform. It's a mega reform that we are going to implement with GST. इतने फैनफेयर और इतने ऑब्जेक्टिव के साथ था, तो यह एक राइट टाइम है। और CSR रिसर्च फाउंडेशन ने यह जो कार्यक्रम किया है, प्रीतम जी और उन सब प्रीतम गोयल जी ने और सब ने, तो मैं उस पर कुछ बातें, what were the objectives set at that point of time and what are the achievements and what we have to do in the future, as I am involved with the government policy making and the economic policies from the party side. Whatever feedback is given to the government, I will try to briefly present in the overall view. जैसा मैंने शुरू में कहा था कि उस वक्त ये बात हुई थी और मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव था कि 1 नेशन 1 टैक्स. This was the main objective, was the stated. In 2015, a committee of chief economic advisor was formed. क्या ऑब्जेक्टिव है, कैसे उसको अचीव करना है, क्या रेट होना है, उसके ऊपर उस रिपोर्ट को मैं एनालाइज करके थोड़ी सी आपके सामने बात करूंगा. तो 1 नेशन 1 टैक्स was the one objective. Second was टू रिड्यूस द लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट. अगर हमारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर्स और हमारे पूरे बिजनेस कम्युनिटी और इंडस्ट्रीज को बढ़ावा देना है, तो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट हमारे देश में बहुत ज्यादा थी. सेकेंड ऑब्जेक्टिव वाज, क्या हम लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को कम करने का ऑब्जेक्टिव था, वो अचीव किया है. थर्ड है, उस समय एक रेवेन्यू न्यूट्रल रेट के बारे में बात हुई थी कि व्हाट शुड बी, क्योंकि 17-18 टैक्सेस थे सेंटर के और इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स में और केंद्र के, तो स्टेट्स के, उन सबको कंसोलिडेट करके सिंगल स्ट्रक्चर में अगर हम लाएं तो रेवेन्यू न्यूट्रल रेट क्या होगा और क्या हम उसको अचीव कर रहे हैं. दिस इज द थर्ड पॉइंट, ब्रीफली आई विल कवर. चौथा था ईज ऑफ कंप्लायंसेस. कंप्लायंसेस को सिंप्लीफाई करना है. और जो पांचवा था वह था इकोनॉमी को, ग्रोथ को प्रोपेल करना, इकोनॉमी को आगे बढ़ाना. इन 5 इश्यूज में मैं आपको ले जाऊंगा ब्रीफली और कुछ डेटा करेंटली आपके सामने रखूंगा. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट था इन सारे ऑब्जेक्टिव का कि हमें इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को आगे बढ़ाना है, उसके लिए एक इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट करना है. सारे विषय तो मैं नहीं लूंगा, कुछ फिगर्स आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट वाज, द ऑब्जेक्टिव वाज compliances, ease of compliances and टैक्स इवेजन को कंट्रोल करना, टैक्स इवेजन को कम करना है. एक डेटा अभी मैं आपके सामने रखता हूं. अभी करेंटली देयर आर 1.28 करोड़ जो रजिस्टर्ड जीएसटी एंटिटीज हैं. उसमें से जो एलिजिबल हैं, दे आर अराउंड 70 लाख एलिजिबल एंटिटीज हु आर एलिजिबल टू फाइल एनुअल रिटर्न्स. एक साल पहले तक यह कंप्लायंसेस जो था 45% था. दोज हु वर एलिजिबल, आउट ऑफ दैट 45% वर फाइलिंग. उसी का कारण है कि अभी अब जो फिगर आई है 1,42,000 करोड़ का जो टैक्स कलेक्शन जीएसटी के अंतर्गत हुआ है, और ये कंटिन्यूसली एक महीने की बात नहीं है, 8-9 महीने से 1 लाख करोड़ से ऊपर आता जा रहा है. तो यह एक बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट है कंप्लायंस और टैक्स इवेजन के लिए. दूसरा कारण इसका ये है, इसके लिए टैक्स इवेजन और उसको कंप्लाई करने के, जो बायर को इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट की जो प्रॉब्लम आती है, बायर को इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट लेने के लिए जो काम करना पड़ता है, वो ही हिमसेल्फ pushes that the seller should file the return and even pay the GST amount. यह भी एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर है जिसके कारण इसमें कलेक्शन कंटिन्यूअसली बढ़ रहा है। तीसरा इसमें कारण है टैक्स इवेजन और उसमें रखने का, वो ई इनवॉइसिंग के कारण है। उसमें ई इनवॉइसिंग के कारण जो बैटल ऑफ फेक्स है, जो फेक इनवॉइसेस क्रिएट होती थी, उसके अंदर सरकार ने बहुत सारा पॉजिटिव अचीवमेंट किया है। क्योंकि जो टोल प्लाजास पे जो RFID के कारण पूरे जो ट्रक के फैक्ट्री से मूवमेंट को कंट्रोल कर लेते हैं और डेटा को कोलेशन कर लेते हैं, आपस में ऑटोमेटिक इनपुट हो जाता है, क्रॉस चेकिंग हो जाती है, तो टैक्स इवेजन थ्रू फेक इनवॉइसेस काफ़ी कम हो गई है, वह एक रीज़न है। दूसरा यह है कि एक सक्सेसिवली गवर्नमेंट, व्हाट द गवर्नमेंट इज ट्राइंग कि वेरियस डेटा जो अलग अलग एजेंसीज के पास, गवर्नमेंट के पास आता है, उसको कोलेट करके ऑटोमेटिक टैक्स रिटर्न में वर्ड इंप्लीमेंट कर दें। और अभी एक बिल भी सरकार आई है कि वे डेटा शेयरिंग वगैरह को और इम्प्रूव कर दें। तो ये जो डेटा शेयरिंग के कारण और डेटा ऑटोमेटिक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के कारण जो ट्रांसपेरेंसी और कंप्लायंसेस आई है, उसका भी एक रीज़न है जो कि इसको पूरे इकोसिस्टम को इम्प्रूव कर रहा है। और इसमें आने वाले समय में फर्दर डेटा शेयरिंग के ऊपर सरकार काफी काम कर रही है। जीएसटी काउंसिल इस चीज को लेके जा रही है कि जो सारा डेटा है, वेदर इट इज सीबीडीटी डेटा, एनपीसीआई का डेटा है, डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ जीएसटी इंटेलिजेंस है, मैप माई इंडिया, इसका डेटा ट्रक के मूवमेंट्स वगैरह को लेने का, पेमेंट बैंक्स का, पॉइंट ऑफ सेल का, जब ये सारा डेटा कोलेट होके ऑटोमेटिकली एक जगह आ जाएगा तो कंप्लायंसेस कितना बढ़ेगा यह अपने आप में हमें दिखेगा और जीएसटी कलेक्शन बढ़ेगा। जब जीएसटी कमेटी ने नेट रेवेन्यू न्यूट्रल रेट की बात की थी तो उसने कहा था उस कमेटी ने कि एवरेज अगर रेवेन्यू ये जो जीएसटी रेट हम करेंगे 15 से 15.5% के बीच में रखना चाहिए। लेकिन ये हमें सबको जान के बहुत खुशी होगी कि आरबीआई की अभी इसी वक्त रिपोर्ट आई थी, इसी महीने, पिछले महीने, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि एवरेज रेवेन्यू जो जीएसटी रेट है वो जो टारगेटेड था कि 15 और 15.5% होना चाहिए, वो 11.6% है। और जो इन्फ्लेशन का बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज भारत में है, उसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा कारण यह है कि इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन में कम, खासकर फूड एंड असेंशियल कमोडिटीज पे हमने जीएसटी रेट को बहुत कम रखा है। तो जो टारगेट था 15% और 15.5% का था, उससे भी नीचे लेके आज की डेट में इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स को एवरेज में 11.6% पे सरकार लाने में सफल हुई है। ये हायर कंप्लायंसेस, फेक इनवॉइसिंग, इन सबको खत्म करने के कारण ये हुआ है। और रियल टाइम गवर्नमेंट ने ई पोर्टल भी बना दिया जिसपे आप B2B ट्रांजैक्शंस को ऑनलाइन डालेंगे। तो ये, और आने वाले समय में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हो रहा है, डेटा शेयरिंग की बात आ रही है, ई असेसमेंट हो रहा है, ये सब के कारण पूरा इकोसिस्टम बहुत ट्रांसपेरेंट, कंप्लायंट और टैक्स बेस को बढ़ा के बाद, तो मेरा ये एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि इस लो रेट को कंटिन्यू करते हुए भी सरकार के पास एम्पल स्कोप है आज भी कि जीएसटी के रेट को, एवरेज को बढ़ा सके, लेकिन अभी सरकार नहीं उसमें कोई उस तरफ देख रही है, सोच रही है। फिर भी टैक्स बेस को बढ़ाते हुए टैक्स कलेक्शन को, रिसोर्स जनरेशन को काम कर रही है। तो यह मुझे एक पहला पॉइंट इसमें यह कहना था कि कंप्लायंसेस और टैक्स इवेजन को लेके सरकार अपने मेजर ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को, ब्लैक मनी को वगैरह को काउंटर करने का एक बड़ा अचीवमेंट सामने लाने के कारण जीएसटी के अंदर सक्सेसफुल हुई है। और जब भी हम जीएसटी या किसी भी सरकार के इनिशिएटिव को देखें तो हमें 360 डिग्रीज देखना होगा। बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, कई तरह के और बिल्स हैं, आइसोलेशन में जीएसटी नहीं है, ब्लैक मनी के और भी कई चीजें जिनके ऊपर जो सरकार ट्रांसपेरेंटली काम कर रही है। दूसरी बात जो मैं बात बताता, दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण अचीवमेंट इसमें है लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट का रिडक्शन। यह हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर को ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव करने के लिए बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट है। अब मैं आपको कुछ डेटा जरूर देना चाहूंगा कि हमारे यहाँ पे 72% ऑफ द ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल एंड फिनिश गुड इज डन ऑन द सरफेस, रोड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में, विच इज कंसिडर्ड टू बी हाईली कॉस्टली और ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड से बहुत ज्यादा है। क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे उतना रेल और वाटरवेज और उसके ऊपर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पे इतना ज़्यादा डिपेंडेंट नहीं है लोग। धीरे धीरे इसको हमारा लक्ष्य है कि कम करना है, लेकिन वर्तमान में ये 70% से ज़्यादा का ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है और यह काफ़ी कॉस्टली है। उसके 2-3 कारण थे कि जो ट्रक का मूवमेंट है डेली, वो हमारे यहाँ पे एवरेज है 280 किलोमीटर्स पर डे, और अगर यूएस से कंपेयर हम करें तो 800 किलोमीटर्स पर डे का ट्रक, तो कितना कॉस्ट में फर्क है, यह हमारे ध्यान में आना चाहिए। दूसरी बात कि जो अगर एवरेज रोड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का कोई जो ट्रक्स वगैरह चलते हैं, दे वर यूटिलाइजिंग ओनली 40% ऑफ देयर टाइम इन ड्राइविंग। बाकी वो टोल प्लाजा या इस पे अलग अलग चीजों के कंप्लायंस उसमें सब लगे रहते थे। तो जीएसटी ने इन दोनों को काफी इंप्रूव कर दिया है और यह टारगेट था कि जो एवरेज पर डे, अगर ये टोल प्लाजा के खत्म होने से, स्टडी है जिसको मैं कोट कर रहा हूं कि एवरेज जो है टोल प्लाजा वगैरह का खत्म करने, ई वे इनवॉइसिंग वगैरह के कारण 6 आवर्स ऑफ डेली टाइम जो है सेव हो रहा है ट्रक ड्राइवर्स का, एंड दैट क्रिएट्स 164 किलोमीटर्स ऑफ डेली ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एडिशनल। तो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को कम करने का एक बहुत बड़ा ऑब्जेक्टिव था, वह भी इसके कारण जीएसटी के अंदर काम हुआ। और इसी के कुछ कारण है कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में हमारे यहाँ काफ़ी ग्रोथ आ रही है, एक्सपोर्ट भी अभी $400 बिलियन से ज़्यादा हम लोग इस साल अचीव कर पाए, एमएसएमई और इन सब सेक्टर्स को आगे करें। और इसके अंदर भी जैसे मैंने कहा कि केवल जीएसटी को अकेले नहीं देखते, बट और भी चीज़ों को हम देखते हैं। तो सरकार एक न्यू लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी लेके आ रही है, जिसमें हमारा टारगेट है कि जो सरफेस रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट है उसकी जो कंट्रीब्यूशन टू द टोटल जीडीपी को कम करें, ताकि कॉस्ट ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल और फिनिश्ड गुड काफ़ी कम हो और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर ग्लोबली हमारा काफ़ी कॉम्पिटिटिव हो। नेशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पाइपलाइन का इनिशिएटिव है, एक्सप्रेसवेज, फ्रेट कॉरिडोर्स, रेलवेज, वाटरवेज, इन सब के कारण हमारे देश में लॉजिस्टिक सिस्टम्स में बिल्कुल बदलाव हो जाएगा, कॉस्ट ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज की काफ़ी कम हो जाएगी और जीएसटी का भी उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है। यह मैं दूसरा बात आपके सामने कहना चाहता था। नेट न्यूट्रलिटी मैंने बता ही दिया था। एक और पॉइंट को मैं यहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्टिव के साथ कवर करना चाहता हूँ, वह है इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए क्या प्रोपेल कर रहे थे। वन टैक्स वन नेशन तो इसके अंदर अंतर्गत सरकार ने लागू करने का प्रयास किया ही है, जो ऑब्जेक्टिव भी था। उसमें एक ही एग्जांपल मैं आपके सामने देना चाहता हूँ, वह है इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी रैशनलाइजेशन का। क्योंकि काउंटरवेलिंग ड्यूटीज और स्पेशल जो ड्यूटीज थी, एसएडी जो ड्यूटी थी, वह सारी वो उसको इंपोर्ट को कॉम्पिटिटिवली, इंपोर्ट को डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरर से बेटर कॉम्पिटिटिव पोजीशंस में रखती थी। तो इसके अंदर जीएसटी के अंदर सरकार ने उसको एड्रेस करने का प्रयास किया है। तो डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा देने का भी इसमें, मेकिंग इट कॉम्पिटिटिव विदाउट पुटिंग अस इन अ डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन इन इंटरनेशनल ट्रीटीज, जिसमें प्रोटेक्शनिज्म की बात आती है, जो अलग तरह के होते, उन सब के उस एम्बिट से निकलते हुए सरकार उस चीज को भी इंपोर्ट के जो ड्यूटीज स्ट्रक्चर को भी रैशनलाइज कर पाई है। और एक इसमें एक डेटा मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं जो मेरे ध्यान में आया, कि जो वैट के अंदर क्लेम होता था, वैट जब हमारे यहाँ पहले था, तो टोटल जो इन्वेस्टमेंट, जो इनपुट वैट के अंदर भी इनपुट क्रेडिट मिलता था, वह था कैपिटल गुड्स एंड इक्विपमेंट पे 1.6 लाख करोड़ के ऊपर इनपुट टैक्स वैट के अंदर क्लेम करते थे। लेकिन उसी स्टडी में आया था कि जो एक्चुअल कंजम्पशन ऑफ कैपिटल इक्विपमेंट वगैरह था, वह था इंक्लूडिंग ऑल, जो सारे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग केवल के अलावा सर्विसेज एंड अदर सेक्टर्स के 7.4 लाख करोड़ का। तो इसका मतलब देयर वाज अ बिग गैप वेयर इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट वाज नॉट बीइंग यूटिलाइज्ड एक्सेप्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर। तो अर्लियर सिस्टम में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सिस्टम को ही एक्साइज के अंदर मिलता था, सर्विसेज सेक्टर और बाकी सारे सेक्टर्स को उसका इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट का बेनिफिट नहीं मिलता था। तो अंडर जीएसटी इसको एम्बिट को इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट को लेके आ गए। तो ऑल इतना बड़ा गैप, जरूरी नहीं पूरा हो, उसमें B2B और B2C का इश्यूज भी है, लेकिन एक बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है कि इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट का बेनिफिट हमारे और सेक्टर्स को मिलेगा। ये तो कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव्स थे, लेकिन अभी भी जो फ्यूचर में क्या है ये भी थोड़ा सा मैं एक दो मिनट में अपनी बात आपके सामने रखूंगा। वह है कि जब ऑब्जेक्टिव था कि वी विल हैव अ सिंगल टैक्स रेट, बट लेकिन इसमें कंसेंसस आ गई है क्योंकि इंडिया इज अ वेरी डाइवर्सिफाइड कंट्री, बहुत सारा जोग्राफिकल डिफरेंसेस है, इकोनॉमिक इनकम डिफरेंसेस हैं, तो वी कैन नॉट गो फॉर ए सिंगल रेट एंड वी शुड कंसोलिडेट बिटवीन 2 to 3 रेट्स। और उसके अंदर यह आने वाले समय में 12 और 18 को मिलाने का एक टारगेट है। ये पोर्टल की परफॉर्मेंस, रोहित जी भी काफ़ी कई बार चर्चा होती रहेगी पोर्टल की परफॉर्मेंस के ऊपर, टेक्नोलॉजिकल इश्यूज काफ़ी सारे हैं, कंप्लायंसेस के इश्यूज में उनको धीरे धीरे इम्प्रूव करना है। B2B और B2C के ऊपर काफ़ी कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज़ हैं जिसके ऊपर सरकार को और काम करना है, क्योंकि ये जो घालमेल जो कुछ कंपनीज में हो रहा है जिसके बारे में सरकार के ध्यान में है कि इस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज को भी सिंप्लीफाई करना है। क्लासिफिकेशन का भी इशू है, बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट का मल्टीपल क्लासिफिकेशन है, इन्वर्टेड ड्यूटी स्ट्रक्चर के एनॉमलिटीज जो हैं, मल्टीपल चेंजेस हो रहे हैं। और एक और चैलेंज जो है अभी सरकार के लिए, पेट्रोल और डीजल को जीएसटी के अंतर्गत लाने की बात है। ट्राइब्यूनल का सेटअप भी है जिसके ऊपर भी, क्योंकि ट्राइब्यूनल अभी पूरी तरह जो पब्लिक ग्रीवेंसेस सिस्टम है वो ट्राइब्यूनल के थ्रू आता है। तो मेरा ये कहना था कि कुछ चीजें हैं, पेंडिंग वर्क है, जो चैलेंजेस भी सरकार के सामने ध्यान में है, इट इज वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस, बट मेजॉरिटीली वी हैव बीन एबल टू अचीव सम ऑफ द इम्पॉर्टेंट ऑब्जेक्टिव्स जो कि जिसके लिए जीएसटी को इम्प्लीमेंट किया था, टू बूस्ट द इकोनॉमी, टू बूस्ट द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, टू बूस्ट सर्विसेज सेक्टर, मेक आवर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव, क्रिएट अ वन मार्केट एंड वन नेशन वन मार्केट, इंटरस्टेट जो डिस्क्रिपेंसीज थी उनको खत्म करने का था, ब्लैक मनी का कर्व करने का, और जो रेट ऑफ इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस को जो बहुत हाई थे देश में उनको कम करने का ऑब्जेक्टिव था। उसमें काफ़ी सरकार सक्सेसफुल हो चुकी है। और एक और पेंडिंग जो काम है, एग्जम्पशन राज जो था, बहुत बड़ी बात होती थी, उसको अभी पूरी तरह से नहीं क्लियर कर पा। उसमें प्रोफेशनल लोगों का भी बहुत बड़ा मुझे लगता है कि रोल होना चाहिए, क्योंकि बिजनेस कम्युनिटी और जो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट और वो इतनी लॉबिंग करते हैं, ये एग्जम्पशन कर दो, इसको चेंज कर दो, मल्टीपल टाइम ऑफ चेंजेस वगैरह को करने के बाद सरकार को कई बार उस नरेशन और उस प्रेशर के अंदर कुछ चीज़ें करनी पड़ती है जो इसकी सिंप्लिसिटी और कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी और जो टर्म ऑफ जो रिटर्न और इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट, वर्किंग कैपिटल साइकिल को रिड्यूस करने की बात है, उस तरह की चीज़ें उन चीज़ों में काउंटर प्रोडक्टिव हो जाती है। लेकिन ये सारे बेनिफिट जनरली आप सबके ध्यान में होंगे कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें सरकार वो करने में सक्सेसफुल हुई है, लेकिन और भी चीज़ें करनी है। लास्ट जो पॉइंट मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ वह ये है कि वी एज ए कंट्री हैव ए फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर, और स्टेट्स और सेंटर के बीच में पावर ऑन टैक्सेशन एंड अदर इश्यूज आर वेरी क्लियरली डिफाइंड इन आवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। लेकिन और उसके अंदर बहुत सारे फ्रिक्शंस डेवलप हो गए हैं कई जगहों पे स्टेट और सेंटर के ऊपर चीज़ों को लेते हुए। जीएसटी काउंसिल अपने आप में, जब अरुण जेटली जी ने इसको लागू किया था, ये उन्होंने ये बहुत स्पेशली अंडरलाइन करके कहा था कि यह अपने भारत में फेडरलिज्म के लिए एक नया एग्जाम्पल सेटअप कर रहा है, वेयर स्टेट्स एंड जो सेंटर के जो पावर डिवाइडेड है, जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, उसमें स्टेट्स एंड सेंटर हैव कम टुगेदर एंड गिवन देयर पावर टू द जीएसटी काउंसिल, जो मेजॉरिटी ऑफ डिसीजन लेती है। तो यह अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा एग्जाम्पल है कि इन फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर मैनी ऑफ द अदर कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज विच अराइज इन डिफरेंट फील्ड, उसको रिजॉल्व करने का एक मैकेनिज्म और एक सेटअप होता है। चाहे उसमें हम लोगों ने कंपेंसेशन की बात करते हैं या और भी चीज़ें बात करते हैं, तो उसके लिए एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल रोड मैप भी इसने क्रिएट किया है इस तरह के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को रिजॉल्व करने के लिए। तो यह और बजट प्रोसेस को भी सिंप्लीफाई कर दिया। पहले बजट प्रोसेस इतनी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गई थी कि इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में घंटों लेक्चर में बहुत बड़ा पोर्शन होता था। आज की डेट में इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स इन द बजट प्रोसेस इज वेरी सिंप्लीफाइड। तो ये सारी चीज़ें मुझे लगता है कि जीएसटी अपने आप में एक मेगा रिफॉर्म्स है, वन ऑफ द फ्लैगशिप रिफॉर्म्स ऑफ आवर गवर्नमेंट, एंड इट हैज़ बीन एबल टू डू achieve many of the objectives. There are some pending work which are as a work in progress have to be implemented. और यह जो 2 दिन का अभी ये प्रोग्राम है, जो और स्पीकर्स होंगे, जो टेक्निकल सेशंस हैं, वह जो आप लोगों के बहुत सारी चीज़ों को इम्प्लीमेंटेशन लेवल पे क्लैरिफाई करेगा। मैं सीएसआर रिसर्च फाउंडेशन दीनदयाल जी का धन्यवाद देता हूं कि मुझे यहाँ बुलाया, अपनी बात रखने का मौका दिया, और आप लोगों ने इतना ध्यान से और इतने कमिटेड इको एनवायरनमेंट में इसको सुना। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Gopal ji, Agarwal ji, for providing this deep insights of the economy and the ideology what the government is still undergoing on the upcoming pointers. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Vinod Jain ji for providing the deep insight and provide his overview.
Shri Deendayal Agrawal ji, Chairman of CSR Foundation, Shri Mahavar ji, Shri S.N. Sharma, and our dear and very respected leader, Shri Gopal Agrawal ji, Pramod Maheshwari ji. We have some leading chartered accountants here, Tushar Agrawal ji, Pitam Goyal ji, Shweta Pathak ji, Rohit ji, and of course many others. I don't know all of you, I know only few of you, but first of all, at the outset, I must actually congratulate CSR Foundation for taking an initiative for organizing regular research as well as various programs which are impacting the working of the corporate sector as well as of the society. दीन दयाल जी ने एक्सप्लेन किया किस तरह से CSR फाउंडेशन डिफरेंट CSR के एरियाज में हमें कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है, तो उसके लिए बहुत बहुत आप बधाई के पात्र हैं। CSR अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा एरिया बनता जा रहा है, and especially after latest amendment when government has actually you can say created a time frame within which CSR expenditure and CSR work has to be completed by projects. Otherwise that the money will have to travel to Prime Minister National Relief Fund and other funds which have been actually prescribed. So the seriousness of CSR has increased very phenomenally. I remember initially when CSR started, it was taken more as an obligation, compliance, somehow that it is to be done. But now it is being taken more and more seriously by each and every corporate sector. And we are sure with the help and support of companies like organizations like CSR Foundation, the impact analysis will also be done. You can also, sir, identify various projects which the companies should undertake, design some model projects so that the real benefit can really go to the people. So this was about CSR Foundation. I thought since the forum is CSR Foundation, we should talk about CSR definitely. And we need to, of course, definitely communicate wherever we meet people who are in charge of CSR expenditure that the objective is not compliance, the objective is inclusive growth. And I think we should actually improve the health sector, the education sector, and the help to the poor for their upliftment. ये डोनेशन का माध्यम नहीं है, एक्चुअली ये माध्यम है जहां सहायता की जरूरत है वहां सहायता देने का और स्पेशली कंट्रीब्यूट करने का अपलिफ्टमेंट के लिए। आई थिंक उसी डायरेक्शन में हम सब काम करेंगे मिलके। तो अपने तरीके से मैं भी कोल इंडिया में बोर्ड पर रहा, लगभग 550 करोड़ का पर एनम हमारा बजट था सीएसआर का। तो दैट इज वेयर यू लर्न इज व्हाट हाउ गुड एंड व्हाट क्वांटम ऑफ वर्क वन कैन रियली डू इन सीएसआर, डिपेंड्स ऑन कंपनी टू कंपनी। नाउ कमिंग टू जीएसटी, सर गोपाल जी ने मुझे कहा कि आप बताएं भी जीएसटी ने किस तरह से ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को इम्पैक्ट किया है, पॉजिटिवली भी किया है, और कहाँ कहाँ भी अवरोध हैं, उनको सबको हम लोग एनालाइज करें। मैं गोपाल जी आपकी परमिशन से हिंदी अंग्रेजी में मिक्स बोलूंगा ताकि सब लोग अपनी बात को अच्छे से रख सकें। देखिए, ये बिल्कुल सही बात है कि ये बिगेस्ट टैक्स रिफॉर्म है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। और जो जिस तरह से श्री अरुण जेटली ने इसे स्ट्रक्चर किया, फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर का एक अपने आप में अनूठा प्रयोग है। If we really see that not even a single decision till date has been taken by the GST Council, which is based on majority or based on voting. Every single decision is being taken by consensus. This is a major thing. I think government appointed me as advisor to the GST Council. At that time, we took a very large number of changes in the law to the GST Council. And of course, we met, representative of all the states, also the chief commissioners, and of course the state secretaries and everybody. So ultimately, सबको convince करके एक direction में ले जाने का प्रयास है. Obviously, in that process, there might be still some misgivings, some areas which still require attention. Of course, there are a number of areas which I am also going to outline, which we keep on talking at the GST Council, as well as with the government at various levels, as to how this can be done. And we are getting good support from our friends like Shri Gopal Agarwal ji and others, so that a consensus can be created in the right direction. Now, I think काफी चीजें, many of them about ease of doing business has been covered by Shri Gopal Agarwal ji. So I will not really like to repeat the benefits of e-way bills, the way it is coming, the way it has improved, the logistic, and of course the movement of goods very fast. One thing, of course, I like to identify is that now earlier the need was there for businessmen to set up their godowns and branches all across the country in various states. That need is no more there now. If you are manufacturing and sitting in one state, you can supply across India from there. You need not really set up branches, you need not set up offices everywhere, and you can directly sell. And if we really assume that if e-commerce, the way it is being done, if GST would not have been there, if someone is supposed to pay CST separately and then VAT separately, it would have become a very, very difficult exercise. So one can really see how this business of e-commerce as well as supply across India has improved significantly because of GST primarily. Because GST is a seamless thing. I remember, before 2017, somewhere this debate started in 2014. We had several conferences and several you can say the models which were working internationally. But I think after a detailed study of international methodology and what we have in India, I think India is one of the best. Even a country like US, they could not really find a solution like this, a federal solution where each state can participate and of course center also participate. So that way it is a big achievement, and I think I like to definitely acknowledge the credit goes to the architect of this whole thing. जिस तरह से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के आर्किटेक्ट डॉक्टर अंबेडकर हैं, जीएसटी के आर्किटेक्ट हम मानते हैं माननीय श्री अरुण जेटली हैं, और उनको हम इस अवसर पर याद करते हैं। और जो कुछ उन्होंने कंट्रीब्यूट किया इस देश को, वो बियॉन्ड कंपेयर है, आई थिंक। तो ये मैं जरूर यहाँ कहना चाहूंगा। देखिए, एंटायर इकोसिस्टम अंडरगॉन अ चेंज, वेदर इट इज सप्लाई चेन, वेदर इट इज प्रोक्योरमेंट, वेदर इट इज बिलिंग पैटर्न, एंड ऑफ कोर्स एक्सपोर्ट को तो सबसे ज्यादा फायदा हुआ। वी हैव सीन द एक्सपोर्ट हैज इंप्रूव्ड वेरी सिग्निफिकेंटली। Compliances, of course, have also now eased. All these positive points are there. But where and what we can improve, also we need to analyze. We can't keep on only appreciating what we have done, because that, of course, is already there. And I think we are actually, the way we are taught is we keep on improving and continuous improvement is there. I think one major challenge which we need to actually address is corruption, especially corruption in relation to refunds, the way it is happening. We are seeing, it can change. I remember, when we design, I think my team designed that e-assessment, and now, of course, it has become to faceless assessment. We have seen about 90-95% of corruption has gone away. So similarly, here also in the GST Council, we have given them advice that the touch of the proper officer as well as the SSE concerned has to be most minimal. But somehow or other it is not happening, especially, for example, in case of refund, because the bureaucracy, the way it is working, is not moving in the direction in which the government wants them to work. I think that is where we need to really understand. Today, for every refund, the exporter has to either obtain a BRC or a FIRC. In 100% cases, All the documents have to be submitted physically. They have to be physically verified by the concerned officers, and one can understand what does it mean. We are going back to those C-form verification days. Ultimately it is something similar, and unless you actually fleece somebody's palm, your verification gets never completed. So I think this can be done away with only with reforms which the government has intended their implementation primarily. I normally mention saying things straightforward. I do not want to really mention things just गोल बात करने से कोई फायदा नहीं है, क्योंकि हमें जब तक चीजों को स्ट्रेट नहीं कहेंगे जब तक उन्हें बदल नहीं सकते हैं। और सरकार की बड़ी इच्छा है, द गवर्नमेंट इज कमिटेड टू रिमूव दिस करप्शन डेफिनेटली। आई मस्ट टेल यू, bogus billing is one area which has, of course, although it has reduced comparatively significantly. That is very clear from one single fact, that 1920 the collection which was there in GST, today the collection this year is 40% more, exactly 40% more. 14 lakh crore approximately has been collected in GST. Of course, income tax also has galloped similarly about 40-50% to around 14 lakh crore, again even in the corporate tax and income tax also. So government is actually full of money. The collection is much more beyond even expectations of the government. I think the one area which government can definitely look at is, I think we'll go to the tax rates and other things which Gopalji has raised. I have some ideas there, some views, and I'm sure Gopalji will take it to the appropriate level, and we'll also do it. But bogus billing is one area where, in the GST Council, we deliberated and suggested various alternatives to them, how it can be addressed. The problem which is still there, और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे यहाँ कुछ टैक्सेशन एक्सपर्ट हैं, हमारे साथ बैठे हैं, जीएसटी एक्सपर्ट हैं, ये भी इस बात के लिए कोई ना कोई सोल्यूशन आगे अल्टीमेटली देखिए, प्रॉब्लम इज देयर, हाउ टू सॉल्व इट, दैट इज व्हाट इज रियली रिक्वायर्ड. सो one problem is you buy something else and the bill comes from somebody else. You buy from X, bill comes from Y. This is one problem which we clearly see. Another problem is that people create bills without having any input, without having any purchase. They really create bills. I think these are also bogus people. Then after issuing invoices, people do not include them in their returns. So this has to definitely be addressed, because they are actually doing an open fraud with the system. The third category is, of course, people who are doing entire buying, selling outside the books. That is an entirely different exercise. I think I'm not on that exercise. I'm primarily on the issue that where people have billing system and they misuse that billing system, that bogus billing. So the purchaser sometimes purchaser at the 4th level, 5th level or 6th level, ultimately he suffers, because if at the 1st level or the 2nd level, somebody has actually defrauded the system, then the people who are buying, they might be doing even actual buying. They might be even receiving actual bills. The previous person might have also paid tax. Even his previous person might also have paid tax. But if the ultimate person has not paid tax, who initially created the first bill, then the problem goes that cascading effect to entire chain. And government, of course, definitely rightly punish the entire chain. But what is the fault of the person who is the 4th, 5th or the 6th level? That is what one has to really see, how to really arrest this. So ये बहुत बड़ा विषय है जिसको हमें एड्रेस करना होगा. जब तक हम इसे ठीक से एड्रेस नहीं करते, तो ये जो रेगुलरली हम देख रहे हैं देश में बार-बार people are to be arrested etc. for this bogus billing, that has to be addressed actually. And the only way which I personally feel is, of course, because of which only this e-invoicing was started, and as Gopalji has rightly said, there is a portal for B2B transaction, but somehow the bureaucracy and the system has to become much faster. We need to catch those bogus billers as soon as the bill is created, whether it is passing into GST or 3B and is not going, whether tax is being paid thereon. That part I think the system has to check, and the artificial intelligence has to play a very important role there. I think that is one area where we need to really see. Input disallowance is another area which we need to definitely address if ease of doing business is there. I'm a fundamental believer that input disallowance should be limited to 10% of what it is today. Because the major complication in GST is because of input disallowances of various kinds. For example, I believe, Gopalji, is that suppose you are saying Mr. X is doing exempted sale. For example, you are in food business, or you are an exempted sale. Your supply is exempted, but input to that supply is not given credit. So partly to that extent, ultimately that person who is dealing in exempted goods is partly taxed, because we are not giving him input credit to a person So this proportionate disallowance on exempted sale, in my view, is ethically incorrect. Because once you are giving that this has to be a supply which has to be free of input, फ्री उसके ऊपर इनपुट का बोझ होगा तो आउटपुट खाली एग्जाम करने से नहीं होगा, तो कम से कम 30-40% का तो नुकसान आपने उसका कर ही दिया. So accordingly I feel, and similarly when you create real estate for factory buildings, when you create real estate for renting, all that getting disallowance, I think we have been regularly talking in the GST Council, but still the consensus has not really come. As I said, reverse charge is another area which you need to address, that how far this can be reduced. Of course, it plays its own role, but I personally feel that it plays a very limited role as compared to what is being conceived. And this can really be definitely be addressed. Now, what is the way ahead? And how do we actually really move further is a question which comes to our mind. But before we go to that, I think I'd like to also deal with some more small points which are actually troubling and where ease of doing business we can actually definitely handle. I think once we talk of composition scheme, where we charge a lower tax rate, we don't give any input credit to the person who takes the composition scheme. But why the person who is buying from the composition person, if he is a B2B buyer, why he should not be given input credit? I think I don't see any justification for this. One can really look at this, and that restrictions on interstate by the composition dealers can also again need to be really relooked at again, because ultimately we have to really ensure that the MSME person and the smaller traders and the smaller businessmen also deserve what they want. In the GST Council, actually, we debated quite a lot about, earlier there used to be an excise, there used to be some kind of a initial exemption limit. That exemption limit cannot be given to any MSME. That is not possible. But whether we can think of a lower output tax rate up to a particular amount or in a particular manner without giving any input refund. No refund can be done, but whether we can debate this. This is only an idea for discussion. It may be incorrect, but we have to really test it on a model whether we can reduce, because MSME is one area which is getting impacted in the entire value chain. If we see all the bigger companies, especially in last 1 year, have made so much money which they have never made in maybe last 10 years. Whereas MSMEs, they are still struggling. So we have to, if we talk of a balanced growth, ease of doing business has to be not for only for the bigger people, it has to be also for the MSME. So I think something we have to think of, what kind of a special benefit, Gopalji, we can give to those people who are in MSME sector, whether we can give them a reduced output tax rate. Suppose I am a large player, I am billing at 18%. I am a small player, I can bill at 15%, or I can bill at 12%. My output tax rate, whether it can be gone, no exemption is possible in the system of, because otherwise the input credit chain will go away. But can we reduce the rate for them just because they are MSME? I think, sir, that is one area which we can really look at and think in that direction. I think another area, sir, I think I'll take only 3-4 minutes more. If we have time, I think I'll just like to address some certain areas. Whenever there are special rates, reduced rate, 18% ki jagah 12% for some reason or whatever, a part supply has to be shown as exempt sale when we actually do the reporting of the sale. It is not exempt, but it is taxed at a lower rate. Rather than 18, we are taxing them at 12%. And then the question will come whether a part disallowance has to be done because it is shown as exempt sale. It is primarily a system issue according to me. Similarly, export scripts, the buying and selling that, of course, it is non-GSTable. But again, whether a proportionate disallowance is done of the being an exempted sale, I think it is exempted supply. So that is also, in my view, is actually completely inappropriate. I think this part, refund part, of course, I have already handled. Now, new registration is another pain area. There are people who have actually misused registrations, because of which the government thought we'll do more detailed verification. But when it comes to verification, people start visiting the premises. People start rejecting one after another. Every single new registration application is getting rejected 3 times, 4 times. Are we going back to those days that for taking a registration, a new number, without making payment, you were not able to get a registration? I think ultimately bureaucracy is trying to take us to those days. So we have to ensure that that doesn't happen actually. and the guidelines have to be clear what is required, what is not required, and everything has to be done electronically, and rejection cannot be done by the individual officers based on flimsy grounds. Sometimes they reject you that you are operating in a residential area, not operating in a commercial area. Sometimes the stamp duty is less, which is put on the rent deed. You know, all those small issues with which the GST officer has nothing to do, actually. It is not his area. And cancellation of GST number is another sore area which I like to definitely talk about. You know, cancellation in, I feel, has to be future dated. It cannot be backdated. You can't cancel somebody's GST number from a previous date. When you cancel from a previous date, it results into a very large number of issues. You know, once it is cancelled from previous date, he has already issued certain bills. There could be modifications which could be required. There could be credit note which could be required. There could be anything. So पीछे के डेट से तो होना ही नहीं चाहिए. It has to be after the notice is given. You have to give him some time and then cancel it if somebody is doing misusing the system. And for his misuse, you have to actually take action separately if he has done the misuse. But you know, the entire system get impacted with this process. Another area where I think GST Council took a decision that wherever there is a negative output, I'll explain it like this. You know, in the last month, I had billed somebody at IGST at a heavy rate, and I want to give him a credit note. And in the current month, I have no IGST output. So obviously, my return will go. I'll have to, when I give him a credit note, it will become a negative. That negative the system is not permitting. Where the government specially came out about 1 year ago, a notification very clearly that negative has to be permitted because it is actually genuinely happening. We have been, of course, trying to tell the system that why don't you allow modification of the bill, the original bill itself. There possibly, I do not know whether what is the software glitch there, why we have to go and modify in the next month or in the month thereafter, we cannot modify the original bill. If that is not possible, but I think this negative thing, which the council has directed the system to do, the system is not implementing. So इसमें बहुत नुकसान होते हैं गोपाल जी कि आपका अगर नेगेटिव है तो आप 3 महीने 4 महीने तक इंतजार करेंगे कब आपका आउटपुट आएगा तब आप इनपुट का क्रेडिट रिवर्सल करेंगे एंड दैट क्रिएट मिसमैच बिटवीन आउटपुट एंड इनपुट जीएसटीआर 3B में और उसमें रिटर्न में डिफरेंस आ जाता है तो देन यू गेट अ क्वेश्चन एंड व्हेनेवर देयर इज अ डिफरेंस सम टाइम ए जीएसटी ऑफिसर वॉक्स इनटू योर ऑफिस कि भाई आपका डिफरेंस क्यों आ रहा है बिकॉज दे आर लुकिंग फॉर अपॉर्चुनिटी टू कम टू यू बिकॉज एज सून एज दे कम टू यू उनका काम हो जाता है एक बार आपसे मिलने मान लिया सरकारी अधिकारी अतिथि बन के आ गया तो अतिथि देवो भव कुछ तो लेकर ही जाएगा तो ये हमें इंश्योर करना है कि वो अतिथि जो है हमारे घर ना आए उसके लिए एसएससी की जिम्मेवारी है दैट ही डू कंप्लायंसेस इन टाइमली he don't delay his filing of returns and he do all compliances but at the same time we have to actually change the system wherein there should not be any occasion that is what we have recommended in the GST council but I think it is taking so much time to implement this. For example, one more thing, sir, Gopalji, we have actually recommended that this departmental audit, now, you know, that process is now going to start. The real process, the real music is yet to start because the department audit, the department penalties and prosecutions, all that will happen when, you know, the assessment process will really start. When they start going deeper into the system, they'll try and do this reconciliation. Till last year, there was an audit which was being done by chartered accountants. And chartered accountants and cost accountants were entitled to do an audit, and there was a lot of reconciliation work which was done. So leaving hardly any scope of non-compliance in that process because chartered accountants were able to actually get everything rectified. Once it is rectified, nobody knows what is the contribution which one has done because it is already rectified. But when that audit will be done by the people from the department, it will be full of difficulties, harassments, and corruption. And ultimately, the government will get most benefited if the compliance is voluntary. So some people have possibly said, no, getting audit done is becoming very burden. It is against ease of doing business. I feel these people, whosoever has really created that narrative, has done it primarily for their own motive so that they can really make money. Because the entire bureaucracy is actually feeling it difficult, feeling the great pinch. देखिए इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट जाते हैं तो लोग बहुत नाराज होते हैं जब उन्हें पता लगता है दैट फेसलेस असेसमेंट हमने शुरू किया है वो कहते हैं आप तो फिर हमारे कल्प्रिट सबसे बड़े आप हो हमारे पैसे बनने बंद हो गए अब जीएसटी डिपार्टमेंट ऑल्सो हमें पैसे बनने बंद करने पड़ेंगे उनके आई थिंक दैट इज वेयर द ओनली ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस वेयर वी नीड बिकॉज ब्यूरोक्रेसी अभी आराम से कंट्रोल में नहीं आ रही है सर देखिए हमारे टॉप से लेके नीचे तक जितनी पॉलिटी है दे आर ऑल कमिटेड अगेंस्ट करप्शन Pardon? Live doesn't matter, sir. You know what I speak, I mean, sir. I will say the same thing which I will say here, I can say anywhere. I will not say anything which I cannot say. So nothing off the record, sir. Let it be live. I'm okay. No problem. I think because whatever I'm saying, I will have proof for everything actually. And thank you very much for listening to me so carefully and patiently. Thank you.
थैंक यू विनोद जैन साहब। मुझे लगता है कि अभी जो हमारा इनॉग्रेल सेशन था वो लगभग 2 स्पीकर थे हमारे पास, तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा मुझे लगता है बोला है और कुछ ना कुछ हमें वैल्यूएशन दिया है। मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि हमारे पास 2 सेशन हैं टेक्निकल, हम उनको मर्ज कर रहे हैं। प्रीतम जी, तुषार जी, शिवम मेहता जी, गौरव खन्ना जी हमारे बीच आ चुके हैं और रोहित वासवानी जी हैं हम। तो मैं अगर आप चाहें तो दोनों सेशन मर्ज कर देते हैं और शिवम मेहता जी विल बी द चेयर ऑफ दिस सेशन। सो वी कैन मतलब यूज मैक्सिमम टाइम फॉर ग्लेसी ऑफ स्पीकर। उनका जो हमारा विजडम है, जो उनके वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम है, उनको हमें ज़्यादा मिलेंगे। तो मैं आई रिक्वेस्ट बिफोर मतलब सम्मान करने से पहले मैं आप सबको कहूँगा कि हम दोनों को मर्ज कर देंगे और शिवम जी विल बी द चेयरमैन ऑफ द दोनों बोथ टेक्निकल सेशन। मैं और रिक्वेस्ट कपिल मानी जी कि जो हमारे आज के कीनोट स्पीकर रहे गोपाल जी का मोमेंटो से सम्मानित करें। मोमेंटो दीजिए, मोमेंटो दे दीजिए। ठीक, शादी योगेश जैन जी से चाहूंगा कि वो विनोद जैन जी को मोमेंटो देकर स्वागत करें। तो साइड दो, चलिए। अरे मैडम उधर जाओ, योगेश जैन जी विनोद जैन जी का स्वागत करेंगे। अब मैं आज जो 2 सेशन हमारे हैं उनके स्पीकर शिवम मेहता जी, गौरव खन्ना जी, रोहित बासवानी जी, प्रीतम गोयल जी, तुषार अग्रवाल को कहूँगा कि मंच पे आएँ और आगे दोनों सेशन मर्ज कर दें। थैंक यू। हाँ,
Good morning, everyone. I think very valid points were raised by Gopal ji and Vinod ji. Just to Sir, Gopalji, just one, although you are right that GST rate has come down tremendously. We are in the fifth year of or fourth year of GST, fifth we are about to achieve. Hats off to the government because when it came, there was a news that Malaysia government was not able to sustain GST for 2 years. India at least have pulled out all the difficulties. Hats off to you. Biggest change I feel is that 28% category goods. Now there is nothing on 28. I mean, and that's the reason for I think control of inflation, which you pointed out. But I think you both have raised one common point about exempted supplies. Like you raised about scripts. I think exempted supplies should be, sir, limited to something which is very, very essential, like food items, etc. Scripts, etc. is a kind of a business income, should not be exempt because then there are complications attached to it. One product, I think, a lot of representations were made. Why I'm pointing out is the sanitary napkin, because we are at the CSR Foundation. It just struck my mind. Sanitary napkin initially when it was introduced, it was taxed. I think there was a lot of media pressure. We reduced it to nil. Effectively, what has happened is the domestic manufacturers are not able to compete because of the cost, because their input chain entirely is 18. Entire thing gets blocked. Either it should be something like export, something like zero rated, they should get a refund, or tax at a minimum rate. So it reminds me of other examples like knee implants, etc. All these equipments. There was a lot of pressure from everywhere that these are medical appliances, they should be exempt. A wonderfully drafted circular came from the board saying that if I exempt you, you domestic manufacturer will be at a loss as compared to the importer because your chain is completely taxed. And in fact, same thing should be applied in all the cases where there is a domestic manufactured product. If it is natural resource, vegetables, fruits, I can understand it should be exempt. But if it is a manufactured product, it should not be exempt. It can be taxed at a lowest rate possible or at a zero rated. I think that's one thing we should keep in mind before we start this session. I thought I'll put this to your knowledge. Otherwise, you are right. We have increased the. Uh, Sir, we have done representation through industry, but I think it hasn't come across well because media has, when the rate was introduced, media has created a lot of pressure that this is a basic item, therefore it should be exempt. But at least there are certain areas where business understand better than the public at large. If the overall product can be cheaper, then why not tax it? That should be the whole idea. Hmm. So that's one area which I thought. And second, when we were talking about federal structure, undoubtedly we have a federal structure. Undoubtedly, I think one area which most of the assessees, even the corporate sitting here, will feel is when the investigation take place. I get summons from different authorities. I mean, there should be some system at the back end, like sir was talking about export systems, etc. There should be some system at the back end wherein there should be one authority investigating one assessee. Because see, last 2 years everybody was facing difficulty because of COVID. There were many assessees who were getting someone from different authorities for the same issue. Now that's something should be done at the back end to control that. I mean, these are the two areas which I think from the industry side should be put across. And with this, I like to come to the technical session with our co-speakers. So to start with, today technical session we will be talking about time of supply, composite and mixed supply, place of supply, and one more topic is there, reverse charge mechanism. So uh, just to start the session, I'll start with time of supply. I'll tell basic provisions, and then we will deal with the scenario. And I'll ask everyone to contribute, not only from the dais but from the audience also. I have brought some practical issues which come across when it comes to time of supply. But before that, I'll just give you a brief background of how the time of supply looks like. इस तरफ हो रहा है, इस तरफ नहीं हो रहा. Okay. So first of all, what is the relevance of time of supply? In fact, Adam Smith, who is a author of a well-known book, said that when I have to pay the tax, at least three things should be clear: how to pay, how much to pay, and when to pay. And there should not be any ambiguity whatsoever. Because when to pay helps me to know many things: what will be my rate of tax, whether I'll be entitled to exemption or not, and whether how I'm going to discharge that tax at what time. My financial everything is dependent on that. So time of supply is one area which decides as to when I have to discharge the tax. So with this objective, I'll quickly run through the provisions before I come to the scenario. So time of supply broadly is divided into whether you are a supplier of a goods or a service. If you are supplier of the goods, the time of supply basically depends on that when you are raising the invoice. Raising of invoice, generally, if it is a non-continuous supply is other than supply of gas through pipeline, supply of oil through pipeline, single supply you can say. When I'm talking about supply of goods, if the supply involves movement of the goods, then the time of supply is when you raise the invoice, and the invoice has to be raised at the time when the goods are removed from your premises. In any other case, which means in cases other than where there is no movement involved, it has to be when the goods are delivered or made available. Now, with this, I'll just touch upon few illustrations to explain what it means. Now, if I'm a manufacturer of the goods and I'm selling the goods on FOR basis, the supply completes at the doorstep of the buyer. But because there is a movement involved, I cannot wait till the end when the goods are received by him. I have to raise the invoice today itself. Now, practically, what happens is there is no problem in the provision there. These are all business challenges, and we should understand how to deal with it. Usually, what happens is sometimes it happens is I have supplied 2,000 units. By the time the contract is FOR, by the time it reaches the premises of the buyer, it may be 1,500, maybe 1,700, maybe 1,800. But invoice has to be raised when the goods leave your factory or warehouse. So you will raise the invoice of 2,000. Now, in this situation, generally, the receiver cannot take full credit because he's not receiving 2,000 units. He's receiving either 1,500, 1,700, as the case may be. And one of the conditions of availment of credit is that the goods have to be received by him. Now, if I paid the tax on 2,000, the question comes, how should I compensate that? Because he will not be able to take the credit. Rather, I have discharged full tax. Then what is the way out? I mean, this is one of the scenarios which come. So nothing wrong in the provision. There is a movement involved, but I have to pay the tax at the removal. Supply or sales takes place at his doorstep. So, any idea how to deal with this? Anybody, sir, would like to take a call on that? Tushar? Anybody from the audience want to take a call on that? Yeah, please. Okay. Hmm. Sir, you're right in your answer. The second option is actually not available to you, in the sense that because for refunds there are other challenges. You have to issue a refund voucher or receipt voucher, etc. The only option is in these type of cases you are entitled to issue a GST credit note and claim the set off. The mistake in industry usually does do is that they issue a commercial credit note, but you have to keep in mind the buyer will not get the credit, so that tax actually becomes a loss in the chain. You have paid tax on 2,000, he will get the credit on 1,500 because he has received 1,500. What is happening is by mistake people are taking credit of entire 2,000 and the buyer is issuing a commercial credit note, that's not a solution. The best solution is you should issue a GST credit note. Now coming to another scenario. Now everybody is aware of what is bill to ship to, right? Bill to ship to is I sell to Tushar, Tushar sells to Preetham. Tushar tell me don't give the goods to me, give the goods directly to Preetham. I say I supply the goods to Preetham, I raise invoice to Tushar, Tushar will raise invoice to Preetham. Now when goods are moving from my premises, there is definitely a movement happening because of the sale between me and him. So I will raise the invoice at the goods start from my premises. The question is, when will Tushar raise the invoice? Now, before you answer that, I'll just show you the provision again. Now it says approval of the goods. In any other case, when the goods are made available to the recipient. Just see the two underlined bullets. A says removal of goods for supply to the recipient, where the supply involves movement of the goods. Delivery of goods or making available these goods in any other case. So now coming to the example, when is Tushar supposed to raise? My question is clear to everyone? My question is clear, right? Anybody wants to make a try on that? Why he should not issue? He's saying anytime after the issuance of invoice by me. Is he not supposed to raise the invoice when I have removed the goods from my plant?
There is no restriction in provision. He can do it, but I think quantitative details would be available only after issuance of invoice by you.
But he has placed. See, the transaction is he has placed the order to me, and Preetham has asked for the same very goods. The goods will move from my premises through directly to Preetham's premises, and in the entire chain, everybody wants to buy the entire goods lying in the truck. The question is, if I ask you the legal question involved is whether the sale between Tushar and Preetham involves the movement or not. If you say it involves the movement, then he has to raise the invoice when the removal takes place. If you say it do not involve the movement, then definitely what you are saying is right. Anybody else wants to make a try on that? Tushar, you want to answer? Unless your mic. Anybody wants to answer that, sir?
So it's a very relevant question, sir, raised by you, and it's a practical challenge which we are facing. So in fact, in most of the infrastructure companies, etc., this bill to ship to transactions are very, very normal. So as what rightly pointed out by you, if it actually involves movement of goods, then I have to raise the invoice on the very same time when the movement has initiated. But as practically sir said, it's not always that I get all the documents. I can raise invoice only when I book purchase in my books of accounts logically. So in this particular case, when you have raised invoice on me, I have to book it in my books of accounts, and then subsequently I have to raise it on my customer. So there is always a time gap. In our view, and what practically we have seen is that in such cases, we always advise clients to raise the invoices at least before delivery of the goods. Before the goods are delivered to the Preetham, it's always viable that I always call the invoice from you, record in my books of account, and try to raise it as early as possible before delivery to them. Practically, it's always impossible to raise it on the very same day when the goods are actually removed.
See, actually, there is kind of, you can say there is a gap in the provision there. And why I'm saying that is once we discuss about place of supply, which Tushar is going to touch upon, because the same very movement which is done by me to Preetham is attributable to both the supplies. So actually, legally speaking, this is his sale is also involves a movement of goods from me to Preetham. So legally speaking, Tushar has to raise the invoice when I have before my removal or at the time of the removal. Legally speaking, somebody can raise that dispute, but as he correctly pointed out, practically it is never possible. What people are doing is they are not going into the nitty-gritties of that. They are simply ensuring that these type of supplies do not happen at the month end, so that there is no spillover of taxes to the next month. I discharge the tax in the same very month. That's what is happening, and we ensure that before the goods are delivered, Tushar is raising the invoice. That's the only practical solution, but actually there is a gap in the provision there. Okay. See, there is one more concept as when I sell the goods on approval basis. Now, if I sell the goods on approval basis is, I will supply the goods to you. You will keep the goods, you will see whether it is of the appropriate quality or not, and then if once both of us contractually agree that yes, it is of a quality and the quantity we agreed upon, then I raise the invoice. Contractually the understanding is like that. Now there is a provision to say when this type of sale on approval takes place, then the invoice has to be raised or the tax has to be discharged either when the approval takes place or they give a upper limit of 6 months. Practically, if you look at usually the sale on approval should get completed within a 6 months period. That's never a problem. But there is one sector which faces this problem is artisans. Generally what happens is if you have gone to a gallery where the photographs are or the paintings are displayed, the painter never sells to the gallery owner. He only supplies to the gallery owner. You select one, then effectively he sells to you. And it may happen, many times it has happened that these paintings are lined with the gallery owner for months and months and years. Now there is a problem which is happening in this industry which we are trying to sort out by representations, etc. Is it usually happens that 6 months time is expired and the paintings are still lying on there and there is no sale which takes place. Now the authorities have come and said that you should raise the invoice. How can I raise the invoice if I don't know the buyer? मुझे मालूम ही नहीं है मैंने किसको बेचना है, वो तो वहां लगी हुई है, एग्जीबिशन इज रनिंग ऑन, अब कोई आके सिलेक्ट करेगा तो मैं उसको बेचूंगा. बट प्रैक्टिकली देयर इज अ डिफिकल्टी हैपनिंग. In fact, there is a circular of the board saying that it is like a sale of approval. You should treat, you can, rather the circular was on the point that when the supply takes place from you to the gallery owner, you can give it by way of a delivery challan. But somewhat they have given the reference of this provision. So effectively what is happening is they are bringing back these paintings before the expiry of 6 months. So there are certain, as I said, there are certain business situations which obviously no law can incorporate, but definitely there should be some way out. So practically we are telling them to bring it back before the expiry of 6 months. Now coming to time of supply of service, I have certain situations on this also. Before that, I'll just tell you what is the provision. If I'm providing a service to you, if I'm a CA and I'm providing a service to you and it is not a continuous supply of service, then I have to raise the invoice within 30 days of completion of service or when the payment is received by me, whichever is earlier. Now, this is what the law says. So effectively, if I do not raise the invoice within 30 days of completion of service, then it relates back to the date on which I have actually provided the service. That's what the forward charge provision says. Then there is something called as a reverse charge, which I think sir will deal upon. I'll not touch upon too much on that. I have some situation. Once you deal upon reverse charge, then I'll come on. Now, there is something called as a continuous supply of service also, wherein as per this, continuous supply of service is something which is for a period more than 3 months and contractually recurring these services are being provided and there is a payment consideration attached to it. That's something called as a continuous supply of service. When there is a continuous supply of service, as per the law, there are 3 things which you have to see. Whether under the contract, due date is ascertainable for making the payment. So take an example that I am providing a AMC service to you. There is understanding that after every 3 months, you have to make me a payment. So that is an AMC contract is for 1 year. So after every 3 months, that will be considered as something as a time on which I have to raise the invoice and discharge the tax. Broadly, I'm telling you. Another situation is where the terms of payments are not mentioned, but it is event based, say construction, etc. So generally it is event based. So what happens is we decide that I will do a construction for you on the completion of first floor. I will raise an invoice on the completion of second floor. So each construction of each floor becomes an event. And at that time, I'm supposed to discharge the tax. That is the time on which I'm supposed to raise the invoice. Now with this, there are certain specific scenarios and typically to some industries. Just to give you example of one, I'm into a construction of road, right? And I get a mobilization advance from the government. This mobilization advance usually I get basically under, once I submit a bank guarantee to them, and this mobilization advance is also under a, basically it's not free of interest, it's, I have to pay certain nominal interest also to NHAI. Now the question is whether this mobilization advance which I receive can be said to be the payment I have received before the start of service, and therefore I have to discharge the tax on it. My example is clear? Should I repeat? Should I repeat my example? Clear? Anybody wants to take a guess? When I receive this mobilization advance, which is an interest bearing advance, which is given to me on submission of the bank guarantee, do I need to discharge tax on it? This is a live issue. Entire infra sector is facing this problem. As per you, whether I am supposed to discharge the tax or not? Yeah, please.
The deposit in your books of accounts? I think my
See,
voice.
the terminology or the accounting treatment is, I call it as a mobilization advance only. And as and when I do start the construction, there is a, you can say, milestone payments attached to it, that I will, till construction I'll get 40%. This advance is adjusted in the books, both my book and his book, and accordingly I get the balance payment. 1 minute. Yes, madam.
Came into existence, it was there for some time. So when it was withdrawn, it is not required. So it would be GST would be applicable the time when the services would be rendered. So in the same percentage when it will be adjusted.
Madam, only one correction. I'll come back to the provision. In case of continuous supply of service, it says, or in the single service also, it says, if you have received the advance, that condition is not in the goods, but in the service. If you have received the advance, you are supposed to discharge tax on the advance. So question is, if I sum up my query is whether this mobilization advance, which is on the interest I am given to me, and I have submitted a bank guarantee, is it a nature of an advance or is in the nature of deposit? That's why I think he asked the question whether it is an advance or a deposit.
So in case of goods, it's in the nature of advance only, but not in case of services. It may not be, because if he is raising an invoice for his services, advance invoice, then it would be deductible. But in case of goods, the service hasn't taken place. So that's why it's not required.
No, madam. So advance by accounting treatment itself means before I do anything, I get the money.
Right.
Right. So whether it is goods or service, it should not make any difference. So I have received the money. The question is whether this color of the coin is advance or a deposit. That's the question here.
It's a deposit.
It's a deposit. What makes you say that?
Because it's surety, because you have given a bank guarantee for that, that it will happen in future. So it's a kind of a deposit. If it doesn't happen, then you can forfeit it.
But the moment I start the construction and the construction is complete, the same amount is adjusted against my consideration only.
In proportions of the work done.
So the contract is usually, I'll give you 10 crore rupees as a this advance, which you can call it as a mobilization advance. The purpose is you have to bring your resources, etc., start the road construction.
Right.
Once the construction is complete, there is a milestone attached. If you have constructed this much of area of the road, these things you have done. So till COD, I get 40 to 50% of the full payment of my contract. The first mobilization advance is adjusted towards the first tranche.
Right.
So if I get 10% on a particular event, this 10 crores will be adjusted against that 10%, and the balance they will pay me. If the first 10% is equivalent to the mobilization advance, I will not get anything.
Right. And if it is only 10%, then 90%, you'll get 100%, adjusting 10% from that mobilization advance.
Yes. So the question is whether this money which I have received, is it actually in the nature of advance or is it in the nature of deposit? Because tax is paid on the advance payment receipt for rendition of service.
I think it's in the form of deposit only, because
what is the reason for that? You may be right, but what is the logic you are applying to that?
Because it is a surety for the services that has to be rendered in future. So It's no invoice was raised. It was just an advance given for that surety. So because you have a bank guarantee for that also. So that's why it's a deposit.
Any
It's
other
not an
any other person wants
advance.
to make a try on that? एडवांस होगा, क्यों होगा?
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मेरा स्पेसिफिकली है, वो सर्विस के लिए मेरा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, उसी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के लिए मैंने एडवांस दिया है, उसी के कंसीडरेशन में इसको मेरे को आगे एडजस्ट भी करना है। तो
मैं आपको थोड़ा सा पीछे लेके जाता हूँ, आजकल तो वो होता नहीं है।
यस,
जब आप एक जमाने में टेलीफोन कनेक्शन लगाने जाते थे तो आपसे क्या लेते थे?
सिक्योरिटी लेता,
डिपॉजिट लेते थे ना?
यस यस सर, वो रिफंडेबल था, वो एडजस्ट नहीं होता था बिल में।
सपोज दैट इज एडजस्टेड अगेंस्ट योर फ्यूचर सप्लाईज, यू विल कॉल इट एज एडवांस।
यस सर, ऑब्वियसली अगर वो मेरा टैक्सेबल सप्लाई में से बाद में एडजस्ट होना है तो वो फिर मेरे लिए एडवांस ही होगा ना सर।
नहीं, क्या डिपॉजिट कैन नॉट, so when I have received it, cannot, what madam is trying to say is, when I received it, that is against the bank guarantee, that was in the nature of deposit. When I started providing the service and my payment was due, that deposit was got converted into advance and it is adjusted against my payment. So question is, क्योंकि अभी हम टॉपिक कर रहे हैं टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई, जब मैंने पैसा रिसीव किया तब मुझे टैक्स देना नहीं देना, जब एडजस्ट होगा तब तो दे रही है, तो सर्विस ही रेंडर होगी, तो आई हैव टू पे द टैक्स। Suppose the contract is terminated. Sir, suppose the contract gets terminated, what is your answer there? You have to refund that amount?
यस यस
नहीं सर, मैं पे ही क्यों करूं? मैं तो ये सवाल पूछ रहा हूं आपसे। Both the logics are right. One is it has an interest bearing attached to it. Another is what madam said, I have submitted a bank guarantee for getting this mobilization advance. And this money, though nomenclature wise it's an advance, it is not in the nature of advance. Actually, it is a deposit. It is only once I start providing the service, it becomes the advance, or when it is adjusted, it becomes the money for consideration for rendition of service. ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, कोर्ट्स ने बोली है ये बात, ट्राइब्यूनल्स ने, नॉट एडवांस रूलिंग, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट जजमेंट्स ऑफ द ट्राइब्यूनल। दे सेड आप एक तो बैंक गारंटी देता है, फिर उस पर इंटरेस्ट भी देता है, एंड एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इट में हैपन दैट वो सर्विस कभी प्रोवाइड ही नहीं हुई, तो जो ये एडवांस है वो बैंक गारंटी कैश कर लेगा एनएचआई, एंड देयर इज अ स्पेसिफिक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टर्म्स ऑन दैट। देयरफॉर जो why I took this example is there is very thin line between advance and deposit. Generally when we are dealing with the customer, we do not give too much weightage of it. But if the contract, if you are getting a money, should be very very clearly documented ये money का nature क्या है, नहीं तो deposit पे भी आप पे tax demands हो सकती।
Very relating to this only, suppose the services have happened and the supplier has raised an invoice, we have paid the 90% of the bill and 10% we hold it as a future payment basis if something happens in 6 months, so it's a 6 months time. So do I have to pay GST on the full amount or 90% of the amount?
No, sorry, so you initially got how much money?
No, vendor raised a bill and I have paid him 90%. 10% is a amount which I have to hold. Performance guarantee type, or if I have to hold that amount because it's a 6 months pay.
The moment he has raised the invoice, he will pay GST on the full amount, and
No,
he will
pay
recover the GST on the full amount from you.
So I have to take an input tax credit. So I have to take it on the 100% of the amount or 90% of the amount.
Ideally, there is a clause, there is a provision. It says within 180 days you have to make the payment for the goods value as well as service tax. There are the one view is that you should only get for 90%. But if it is a case of a performance guarantee, etc., there are rulings in the past of tribunal, Honda car, etc., which says the provision of 180 days applies on the money which is due. Since this money is never contractually due, what is due is 90% and the GST. So I should get full credit, and you are entitled to get full credit. Even he is supposed to pay full GST on.
So what is the right view? Like
the correct view is that you can take the full credit on that.
Okay, but the auditors came and then they say, no, it's not right.
Sir, on that 10% you should no. This 10% is more like a performance guarantee. So you can take full credit because you will be paying 90 rupees as a consideration and 18 rupees as a full GST on it. So this payment of 180 days will be considered as 90 plus 18, even though you are not made the payment of 10% because that is not contractually due. This 180 days provision says whatever is due to the supplier you have to pay. Yes, so due is only 90 plus 18, so you will get full credit.
Or वो unreconciled, it will also remain unreconciled on the portal also if you take 90%.
हाँ, that portal problem can be there. हाँ जी.
So what you can do is that in the books of your accounts, you can post a ledger entry wherein you can always say that the full amount has been paid to the my supplier, and I am just depositing 10 amounts by a contra entry into his deposit account. So you can very well say that the full ledger amount has been paid for the services has been provided.
सर इसकी कोई क्लैरिफिकेशन नहीं आ सकती क्योंकि ऑडिटर्स बहुत तंग करते हैं.
नहीं मैडम, there is a clearly a circular and the tribunal decisions in your favor on that.
नहीं सर्कुलर सर ट्राइब्यूनल डिसीजन से कुछ नहीं होता because they say where is the law.
Madam, the law provision itself says na it is not due. So provision says 180
but it's
days.
not paid in 180 days na, that's also provision.
So, but
is
that
there.
amount is never due. So the 180 days आप खाली वही पढ़ते हैं कि 180 दिन में मुझे पे करना है, बट पे कितना करना है जितना ड्यू है. अब कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअली ड्यू मेरा 90 है. कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअली हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग ये है कि आप 90 रुपीज दोगे और 18 रुपीज पूरा जीएसटी दोगे.
सर जीएसटी ऑडिटर्स भी तंग करेंगे लेटर ऑन लेजर निकाल के.
बिल्कुल करेंगे. तो तंग करने से प्रोविजन तो चेंज नहीं हो जाएगी. पहले भी तंग किया होगा तभी तो कोर्ट गए थे हम. Madam, sir, that is your situation is different. Your situation is different. You are saying I will. My payment is that is something which you cannot define as per the law. You have to make the payment within 180 days. But यहाँ पे गारंटी वाली सिचुएशन में 10 रुपया जो है वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में ये लिखा होता है ड्यू ही नहीं है. And there are, I'm not only saying out of the provision, I'm also saying based on the judgment. There are 2-3 judgments now in this point. Okay. Clearly saying you will get the full credit. And because you have made the full payment of taxes also. आपके केस में आप taxes तो बिल्कुल भी पे नहीं करोगे. आप पूरा GST पे कर दोगे उसमें. नहीं, आपको 360 days बाद ही करोगे ना, तो 180 days की provision तो आपको hit कर ही जाएगी. No, the question is the recipient has to pay. नहीं वो तो नहीं चलेगा.
So just to add to what sir is saying, a possible argument only for discussion purpose. Otherwise, department will always dispute. 180 days payment not made, credit reversal. Department will dispute, no doubt. But the provision says there should be a failure to make the payment within 180 days. The word used are failure to make the payment. So failure means there should be an obligation to make the payment. If there is no obligation to make the payment, there is no failure to make the payment. Now you are saying in my contractual terms itself, we have agreed that this payment has to be made after 360 days. When we have mutually agreed, how can there be a failure? So that is a possible interpretation that has to be tested in court of law, but at ground level, based on the various investigations which we are handling, this argument is not bought by the department. They don't agree with this department that it is not a failure, etc. They say payment not made within 180 days, hence reversal required. So based on what you are saying,
sir,
a possible...
practically, I think I haven't come across this type of case wherein just to avoid to make a contract of 365 days just to come out of this type of situation. Why would I do that? Generally, the idea of 180 days is everybody will like to get a payment with 2 to 3 months. Like in the example which she is giving, there is always a performance guarantee contract which is retained. Retention money, yes. So that's commercially it is acceptable. So you cannot tweak your terms in such a way that the other person takes the credit and get
Hindustan Zinc judgment is also there in support of the SSEs when we talk
Honda
about
Car, Hindustan Zinc, circular, everything is there in that.
From the point of view of buyer, I am asking question. 1 lakh rupees he is holding, but he has received the invoice of total 10 lakh rupees plus GST, but making payment 9 lakh rupees plus GST. So of 1 lakh rupees, can buyer gives input tax credit in his books?
Sir, there are two situations
Yes.
actually, practically. In your example, if 9 lakh he's making a payment, but full GST, full
No,
GST.
no, sir. We are
If he's
paying 9
getting a
lakh plus
proportionate
GST on 9 lakh.
if he's
Yes.
paying proportionate GST, then he will get proportionate credit. Once he makes the balance payment, then he will get the balance credit.
But sir, later on rupees 1 lakh, that has been hold for any other reasons, not to watch the what is the watch the performance. So sir, if I paid 3 months, 6 months later on, so then I think no GST credit will be available on that 1 lakh rupees.
No, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. So there is nothing like you will never, if you make the payment after 180 days, you will never get the credit. ऐसा कहीं law नहीं बोलता. It only says if you have not made the payment within 180 days, then you have to reverse the credit if you have taken. Once you make the payment for the balance amount, you take the balance credit. So that is, in fact, the provision also allows proportionate credit availment now. So वो तो clear है. I think that should not be a problem there.
Okay.
You should get the credit.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I can jointly take with you. So, probably me and Shivam, Shivam was supposed to speak and have a discussion with composite and mixed supply. Shivam has got some slides, so instead of me presenting it, probably we'll do a joint session if that's okay with you all.
So coming to the next topic, something called as a composite and a mixed supply. These are the two terms which are defined in the law. The idea is, if you are supplying two goods or one good and one service, you have to see what rate of tax has to be applied. Because I am charging a single price, assuming I am charging a single price for two items, both are at a different rate of tax. What should be the rate of tax to be applied on these goods or services? Now, for that, there are two terms which is defined. One is composite supply, another is a mixed supply. When I talk about composite supply broadly, it says supply made by a taxable person to a recipient consisting of two or more supplies, which is naturally bundled. It is under the ordinary course of business, and I'm charging a single price for that, wherein one is a principal supply, another is an ancillary supply. That is how it is defined. What is principal is, principal supply is also defined is, if there are two items which are supplied, there is one item which is predominant than the other. That is something called as a composite supply.
So just to intervene here, the other day, my wife wanted to change a mobile phone, and in her excitement, we wanted to go for an iPhone 13 as a replacement one. So when we walked into Apple store, we realized that mobile phone case was this slim, thin. So the natural question that came was, what all does it contain, the box contain? They said it only contains a mobile phone. It doesn't have a charger. It doesn't have a charging cable. The perception that we all have as a consumer when you walk into buy a mobile phone is that the box will have a charger, it will have a ear plugs and all. So that's a perception. That's how a consumer perceives it. So that should get qualified as a naturally bundled supply. However, you as a consumer, you have a choice to buy a mobile phone or a charger separately also after the purchase of mobile. But first purchase comes as a bundled pack, which is a naturally bundled composite supply. So that's the example that I had. So other one on this issue probably will progress, and then I have something more live examples to talk about.
So we'll add to the example. In fact, what exactly the example is giving, I never wanted to touch that example for obvious reasons. There are negative rulings on that. But coming to the proposition, if I supply two or more goods together for a single price, if it is naturally bundled, I'll pay the tax at the rate which is applicable on the predominant supply. Like in his example, if I'm selling phone and charger, I'll pay the tax at rate applicable on the phone if I sell together these items. There is another term which is used is something called as a mixed supply. Now, mixed supply, they have not defined it elaborately. What they have said is, when two or more supplies are made in conjunction with each other, in that case, and it is not a composite supply. So which means if it is something which is not naturally bundled, something which is not in the ordinary course of business, I will call it as a mixed supply. So if it is a mixed supply, the law says you have to pay tax at the highest of the rate which is applicable on it. So on one side we are talking about a composite supply, another side I'm talking about a mixed supply. Now this is what the provision says. Quickly coming to, before I go to the examples, just one judgment, though not in the context of GST, but in the context of VAT, is the Nokia judgment. In fact, the case before the Supreme Court was that I am selling mobile phone and I am selling a charger. The rate on mobile phone under VAT was 4%. The charger was 14%. The assessing officer said you have to pay on charger, you pay separate rate, on phone you pay separate rate, you divide your invoice into two and pay tax accordingly. Assessee argued saying it is nothing but a goods in a retail in one package. Since it is one package, therefore, as per the rules which were at that time, they were called as a composite goods. So if it is in one package, in one retail package, I will pay which is predominant, which is a mobile phone. But Supreme Court said no. The reason which is given in the judgment is you can charge your mobile phone even without a battery charger. You can charge it with the cord along with the laptop. That's written in the judgment. You can charge it with the laptop. Therefore, I will not agree merely because you have packed phone with a charger. Tomorrow it may happen. This judgment is not a recent one, it's an old one. At that time, probably the Supreme Court judge guessed that there'll be one day there'll be iPhone 13, which will be sold without a charger.
I guess it's more the fundamental principle in the tax, as we all know and
No,
best
I'm
we know.
just telling, उन्होंने
Yeah.
लिखा है कि आप हो सकता है कल को चार्जर डब्बे में ना डालें. You start selling the charger separately. And it is also a fact that chargers are also sold separately. आपका चार्जर खराब हो जाएगा तो आप फोन थोड़ी खरीदोगे. Therefore, तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि जब ये ऐसा जजमेंट मैंने पढ़ा, मैंने सोचा ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है. That was in 2015. Now we are in 2022. I think most of the high-end phones do not give you charger.
No, sorry, good.
Most of the high-end phones, I think OnePlus में भी मैंने सुना है हेडफोन में नहीं आते हैं. चार्जर भी शायद वो हायर एंड में बंद कर रहे हैं. चार्जर आता है मैडम? हाँ, बंद, हेडफोन बंद कर दिए. सो अच्छा, वन ऑफ द लॉजिक दे सेड इट इज नॉट एसेंशियल पार्ट ऑफ द मोबाइल फोन. मुझे ये समझ नहीं आया कि ये बिना चार्जर के फोन किस काम का है, बट उन्होंने लिखा है जजमेंट में कि वो तार से एक लैपटॉप से चार्ज हो सकता है. ये जजमेंट हमारी वैट रेजीम की है. देयर इज सम एडवांस रूलिंग्स व्हिच हैव कम इन जीएसटी रेजीम आल्सो, बट आई डू नॉट गिव टू मच ऑफ द वेटेज टू एडवांस रूलिंग फॉर अ सिंपल रीजन कि मेरा मानना ये है कि अगर आप कुछ ऐसा कर रहे हो जिसमें आपको बिजनेस में करना पड़ रहा है या लॉस हो रहा है या आपको लगता है दूसरा बंदा गलत टैक्स पे कर रहा है, तो क्या करूं? मैं तो सही पे कर रहा हूं, मैं तो 18 पर कर रहा हूं, लेकिन ही इज पेइंग 12, ही इज पेइंग 5. क्या करूं? एडवांस रूलिंग में चले जाओ और बोलो मेरे को तो 5 मिला चाहिए था. आपको नेगेटिव ऑर्डर मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, सबका धंधा बंद हो जाए. दैट्स एक्चुअली हैपनिंग. बट कमिंग टू द पॉइंट, अब कुछ स्पेसिफिक सिनेरियोज हैं. आई थिंक one of the examples I'll request Gaurav to take.
So, as you all know, the FMCG industry, the way we work, and historically, as a consumer, when I go to the market, the first thing that I look what is free with coming with one pack, and that's the way the market has worked historically. So there is nothing new, nothing different that we are doing today. But because there are only two ways the supplies can be classified, either a composite supply or a mixed supply. So if you don't qualify to be a composite supply, you necessarily have to be a mixed supply. Now then the circulars came in, the flyers came in to clarify this position, because as you all know, 17(5) says free goods and gifts, you can't take the input tax credits on that. So when you give something free along with the principal supply or say mother pack, are you supposed to eligible to take credit? Yes, the clarification came. What rate it should get taxed? It says which is the higher applicable one, since it is not naturally bundled. So in that eventuality, say if I give a coffee sachet, which is a 2 rupee sachet, with a noodle pack, which is 10 rupee pack, what should be the applicable rate of tax? Main supply, the mother pack is the noodle. The consumer is paying a consideration for the noodle, not for the coffee. He or she gets a coffee free with the noodle pack. So in that eventuality, ideally, the rate of tax should be of the noodles. But because of the way the law has evolved, it says no, it qualifies to be a mixed supply. The rate of tax should be the higher one, which should be the rate applicable in the coffee, 18%. So while I'm paying 10 rupees for a noodle pack, I pay tax at the rate of 18%. I'll now, since I'll take this forward a little bit, what are the challenges linked to it? As a consumer, when I go to the market, I have a choice to buy a pack with the consumer promotion or not to buy a pack with the consumer promotion. And all as educated consumers, we get an invoice, we get to see the rate of tax, the HSN codes applicable. They'll start questioning it. Why on one pack you're charging 12%, while on other you're charging 18%? Please explain. Is there something wrong that you're doing in your billing? I have to address it. The other issue is, what HSN code should I use? If I use the code for the noodle, I should only be eligible to charge 12, not 18. Then how do I marry both? Not possible. The third thing, which is an internal issue for the companies like ours, is every billing that we do is controlled and managed by our SAP systems. When we have the SAP, for every sale that happens, there is a FERT code or a material code which is created. Now, when you have to do this, how you will enable that billing to happen in the system is again a challenge. So practically what has happened is, because the way the law has evolved, with given all these challenges from a consumer perspective, from a rate of tax perspective, from a technical perspective, we are getting dissuaded from undertaking any kind of consumer promotions where two goods are at different rate of taxes. So the philosophy, idea, and our advice to our teams is, you want to do consumer promotions, do it, but try and bundle packs which are at the same rate of tax or at a lower rate of tax, as you rightly said. So that's the way. So as a consumer, I feel deprived of the goodies that I should be getting it, but that's the way life is. The other thing, I'll give one more example. We are trying to do some kind of a promotion activity, and the promotion was very simple, that if you buy a packet, you will get as it is, but if you buy 2 packets, you will get a jute bag along with it. Now, jute bag became a condition of purchase of 2 packets of a particular product. The moment you bring in that aspect, the rate of tax changes. So how do you overcome that? The argument that we developed is something, it's a more of a convenience. So instead of making a condition of purchase, offer it free to all the consumers. Whosoever buys with the 1 pack, 2 pack, 3 packs, please do that. So consumer promotion happens and you're on the right side of the law. So it's more of a carry bag rather than a conditional purchase. Correct. So the fact is, you have to take as a call as a company whether you want to. Correct. So whether you want to take input tax credit or what is your objective, that call has to be taken. So given that scenario,
but that's what the law says. Yes, sir.
Yes, you can take input tax credit on the child tax.
Freebies पे आप input तो नहीं लेंगे ना फिर.
You are eligible to take input tax credit.
In that case, again, the same thing apply, na? But then you have to go for the higher of the two.
No, I agree with you. So if you go with a bundled pack, mixed supply, which are not naturally bundled, again, yes, you have to pay the higher rate of tax and then take input tax credit. But if you don't want to go there, then what is the option? Then it will go as independent supplies. You should not be bundling those.
Sir, in fact, what sir is saying is, you do not take the credit if you want to get away with the problem. Actually, they are both mutually exclusive, I feel. Not taking the credit does not solve it. What you have to show is it is actually given as free. I'll tell you a live example. If you buy agarbatti, many of the agarbatti packages have a matchstick inside it, right? On the package also, sometimes they write free matchstick, sometimes they do not write. They say pack of agarbatti, aap kholo andar se, you get a surprise matchstick. Ab agarbatti ke upar rate is 12, matchstick ke upar is, or rather agarbatti pe 5, matchstick pe 12. The question is, if I do not take the credit on the matchstick, still it is not a combo pack. Because as per the board circular, if you are supplying 2 products at a price of 1, then what effectively you are doing is a supply. So exactly what he said is an actual problem. हुआ क्या पिछले 4-5 साल में, अगर आपने रियलाइज नहीं किया होगा, काफी सारे फ्रीबीज बंद हो गए। इधर या तो आप सेम रेट की आइटम्स दो, अब आपको ब्रेड के साथ जैम नहीं मिल रही, अब आपको ब्रेड ही मिल रही, क्योंकि ब्रेड इज नील, jam is 12.
No, there are many more examples. Say generally, what earlier when you used to buy you will get a pen or a keychain into that. But now those promotions have stopped because of the mixed supply concept which has evolved. So similarly, for when you go and buy a pencil box for your kids, you'll have a sharpener and a rubber in few, not in others. Or to take an example of giving very angular example on say you go to a market, you get a combo pack of a toothpaste along with a toothbrush. Now, is it naturally bundled? No, because generally when you go and buy a toothpaste or a toothbrush, you will buy only a brush or a toothpaste. You have a consumer promo where it is coming together. So that has to go as a mixed supply. You go in the hotel room you stay and you ask for a dental kit, they'll always give you a toothpaste along with a toothbrush. But does it make it a naturally bundled? No, it is not. So these are the, so every case scenario has to be factually evaluated and the rate of tax has to be accordingly applied there. That's the moot point which has got developed, which to me as a consumer, we've been deprived of many, many such promotions there.
But I think at the same time, what sir has said, if there is no other way, like agarbatti and matchstick, if there is no other way, I have to give matchstick as, because that's an industry practice. You cannot call it as a naturally bundled as per me. I mean, because you are otherwise also selling agarbatti. So you cannot say it's a composite supply. The only way is stop calling it as a gift, or start calling it as a gift on the package itself, that I am giving a matchstick as a gift. On the invoice also clearly say I'm only selling agarbatti, at least, and disallow the credit. That's the best way if you want to go ahead with, but your declaration should be very, very clear. But still, it will never be without doubt whether it is a mixed supply or it is a free gift which you have given. So this concept, in fact, I feel naturally bundled as a word also needs some more clarity. Just to give you a couple of examples. Now, when you sell UPS with a battery, is it naturally bundled or it is artificially bundled? Naturally bundled. What is the view of others? UPS with a battery, the battery is external battery, whether it is naturally bundled or artificially bundled. Can I have the raise of hands? This is going to be last two examples. How many of you feel it is a naturally bundled? Rest feel it is not naturally bundled. बाकियों को लगता है नेचुरली बंडल नहीं है। सर आपके व्यू में नेचुरली
But the same thing can also happen in your earlier example, where the people were selling matchstick with the matchstick with the agarbatti. Agarbatti can also don't lit without the matchsticks. So here, there
is a slight difference. The matchstick can be put to some other use, right? And I'm also selling agarbatti otherwise without the matchstick. There is slightly different in the two facts. In this case, I am selling battery separately. I am selling UPS separately. But when you come to me that I want to buy a UPS with battery, there is a specification. I sell you a single invoice, and I raise a single invoice and say UPS plus 2 batteries. This is the price. Now, if I go by the example of Nokia judgment Supreme Court, since the battery can be put to some other use,
yes,
then it should be a mixed supply. It should not be a composite supply. Correct?
Yes.
But my question to you is, if you buy UPS with battery, will you use that battery to run a cycle?
Yes.
You have bought it with UPS. That is, if eventually between you buyer and the seller, the understanding is battery is bought to run a UPS only.
See, the thing is, when you buy a AC, you can't run the AC without compressor. There may be a different rate between the AC and the compressor.
Let us not go into the example where the compressor is placed inside the AC. Let's stick to an example where the battery...
Same thing shall apply here also. Because you can buy a battery separately. Those two things are required to work UPS, but there is a other use of the battery also.
Definitely there is. So मेरा सवाल यही है. Yes, madam.
Yes, so it is a one natural product. In case of AC example, he's giving compressor is inside the AC. If you talk about the other like this
Come back to
battery,
the example of Maggie with Nescafe. They are
separate products,
not
yeah.
naturally bundled otherwise. So actually, naturally bundled should be understood as like these products.
So
not
Shivam, let's provoke the thought further. Say on the flyer which was issued on mixed supply and the bundle supply.
I think with this I'll conclude.
So we'll close with this. So there are a couple of indicators which are given the test, which have been given the flyer of determining whether it's a natural supply or no. Is the perception of a consumer. That's one part of it. How the majority of the service providers in a particular area of business provide similar bundle of service. That's the second test that is to be laid down. The third is the nature of the various services in a bundle of services will also help in determine whether services are bundled in ordinary course of business or not. So these are a couple of tests which have been laid down in the flyer which has been issued by the CPIC to determine whether a supply qualifies to be a bundled supply naturally or not. So Shiv, further on this, I'm sure you have the advanced rulings on this issue.
So, in fact, just to conclude, this UPS issue, the advanced ruling authorities has said, because what sir said, because battery can be put to some other use, therefore it's a mixed supply. I think that logic that or the battery is separately sold, that logic itself is wrong. When I'm selling the two products separately, I'm charging the rate separately. When I'm selling it as a single price, you should judge each transaction independently and whether they are meant to be married together and given to the customer, and even the customer conceive it as a couple of goods which he is going to receive. There could be n number of examples. If you segregate it like that, agarbatti with a stand, if I apply this logic, agarbatti with a stand, it should be a composite. But otherwise, you can use agarbatti. You can put a agarbatti in the aloo also. घर में स्टैंड नहीं मिलता, क्या करते हैं, आलू में लगा देते. आजकल तो मच्छरों में मच्छर इतने हो गए, सब अगरबत्ती यूज कर ही रहे होंगे. इतने अगरबत्तियां हर जगह लगानी हो, स्टैंड तो एक ही होगा, क्या करोगे, आलू में लगाओगे. तो इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी कि अगरबत्ती विद द स्टैंड इज नॉट अ कंपोजिट सप्लाई बट अ मिक्स सप्लाई. That cannot be a test. With this, I'll conclude the topic because we have some more topics to. Have you shared the PPT?
Very good afternoon to all, and sabhi ko namaskar. My voice is clear. Distinguished expert on the dais and senior members of the profession of the dais, Maheshwari ji, Shweta ji, Goduka ji, and my dear friends. It's really a privilege for me to be here to discuss something on the RCM, reverse charge mechanism under the GST. Many topics are there, and many experts are sitting here. And the last topic which we were discussing, the composite versus mixed, I think the golden rule they didn't tell you. And the golden rule is whichever is beneficial to the revenue. That's the golden rule. And you go for the advanced ruling, you will find that the beneficial to the revenue will be applicable, and you will never be wrong if you apply the rule in your practice, and you will always be right. But I don't suggest that. And there are many cases like, tire and tubes also. And tire and tubes sold together. Tube is taxable at the rate of 18%, and tires are taxable at the rate of 28%. And there is a huge revenue involved, and the companies were searched, and the show cause notices were issued, and the retrospective effect, the tax were collected at the rate of 28% when sold together. And whenever you apply the logic, and you will see the conclusion, whichever is going in favor of the revenue logic is superseding all other logics. Even the UPS cannot work without battery, and that's the hard truth. And even it is a public perception also. If a simple man goes for buying a UPS and the shopkeeper gives the UPS alone without any battery, and you can understand how he will think that he has given us the UPS which cannot function at all. Yes.
few, some of the points about the RCM. We know that the indirect taxes are consumption tax, and indirect taxes being the consumption tax and GST being the destination based consumption tax. The point is that who will pay the tax? And there is another point also, the situs of taxation. These all points are very important so far as the tax laws are concerned. But GST is something different. The person who is paying the tax, the state in which the tax is being paid, the recipient who is taking the input tax credit, and the government who will ultimately gain from the revenue is a jugglery which you will may not be knowing at the time of payment of taxes, because there may be earlier 2% of the central sales tax, and the government which is collected the CST was having the revenue with it. But here the tax may be the 18%. And if you go to the Daman, that is a manufacturing hub, you will see the chart recently published by the GST Council where the negative figures has been given, and Daman is the most negative you will find. There is a huge collection by the Daman government for the GST, and the revenue is zero, nil. Why? All the products are being shifted from Daman to rest of the country for consumption. We call it as a consumption tax. And how do you identify the consumption? I was here during the first session also, and we were discussing with Gopal Agrawalji, who was taking charge of the economic affairs in the BJP also, and influential person. And we were discussing, there were so many ways of avoiding the taxes and fake invoices. One of the important issue which is there, evasion of consumption. Avoiding the consumption is the main problem under the GST. You keep on taking the invoice within the cycle of ITC and it will never consume. You have to see the ratio of B2C supply with the B2B supply. Then only you can understand how the GST collection is there. Because unless there is a B2C, there is no consumption. Unless there is a B2C, you have the huge amount of GST collection and it is there in the B2B. That's why the data which is given by the GST Council is the cash ledger data. It is not the ITC data which is being published. And every month you have a press release that this month was the more than 1,40,000, 1,42,000 lakh crores, and which is the peak in itself. So this is very important, not only the evasion of taxes, but how you convert your supply from B2C to B2B, it is what is happening, and this is what is the jugglery of the ITC. Now, 5 pillars of the GST I am not going to take up, and this is the fundamental pillars. Time of supply has already been taken. Liability to pay, section 9, part of that I am going to take up here. Place of supply, I'm sure after me, someone will take up the place of supply also, and ITC maybe today afternoon and tomorrow you will have. This is the 5 fundamental pillars, and if we discuss each and every pillar, you will find the ecosystem of the GST. And really the GST is a good and simple tax, there is no doubt about it, but how you implement is the problem. It's a tax is good, tax is simple, and as I told you, that it is a consumption tax, and the consumption tax had 2 main facets also. One is the first point taxation, another is the last point taxation. In GST, practically we are having the last point taxation. Reason being, we want to tax each and every value addition. And under excise, we were not taxing the value addition after the manufacturing activity was completed. And that was the golden days, because once you lock your taxes there was a cascading effect. There was no credit which was given to the traders, and only the value added tax was there, in which the credit system was there. But under the GST, that locking goes, cascading effect goes, and government fixes up in a problem of revenue collection, being the excise subsumed with the goods and service tax. Now, coming to the charging part, and our topic is the reverse charge. I will take up some of the issues. There are critical issues, there are litigative issues like ocean freight is there, import of services are there. There are so many issues under the river. Government supply is one of the very fine points under the reverse charge. We sometimes forget to apply in our practice. And who is liable to pay tax? Who is liable? Indirect tax, actually the consumer is bearing the burden, but who is liable to pay tax? We see that suppliers are liable to pay tax. There is another category called, I am supplying, say, goods. I am supplier, I am raising an invoice. I have been appointed as an agent, or the liability has been casted on me by way of the constitutional provision, CGST, IGST Act has been enabled, and I am liable to pay tax. No, there may be a situation, you see section 9, where supplier is not liable, the recipient is liable. And once the recipient is liable, the tax cannot be collected from the supplier at all. If the liability was on recipient and there is a notice to the supplier, the government has no locus standi to collect the tax from the supplier. And there are cases, we are practically facing also, practically seeing also, the RCM was paid. Actually, they were not liable to pay the RCM. Audit came, departmental auditor came, and they say, you have paid the RCM. Yes, you was not liable for the RCM. And the golden rule, which I told you is starting here, they say, we will disallow you the input tax credit. Another thing they didn't tell you, don't tell you. If you are not liable for RCM, we will disallow the input tax credit, because audit happens after 1 year, 2 year, 3 years also. And even the 17, 18 has not become time barred under the GST law. First year is still open for the department. Even the 3 years period from the end of the annual return has not expired. That will expire in 2023. So it is open, long time. Then we say forward charge is there. Who will pay the tax? The tax will be paid by the taxable person. And who is the taxable person? Who is liable to get registered? So liability is qua registration. And you see liability qua registration in case of RCM comes from section 24. And that is also very important section, which we keep on discussing. The person is dealing exclusively in the exempt goods. The person is dealing the liability which is there 100% in case of the recipient. There is a notification exempting the person who is exclusively engaged in the supply, who are taxable under the reverse charge, is not liable for registration, and liability under GST comes from registration. It is qua registration. If you are liable for registration, you are liable for GST. This is something new under the GST. It is not like the exemption notification which we were having under the central excise, or which we were having under the service tax law. Even if you are registered, you can avail the benefit of exemption or a small scale exemption thereon. And then the reverse charge to section 9.3 and 9.4 and perimetria section IGST Act 5.3 and 5.4, which we are going to discuss something about that. I will always say something about that, because there are so many topics here and we need to cover up in a limited time manner. And there is another liability. A is supplier, B is recipient. No. We don't want the tax from supplier A. We don't want the tax from recipient B. We want the tax from someone else. And that is a newly created category, the e-commerce operator. Because the recipient is the consumer. Recipient is someone who cannot pay the tax under the reverse charge. And the suppliers are very small suppliers. We cannot have the trust on the suppliers that they will give you they will give the tax to the department. Like if you book a repair or maintenance of air condition of your house, and you book a service from a urban company or whatever company, then the person who is coming to repair is the supplier. They don't have the faith that that person, that individual who is a laborer person, is coming to repair the AC will give the GST. So that's why in those cases, in taxi e-commerce operator is required to pay the taxes, like Ola, Uber. For the restaurant, there are so many small restaurants, they want the e-commerce operator to pay tax. And this is the third category also under the GST. And this is going to enhance gradually, because this is the category really which is giving you the 100% B2C supplies. And this is what the government is gaining 100%. This is sometime, if you think you make a workout, these taxes are the pure taxes for the government, which the government is getting. And OIDAR, if you subscribe for the Zoom, if you subscribe for any of the digital platform, you will be liable to pay IGST, and that is the pure revenue for the government. And liability to pay, I'm not going for the section, and I am also not going to define the taxable person here, because the taxable person is the person who is liable to get registration, and I am straight away coming to the reverse charge. Why we call it reverse charge? We call it a reverse charge, reason being, The supply is flowing from supplier to recipient, but tax is flowing from recipient to the government. In the reverse way. Otherwise, in the flow of supply, if the taxes are also coming, we call it as a forward charge in a simple way. Now, the reverse charge has also been defined under the GST law, and the definition is given in section 2, clause 98. This is the definition. We are not going to discuss each and every word here, because in law, each word and comma is very important. And during the discussion, we were listening that 180 days before it is written that default. And default means the default after the due date as per the terms of the agreement between the parties, we may interpret. And any judge sitting on the bench of the High Court may also interpret, I presume. But that's really not the intention of the government. And whenever there is a decision or something which is going against the intention of the legislature or the government, they keep on amending the law, and this is the jugglery which keep on. Here they say where the liability to pay tax on the recipient of the supply, that is the reverse charge. And that is given in section 9394, read with 53 and 54. And we all are aware that the major amendment came by way of Goods and Service Tax Amendment Act 2018, where section 94 was totally replaced. And the 94 section is basically talking the reverse charge from unregistered supply from unregistered supplier. There can be a two type of reverse charge. If you are getting a supply from unregistered, and if you are getting a supplies from the registered. So there are cases where if you are getting supplies from registered suppliers, then also there is a reverse charge that we call the mandatory reverse charge under section 9.3. But 9.4, in 9.3 may be registered, may be unregistered. But 9.4 was something which was the game changer under the GST law, and which lasted half of the October 2017 only. And there was the exemption of per day amount was also given, that any recipient who is registered under the GST is procuring supplies from any person who is unregistered, he will pay the tax under the reverse charge. And that is the ideal situation where the taxes will come under the chain of ITC. But this chain of ITC is very dangerous and very important also. The reason is that we are completing the 5 years, and the ecosystem or the technology is not foolproof to handle the situation of the chain of the input tax credit. And then there was a hue and cry, and the section was, exemption was given, and later on the section was replaced. And we have one notification under section 9.4 even today, that is for the real estate sector, where they are buying the goods and services from unregistered more than 80%, more than 20% of the value, because 80% they want have to buy from registered only. Then they have to pay tax under reverse charge. And cement they have to purchase from registered only, they are buying from unregistered, so they have to pay the tax under reverse charge. And they, like that, the capital goods RCM is also there. So this is one notification we have still in force under section 9.4. Any supply received from unregistered supplier, that is there. And then, reverse charge, if you see section 9.3 that I was discussing just before, is the, it is the notified. There are the specified categories of supplies of goods and services. So there is a notification. The notification says about certain goods. There are 4/2017 IGST rate notification, which is declaring certain goods under the reverse charge. We will have some examples also, and then we would like to have the procedural and critical aspects. And let me 10 minutes. We will do it. So we would try to discuss those nitty-gritties also. And this is the section 9.3. And then we have the section 9.4, which is the class of registered person. This is not applicable for all. This is amended section. It is not the original section which came when the GST was implemented. It was amended. And say not only the class of registered person, but the supply of specified categories. So now the class of registered person is the real estate, say for example, and the class of specified category is that if the real estate of, supplier is procuring goods from a person who is unregistered and the value of total purchase is more than 20%, then for the balance amount he has to pay the tax under reverse charge, like the cement also. So this is very, specific section kept on hold. As of now, in general, this section is not applicable. You can buy anything from unregistered person. There are so many queries coming daily, someday, even now also. And there are many cases which I told you also, sir, we are buying from unregistered. Are we liable for reverse charge? Our supply is total, this huge supply is from unregistered. If you are buying from unregistered and not covered this specific notification per se, under GST, there is no liability on the recipient and no officer can give you a show cause notice or collect tax from you that you are procuring the goods from the unregistered supplier. And there are so many unregistered supplier also. And for composition supplier also, there is no RCM, there is no prohibition. Many of the composition suppliers are buying from unregistered suppliers and paying tax at the rate of 1%. And 1% was also, there under question, Mr. Vinod Jain was raising this question that why not this amount should be given as an input tax credit. That I have a reservation. We will discuss anytime. Now the point is this, who is the recipient who is liable to pay tax? There are many cases where simply we see that the person is recipient is liable to pay tax. The recipient is a legal terminology, like we have the time of supply is the legal terminology, place of supply is the legal terminology. It is not something which we gained from our experience or which we are, something as per the business model or business ethics. It is the written law. And section 2 clause 93 defines the recipient, and wherever there is a consideration is involved in any supply, so he is the person who is responsible for making the payment is the recipient, and he is liable for reverse charge because being the recipient. So there may be the supply consumed by any person, there may be the supply utilized by any other person, there may be a case of bill to ship to or any other. The person who is liable for payment consideration, where the consideration is payable and where the consideration is not payable, there may be the situation also where the to whom the service is rendered will be the recipient, and the liability accordingly will arise. Now, this is 4/2017 IGST notification. Some of the goods which are there under the reverse charge, and basically if there are certain items which are being procured from agriculturalist by a registered person, and this is cashew nuts and wrappers and tobacco, silk yarn. This is only just for the information that these goods are already in under reverse charge, and the person who is recipient is liable to pay tax. And this is raw cotton. This is very popular. Raw cotton in India is, manufacturing is also very, in Punjab and Haryana, you will find so much cotton. And if it is supplied by agriculturalist to any registered person, if it is supplied by any other person other than agriculturalist, then it is on forward charge. Now, exemption notifications or the rate notifications are to be interpreted strictly. And that is where we need to apply our mind, and that is where we need to read the notifications very carefully, and specifically where the 12/2017 exemption notification or 2/2017 goods exemption notifications are there. Because I will come to the within a few seconds that the liability on the recipient is qua as liability of the supplier. He takes foot of the supplier so far as the payment of tax is concerned. If particular supply is exempt, then it becomes exempt under RCM also. There is no tax under RCM if particular supply is exempt. And there may be a situation, and there are few supplies very litigative as the supply by any director to the company, and that you should take care, because there are so many types of director fee other than director fee. Sometimes we pay rent to the directors also, sometimes we pay commission to the directors also. So you need to check out what the notification is saying, and notification is covering each and everything so far as directors are concerned. And this is, recently mentha oil related products. And this is, 10/2017. The parallel notification under the CGST are also there. That is 13/2017 for, but I am taking IGST notification as base because I would suggest you also to see the IGST notification so far as the RCM or the exemption is concerned. You will find the import of services entry only in the IGST notification because it is, IGST. When the place of supplier is outside India and the recipient is located in India, it is only the IGST. And the first most important is the import of services where the RCM is there, GTA is there. There are so many categories of services there. This is for your reference. You can have a table of it. You can note it down because there are so many services in it, like advocates, arbiter tribunal sponsorship, and so on. I'm not reading each and every services here, but I would like to come to the directly some of the points which I would like to discuss here. Some of the procedural aspects. The procedural aspect is the compulsory registration, first of all. And there was, so much discussion going on. The section 24 talks about not standing anything contained under section 22(1) of the Act, meaning thereby the section 24 is overriding the basic exemption for registration which has been given. The basic exemption of registration is 20 lakhs, as we are aware, but there is a 40 lakh exemption also. And we need to keep it in mind. Sometimes we forget 40 lakh exemption is there under GST for registration if the supplier is involved only in the intra-state supply of goods. And that is related to goods. Supply of goods. He could be a manufacturer, he could be a trader or whatever. Up to 40 lakhs, he is not liable to get registered. He is not liable to pay GST. It is there. It has been notified. So we need to take care of that also. So this section 24 is specifically talking about the persons who are required to pay tax under reverse charge, are mandatorily liable to take registered under the GST. The question comes when a person is exclusively dealing on the exempt goods. There are certain goods. Actually, exemption under the GST is illusion. ये आपके मन का भ्रम है केवल कि something is exempt. It is only the illusion. If you see the medical services, clinical establishment providing the healthcare services, doctor is charging you, hospital is charging you rupees 25,000 for any procedure. It is exempt. No, it's only the illusion. There are so much inputs which is being consumed by the hospitals, by the doctors, the equipments, the medicines, the disposables, the rent, the security, the outsourced supplies. There are n number of services which are there taxable. The exemption under GST is only illusion, and that illusion jitna jaldi ho khatam ho jaye, better to tax each and everything rather than giving the exemption. It is increasing the costing in many of the cases, and we are facing the inverted duty structure problem. And after we are going to complete the 5 years, there is no solution for so many cases where the inverted duty structure is there. So this is specifically for the RCM and payment of tax. Yes, you have to pay the RCM tax through only cash ledger. If it is not cash ledger, what you will do? You will take the credit, you will pay the tax from that credit only, and there is again the illusion for the government, nothing is gained by the government. So when you are discharging the responsibility, liability of the supplier, you take foot of the supplier for the limited purpose, then you have to pay it from your cash ledger. And if it is available, then you can certainly avail the input tax credit against that. And why the RCM? When you are going to give the credit, there are so many cases where the input tax credit is not available. So RCM liability has been fastened compulsorily. Even if a hospital is exempt from paying the GST, but the hospital is not exempt from paying the RCM, And there may be so many cases where the hospital is paying the GST under RCM and not taking any input tax credit. So that's what the RCM is there. So cash ledger and why it is input tax self-invoicing is there whenever there is a RCM from unregistered person, the recipient is liable to raise the invoice also. Now you are the supplier, you are like the supplier, and the supplier is not registered. You will make the invoice. And actually speaking, this is the invoice, self-invoice, which is becoming the duty-paying document, which we call the document based on the which the input tax credit is available. Based on this document, you are eligible to claim the input tax credit under RCM also. And this is, there is a missing gaps. There is a missing chain so far as if you see the whole scheme of the RCM. Suppose today you have faced the audit from the department. Auditors came and say, this is the payment of fees to the advocates. You have not discharged your liability during the year 2017-18, and 1 lakh rupees RCM is you are required to pay. You pay the RCM straight away today. Will you be eligible to claim the ITC on this 1 lakh rupees? What will be the status of RCM being paid as of now related to the, we were discussing section 16.4, we were discussing the time barring, we were discussing the invoices, we were discussing also, and there are separate cases also. Import, there is IGST, which is not governed by this 180 days and this, 16.4 at all. You can claim it credit without being limitation as per 16.4. But what about the RCM? The department auditor will say simply to you, yes, you can take the credit you paid because he is doing the audit for 17-18. But when the audit for 22-23 will come and you have taken the ITC for 1 lakh rupees, the RCM, he will say this belongs to 7-18 and you are not eligible to claim the credit, and you will see this. The schema of the law is like that. It is talking about that the limitation period may apply to RCM also. And you will see this is going to happen within 1 or 2 audits when it comes. And department had started also raising these questions. And which tax to be paid under RCM, this is also a question. Sometimes I think next speakers will handle whether it is IGST to be paid under RCM, whether it is CGST to be paid under RCM. Now, when you take foot of the supplier, you will see the location of the supplier and the place of supply. If these two are in 2 different states, it is the IGST to be paid. And if these two are within the same state, then CGST and SGST to be paid under RCM. You may be situated somewhere. Now, suppose you are in Delhi and supplier is in Haryana and place of supply is in Haryana. Now, how you will pay the RCM? How you will pay the RCM? Because suppose the supply is related to directly in relation to immovable property, maybe hotel or maybe guest house, or n number of cases we can drag it upon. There are so many cases and beautiful cases also, exhibition and warehousing and so many other cases. Are you liable for making the payment under reverse charge? You are registered, but you are not registered in Haryana, you are registered in Delhi. And the location of supplier is Haryana. Place of supply is Haryana. If you have to pay tax, you will be paying the CGST, SGST of Delhi only. If you are registered in Delhi, how can you pay CGST, SGST of Haryana? And due to this, you may be liable to get registered in the state of Haryana if you see technically these cases. And eligibility to claim the ITC, I'm not going, and within a few minutes I will be completing also. Eligibility of ITC against tax paid under RCM, there are general provision. There is, this whole schema I have discussed here, which I told you that the auditors are going to question the RCM payment paid later than the limitation period prescribed, and it is going to be a litigated issue. Let's see what happens. And if this notification I have already discussed, there are certain critical issues. Number 1, SEZ. Now, when we say the recipient take foots of the supplier, and if recipient is SEZ, So any supply from any supplier to the SEZ is zero rated supply. So will it be zero rated supply in the hands of SEZ also under RCM? This is the question. Because there are two ways of supplying for the SEZ. One is under LUT, another is under payment of IGST. And X is the supplier and who is making supply to SEZ. And it has to be, interstate supply only. Any supplier to the SEZ is interstate supply, and it will be a zero rated supply. Whether as a recipient it will be a zero rated supply, actually the answer is no, and that has been clarified also. When the liability under RCM comes to the SEZ, he becomes the recipient, but the option was available only to the supplier. The option was under LUT or under the payment of IGST. That option is not available to the recipient, being the SEZ, and all the provisions of law will be applicable because SEZ is within the territorial jurisdiction of country and liable to make the payment under RCM. Now, 2-3 more issues I would highlight, and I will close with these notes. Supply of services by the government. This is, a complete, very wide entry under the notification, and this is entry number 6 and 6A of the IGST notification, which we are referring 10/2017. Any supply by the government, state government, or union territory local authority, excluding written immovable property and services is specified, and there is another entry 6A which is talking about the immovable property, that RCM is only in case the immovable property is let out to a registered person. That's it. Now you see the ambit of this entry. This is very wide. You make the payment of so many registration fees to the government, license fees for the government. Only the liquor license has been exempted from the GST, but there are n number of licenses where you are making the payment of fees to the government. There are n number of fees, otherwise you are making payment to the government. ROC fees, you are making payment to the government. Many other cases, you are making payment to the government. So you need to see, first of all, the exemption notification entries very carefully. There are functions entrusted to the local authorities or Gram Panchayat under the Constitution of India, Article 234W and so on. And if these types of supplies are there, the supply per se is not taxable. When the supply per se is not taxable or exempted, when the supply per se is neither supply of goods nor supply of services, there will not be any RCM. There are so many other exemption notification also up to 5,000, any license, passport fees, and so many other exemptions given under the notification. So you have to see the amount which you are making the payment, whether it is covered under any exemption, whether it is covered under the notification, neither supply of goods nor supply of services, then only we can discuss this, these are some of the exemption notification I have mentioned here. This is 243W and 243G related also. And there is a notification relating to the supply by the local authorities, neither supply of goods nor supply of services under Section 7 of the CGST Act. There we have the notification. And another area which I wanted to touch is the import of services after the judgment of the Honorable High Court of Gujarat, Mohit Minerals case, and the matter is pending before the Honorable Supreme Court, and we will have the judgment, I think, in the near future only. It says that there is no RCM involved in ocean freight. Air freight is already exempted by way of the exemption notification. That is another issue. But the import of services, if you see, and for ocean freight, there is a separate category altogether. This is also a very wide category, and many type of import of services we are making. Whenever there is a deduction of TDS under Section 195, voucher is coming to you for approval, just check it out. There, in many cases, RCM is also there. Now, you need to see the place of supply provisions also. I give you example. If there is an exhibition in the Dubai and you are participating in the exhibition in the Dubai, and 5 lakh rupees invoice has been raised on you for the exhibition space and all, decoration, everything provided to you. Whether, I'm not discussing 195, there are cases of software, there are cases of, royalty, software purchase per se, or it is a procuring a cloud space, or it is a royalty. Each and every situation makes a difference. So whether you are liable for reverse charge in case the exhibition is there outside India, whether you are liable to reverse charge if your directors are going visit out of India and there are so many hotels and there are so many taxis, there are so many services procured out of India. So you need to check out where the place of supply lies, whether it is taxable in India. If it is taxable in India, then RCM will be there under the import of services. And in import of services, the major category which I was just discussing, the online information and database access retrieval service. And I am very fond of these, sir, Maheshwari ji. Reason is that this is the real revenue to the government of India, and I am happy. And with this, I think I must close, and the session is also going on. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I will share. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to all. Friends, I know we are close to lunchtime, but we will not take much time and try to complete the session on place of supply soon. We will keep it conceptual and take some of the practical case studies and discuss those case studies with you. Friends, we are aware GST is a destination-based concept. So what you mean by destination-based concept? It means that the state component of the GST will go to the state where the goods and services are getting consumed. That will be the state who will be getting the revenue. It is not the originating state which was there in pre-GST regime. I am a trader of goods. I am in Delhi. I supply goods to Maharashtra. Goods are sent to Maharashtra, consumed there. The place of supply is Maharashtra. Revenue should go to the Maharashtra state. In goods, it is comparatively easy to correlate. Let me take an example of services. I'm an airline operator. I fly 100 passengers from Delhi to Maharashtra. The flight takes from Delhi, lands in Maharashtra. Which is the state who should get the revenue? Where is the service getting consumed? Any guess? Based on logic, the flight takes from Delhi and lands in Maharashtra. Where is the service getting consumed? Delhi state will stay. People are flying from my state. It should get consumed in Delhi. Give me the revenue in Delhi. Maharashtra state will say the flight is getting landed in Maharashtra. I should get the revenue. That's why they came out with this concept of place of supply. They say we will not leave it to the state to decide where the services are getting consumed, because every state for every services will have their own parameters. And that's why the power is given to the parliament to decide where the goods and services are consumed, and hence they have framed this place of supply. And these provisions determine where the goods or services are consumed. First, whether they are consumed in India or outside India. Second, whether they're within in India, where are they consumed, whether in one state or the other state. So does it mean that wherever is my place of supply, do I have to go there and register and pay the tax? When the GST law was being drafted initially, if you go back to 2015, 16, etc., at that time, this was one of the most important discussion. The discussion was that, okay, we have made place of supply provisions. Basis this, we will determine where the tax should go. So should we ask the taxpayer to go to that particular state, register and pay the tax? It would lead to complication and multiple registrations. Therefore, they came out with a concept of an IGST model. What is this IGST model? They said that wherever the supplier is located, that is wherever it is his registration, wherever he is located, from whichever state he is making a supply, let him register there, let him pay tax there. If that is, this is called your billing state. Say I'm a trader, I'm in Delhi, so I'm located in Delhi, let me get registered in Delhi only. If as a location of supplier, my state is Delhi and I'm supplying goods to Maharashtra, let me charge IGST. And in the returns, let me write PO as place of supply for this particular transaction so that the state component of this transaction can go to the Maharashtra state. So there are two important elements. One is place of supply, second is location of supplier. Place of supply is your consumption state, location of supplier is your billing state. If these are in the same state, you will have to charge CGST and SGST. If these are in different state, you will have to charge IGST. Within place of supply, see, when we said the purpose of place of supply is to determine which state should get the revenue. If we read section 10, 11, 12, 13, you will find that they have made different provisions for a registered customer and different provisions for an unregistered customer, different place of supply rules. And why? Why there is a difference? Why do I have a different place of supply for a registered customer and a different place of supply for an unregistered customer? The reason is that the government gets revenue only when the ITC is not available to the customer. If I am supplying something to a registered customer, he is eligible to take the credit. The idea of place of supply, the way it is drafted, is to facilitate input tax credit. Whereas if I am supplying to an unregistered customer, the way entire section 12 and section 12 is drafted, the idea is to make a provision so that the revenue goes to that particular state. That's why in section 12 we have different provisions for B2B and different provisions for B2C. That was the logic. Moving on to the concept of location of supplier. What do you mean by location of supplier? Like, that is, from which state should I bill? From where should I take the registration? From where I should bill? Section 22, it says every taxable person shall be liable to take registration in the state from where he is making a supply. That is a state from where he is making a supply. Law nowhere provides from where you are making a supply. This section has to be read together with the concept of location of supplier of service. And when we read the definition of location of supplier of services, it says that the establishment, like as a taxpayer, I may have establishment 1 in Gujarat, establishment 2 in Delhi, or in various states, etc. The establishment which is most directly concerned with the provisioning of services, that is the establishment which is most directly concerned with the provisioning of services. And how do you determine which is the establishment which is most directly concerned with the provisioning of services? We have various jurisprudence of international law, because this entire concept of location of supplier, place of supply, everything is already there in European law. There, the purpose is to decide tax will go to the which country. Whereas in India, the purpose of these sections are to decide the tax should go to which state. So if we read all those international jurisprudence, the conclusion is the establishment who is entering into the contract with the customer, the establishment who has that requisite human and technical manpower and is actually involved in day in day out of execution of the contract, is the establishment that is most directly concerned with the provisioning of services. With this background, let me take one case study. I'm a software company. My head office is in, say, Gurgaon, and my branch is located in Bangalore. A customer comes to me, I have to provide him software consultancy services, and for providing this software consultancy services, my head office as well as branch, both the establishments will be involved. But practically, customer will always want one bill, one contract, etc. Now it is for me to decide from which state do I enter into the contract, from which state do I do the billing. Should I do the billing from the head office or should I do the billing from my branch office? How do you decide? What does the provision say? It only says from the state from where you are making a supply. So there can be two mechanisms. First mechanism is, and it will all depend upon the facts of the specific case. The first mechanism is, if it is your head office who's actually has the requisite manpower and who is actually dealing, the senior people in the head office who will actually deal in execution of this contract with the customer, then it is your establishment, that is your head office, which is most directly concerned with the provisioning of services, and accordingly you should enter into a contract with the head office. So if you're entering into a contract with the head office, they have all the requisite manpower and technical and human, plus they are actively involved in execution of this work, then it is the head office, that is the Gurgaon, Haryana state, from where you should bill to the customer. However, since your branch is also supporting you for providing this particular activity, because branch people are also carrying out under GST, every registration is treated as a distinct person, and accordingly, the supply, the support by Bangalore branch to the Gurgaon office will be treated as a deemed supply under Schedule 1. So there will be effectively two transaction. Head office, Gurgaon to customer, Bangalore branch to head office. That is a deemed supply. If we take this otherwise, if it is your branch office who is actively involved in execution of this contract, and the role of head office is only to provide administrative support, business support, etc., etc., and it's really the branch people who will be executing the contract, then you should enter into this contract with the customer from your branch office, build it from the branch office, and then in such a scenario it will be your head office who is providing support to the branch, and head office will raise a deemed invoice on the branch office under schedule 1. Uh, so whether you have to opt for a centralized billing or a decentralized billing, it all depends upon the facts of a specific case. So what we discussed till now is that the establishment which is most directly concerned, that is the state from where you have to bill. But what do you mean by establishment? There is a European Court of Justice judgment, a very, very landmark judgment in the case of Gunter Beck clause. Therein, the facts was that there was a playing machine, a particular playing machine, no human required for operating that particular playing machine. They had put it at a certain place. The issue arose whether this playing machine itself, you just have to insert a coin and you can play and leave. Whether it is an establishment, there the court held that for something to qualify as an establishment, there should be both human resources or technical resources. And in this case, it only has a technical resource and not a human resource, and accordingly it will not qualify as an establishment. And based on that judgment only, the definition of fixed establishment, which is in India, has been borrowed. And in India also we have the very same principle, that an establishment which has both human and technical resource will only qualifies as an establishment. So given this basic background about location of supplier, let me take some practical case studies and ask from you where the GST has to be paid. I'm a person, I'm located in Delhi. I have a property in Maharashtra, a commercial property. I rent it out to a customer in Maharashtra only. I am based out of Delhi only. In which state should I discharge the GST? Maharashtra. So if I am a person, I am an individual residing in Delhi, I buy a commercial property in Maharashtra, rent it out. I buy a commercial property in Haryana, rent it out. I buy a commercial property in XYZ, rent it out. So I have to take registration in each of the state and rent it out. Is that the answer? Any different answer? Yes. So it can be from Delhi by way of IGST. No, it's an immovable property. What you are referring to is. Perfect. So different answers. Let me come to the first answer, that I have to take registration in each of the state because I'm making supply from that particular state, right? That is the answer which most of the people have given. What we have just now discussed, is that I should have an establishment. I can make billing from a state where I have an establishment. Now for establishment, there is two conditions. One condition is technical resource. Second condition is human resource. In this particular example, you have a property in Maharashtra. You have that technical resource, that infrastructure. Perfect. Whether you have a human resource in Maharashtra, the answer is no. You don't have a human resource in Maharashtra. Since it's only a commercial property which you have and you are renting it out, it does not qualify as an establishment per se. It does not qualify as an establishment per se. Since it does not qualify as an establishment per se, I can bill from Delhi only. It is not required that I have to take registration in Maharashtra. This is what we are discussing from a billing perspective. And there is a government circular also on this particular point, and FAQ also. I can take registration on Delhi only. Now coming to the ma'am's point. What ma'am pointed out, place of supply is in, what ma'am pointed out is that immovable property is located in Maharashtra. So immovable property is located in Maharashtra. It means that under place of supply provisions, we have a specific provision that for immovable property related services, place of supply should be where the immovable property is located. So the purpose of place of supply is to determine where the tax should actually go. Place of supply does not determine where you have to take registration and from where you have to bill. Place of supply only determine where the money should go. So I can take registration in Delhi, I can charge IGST, I can write place of supply as Maharashtra. Ultimately, revenue of the state government will go to the Maharashtra and I can pay tax in Delhi only. I need not register myself in different states. And that's the basic problem which many of the infrastructure companies are also facing these days. I'm a EPC contractor in Delhi. I got a contract of a normal repair and maintenance in some state, say Gujarat. Do I go there and take registration there for executing that contract? Or can I bill directly from Delhi, IGST, right place of supply as Gujarat? It all depends upon the way I am executing a contract. There can be two situations. First situation, I got an EPC contract which will run for 2 years. I open a project site, a project office in Gujarat, and from there I'm executing this contract. In such a situation, since I have a project office, which is an establishment, project office means you have an office, you have a human resource, there is an establishment there. So that is an establishment which will be most directly connected with the execution of this contract. So you should do your all your output billing from that particular Gujarat office only because you have an establishment there. Second example, I'm a EPC contractor. I got a 15 days job of repair and maintenance of some building. I will not open any project office, etc. My people will go from there, repair, come back. So no need to take registration in Gujarat because you don't have an establishment there. So the crux is, please note, place of supply is not relevant to determine where you have to take registration. That is the concept of location of supplier. Place of supply is only relevant to determine where the tax will go to the government. Both in same state, CGST, SGST, different states, IGST. When we come to place of supply provisions, within place of supply provisions, we have section 10, section 11, section 12 and 13. 10 and 11 deal with goods, 12 and 13 deal with services. 10 deal with domestic transactions, 11 deal with import and export. Again, section 12, which is for services, it deals with domestic transaction, and section 13 deals with international transactions. So whenever we are analyzing any particular transaction, we have to go see the rules and accordingly apply. So what we will do is that I will take few case studies related to the place of supply, and then the remaining case studies will be taken by my partner Pitam. Coming to the first case study, it is in respect of goods, place of supply. Section 10(1)(a), where the transaction involves movement of goods, then the place of supply shall be the place where the goods are delivered. In simple terms, section 10(1)(a) says that I'm in Delhi, I send goods to Maharashtra, there is a movement from Delhi to Maharashtra, place of supply will be Maharashtra. Second example, I'm operating a pharmaceutical shop, I'm a chemist, I'm selling medicines over the counter. Somebody comes to my shop, I give him the medicines. Which tax should I charge? Local state, CGST, SGST, because there is no movement from one state to another state. Third example, I go to a showroom, say Chroma showroom. I'm in Delhi, I go to Gurgaon, go to Chroma showroom, tell them I want to buy a phone. Please bill me IGST because I have a GST registration in the state of Delhi. So I'm in Delhi, I am holding a GST registration number. I am a professional holding a GST registration number. I go to Gurgaon Chroma showroom and tell them I want to buy this iPhone. I take delivery there and ask them, please bill it to my Delhi registration number. Is it correct? Is it correct? He can bill IGST. Why? Is there a, where are the goods delivered? Goods are not delivered in Gurgaon. You are saying goods are delivered in Delhi. How will Chroma showroom know goods are delivered in Delhi? I'm in Gurgaon. I may never take the goods to Delhi. I'm only giving a registration number. How is it ensuring that there is a movement from Gurgaon to Delhi? Just by writing, giving an address, does it mean there is a movement? Is there a sufficient proof? If I'm a departmental official, I go and tell them, you are charging IGST. Please give me a proof that there is a movement of goods from Delhi to Gurgaon. From Gurgaon to Delhi, that is my right. I can always ask, say, IGST, what does it mean? IGST means there is a movement from one state to another state. So I can always ask for that particular movement of goods. In a normal transaction, there will be EV bill, etc., etc. So there will be sufficient proof. Now, in this particular transaction, what will be the proof? Now, that's the main point.
Delivery will be there only.
So if effectively, if they deliver the goods themselves, this iPhone, to the Delhi address, then you are saying it will be an IGST supply. If they are handing over the goods at that particular premises only, then it will be CGST, SGST. That is your particular view. I will come back to this. I will come back on this. Relating this example with the X factory sale, one of the most important issues being raised these days, X factory sale. What do you mean by an ex-factory sale? And many of the organization works on ex-factory sale model. I'm in Delhi. I have a manufacturing plant. I'm selling goods to a customer in Maharashtra, selling it on ex-factory basis. Ex-factory basis means that the ownership of the goods will be transferred at my factory site only, and then it is the customer who will take the goods from Delhi to the Maharashtra state. In case of ex-factory sale, what should I charge? I think almost 4.5 years of GST implementation period is over, and it's not a new transaction, a very common transaction which you may be witnessing every day. So what should so customer address on record. So if customer address is Maharashtra, he should charge IGST, irrespective of ex-factory terms. So even as a chemist shop, if I'm in Delhi, I'm doing an over-counter sale. If somebody is giving me Gujarat address, I should raise an IGST bill Gujarat, place of supply. That is not the provision. The provision talks about movement of goods. So you have to substantiate what is the movement of goods, and what the provision says is that movement can be either by the supplier or by the receiver. So in case of an ex-factory sale, there can be two scenarios. One scenario is that you're doing an ex-factory sale, and ultimately your customer is taking goods from Delhi to Maharashtra, and in the invoice you are recording this fact that these goods are meant to be delivered at Maharashtra. You have the copy of EV bill, and you have the proof of movement of goods from one state to another state. Then you can substantiate that this state resulted into an interstate movement, and hence I should charge an IGST. Whereas if you don't have delivery proofs, if you don't have a proof that goods are sold from one state to another, they actually moved from one state to another state, then charging IGST will be very, very risky. It will be CGST and SGST. So effectively, in your example also, if we have a proof that the goods which are sold by Chroma are actually delivered to the other state, then there was actually a movement from one state to another state, then we can say IGST is applicable. Otherwise, in all these circumstances, it will be CGST and SGST. And the same case is with, say, automobile dealer. You are in Delhi, you go to Haryana, you buy a car, CGST, SGST, or IGST, what he should do? It will all depends upon the way he is structuring his transaction and showing in his documentation. If he shows that pursuant to this transaction, there is a movement from Haryana to Delhi, then only IGST can be chargeable. And for those, all documents have to be maintained. So that's a very, very important point. And in fact, we have seen at ground level in at least 8 to 10 companies that department is scrutinizing this ex-factory sales and actually drilling down to check whether the IGST or CGST, SGST, whatever is charged correctly or not. So documentation plays a key role in this particular case study. Moving on to the next, bill to ship to model. A very simple example. ABC. I'm in Delhi. There is a vendor, say in Maharashtra, and my customer is in Bangalore. Let me repeat. I'm in Delhi. There is a vendor in Maharashtra, and my customer is in Bangalore. My customer gave order on me to supply goods to the Bangalore, and I subcontracted this. I'm in Delhi. I subcontracted this to my vendor in Maharashtra. I tell him, you bill to me and ship it directly to the customer. You bill to me and ship it directly to the customer. What will be the place of supply for these two transactions? There will be two transactions involved. One is by sale by Maharashtra vendor to me in Delhi. Second is sale by me in Delhi to the customer in Bangalore. Yes, sir. There is a vendor in Maharashtra. He's selling to me and delivering the goods to my customer is Bangalore. So there are two sales involved. By Maharashtra vendor to me, that is the first sale. Second is sale by me to my customer is in Bangalore. Two sales, but movement of goods is only one. That is directly from Maharashtra to the customer in Bangalore. Generally, if we see historically, everywhere, whenever the place of supply provisions is made here or internationally, or even in sales tax area, etc., whether I have to charge, like even if you go back to pre-GST regime, I have to charge CST or VAT, etc. Everything was linked with movement of goods. Everything was linked with movement of goods. But in case of bill to ship to supply, to facilitate input tax credit chain, they have made a specific provision. They are saying that whenever my vendor in Maharashtra is billing to me, the place of supply has to be bill to location. I don't have to see where the movement of goods is happening. In case of bill to ship to location, we have to go by bill to mechanism. So in this case, my place of supply for the Maharashtra vendor will be me. He will charge IGST, right? Place of supply Delhi. I will take the rate of it. And from Delhi, I will raise an invoice on Bangalore, right? Place of supply is Bangalore. So ultimately, there are two transactions involved and the money is getting is going to Bangalore only. But to facilitate this input tax credit change, this law was drafted. So in case of bill to ship to model, it will be always the bill to location will be the place of supply and not otherwise. Now I hand over it to Pitam to take further case studies.
Very good afternoon to all the delegates out here. In just continuation of the same, I will just like to have a few of the illustrations because of the immensity of the time. Just to continue, I am giving 3 illustrations. The first one is, suppose being a Maruti factory. I am a Maruti factory and I have one of my customer, OEM customer. So I have given him a contract for preparation or for the purpose for the preparing of molds and dies. I am situated in Gurgaon. My registration is in the state of Haryana, and I have given a contract to my OEM supplier in the state of Bhiwani or in the state of Delhi, suppose Narela. So I have given him a contract. They have manufactured me molds and dies, and after preparation of that molds and dies, they themselves are using that molds and dies for preparing some of the components given to them by me. A contract given by me to them for preparation of some of the components. So first they have prepared molds and dies, and thereafter they are using those molds and dies for preparing, for manufacturing some components which are used in my car. The second case, I into pharmaceutical company. I am situated in the state of, say, Punjab. I have imported some goods. The shipment has cleared in the state of Delhi, IGI, and the goods are there in the warehousing. To my OEM supplier, I have provided that goods on sale. So once I have provided that goods on sale and I have endorsed the documents to them, I have endorsed the documents and the sale has been made. And what I'm told to my supplier is that receiver is that you can take the goods directly from the bonded warehouse. I am endorsing the title documents to you. The third case, the mobile repairing companies, Apple Store. Apple Store is there in the state of Delhi. I am under a warranty. I got my phone broken. I go to my warranty site in the state of Delhi. My company, my service sales center repairs my mobile. For the screen, they directly bill it to the Apple Store, the main Apple company in the state of Bangalore. In all these scenarios, the situation is such that my supplier is providing me the services, providing me the goods, but I am not moving the goods. So in case my OEM supplier for Maruti, who have prepared the molds from Delhi, in case they build to Haryana, what they will charge? Would they be charging CGST, SGST, or they would be charging IGST? Any specific answers? The facts are such that I am a Maruti company and I have given a contract in the state of Delhi to an OEM supplier. What I have told them is that to prepare molds and dies. They have prepared that molds and dies and they are billing to me for the preparation of the molds and dies. For manufacturing that molds and dies, they are billing back to me, but they are not moving the goods. They shall be using those molds and dies for the purpose of manufacturing components which they will supply to me on a later stage. So for the molds and dies, for the consideration of those molds and dies, what they will be charging in the invoice? CGST, SGST, or IGST? What's the reason? It will be bill to ship to model. It's not a bill to ship to model. It's a direct model between a buyer and seller. So if we talk about this thing, I would like to throw your views on section 10(1)(c). What does section 10(1)(c) states? Where the supply does not involve movement of goods. In the first A clause and B clause, the clause was relevant where the goods was moved upon, whether by the supplier or whether by the receiver. 10(1)(c) specifically states where the supply does not involve movement of goods, whether by the supplier or the recipient, the place of supply shall be the location of such goods at the time of delivery to the recipient. Goods move नहीं करे हैं, goods अपने दिल्ली के अंदर ही हैं. I am billing to Maruti, whether section 10(1)(c) will hit to me or I can go and claim the benefit of section 10(1)(a). It's not moving. Goods are not moving. The goods are being used. Goods will be used by that OEM manufacturer themselves for the purpose of preparing some components later. Suppose
मैंने कोई मोल्ड दे दिया लाइट बनाने का, मैंने कोई मोल्ड दे दिया लाइट बनाने का, they have first of all they prepare that mold, later on they would be using that mold themselves for preparing a headlight, and they will be supplying that headlight to Maruti company. So there is no movement of molds and dies. Its states are different. Maruti, it will be CG, it will be IGST. For yes, the molds will be used by the same manufacturer for the purpose of. Huh? We can definitely argue upon that, but due to the vicinity, we can have a deliberation on later stage. Okay. The simple case here is that being the OEM manufacturer, goods are not moving, and it's a litigative case. It's there at the high court stage also, at the appellate stage also. So when we talk about this case, there is no seamless flow of credit. The section 10(1)(c) specifically states and clearly states that the tax, the place of supply will be the place where the goods are delivered. The delivery of the goods in all the three stages, when we talk about three cases, is in Delhi itself. मैंने जब उसको बिल ऑफ एंट्री एंडोर्स करके दी तब भी गुड्स दिल्ली में थे. मोल्ड्स एंड डाइस की मूवमेंट दिल्ली मूवमेंट नहीं हुई, इट स्टेज इन दिल्ली. And the third case, when we talk on mobile company, the mobile repairing shop, the screen stays in Delhi. There is no movement of goods, whether by me or by the Apple store, whether by me or the Maruti company. There is no movement of goods. So law clearly states that CGST and SGST has to be charged. So for the purpose of flow of credit, are we entitled to move the goods first to me into Haryana, and thereafter I will deliver back the goods back to Delhi to my OEM supplier for the purpose of manufacturing that component? That's again a question when we talk about it. It's a question which is there in the industry when we talk about. So just to throw the lights, definitely this is a very typical case and very important thing which we all need to address upon for the purpose of seamless flow of credits. In our opinion, the movement should be there. We need to justify that movement need to be there so that section 10(1)(c) does not get subtracted, section 10(1)(a) gets subtracted.
Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely.
Sir,
Yes.
actually, this is a all industry issue. I mean, typically in this automobile manufacturing, I give the contract to the same vendor to make the component, and same person is making mold and die. The mold never moves. He sells the mold to me, but the molds remain with him. Then he start manufacturing the component moves. There are two independent sub sales happening. One of the mold, another is of the component. So what he's saying is right. If you unless you move the mold from one state to another, you cannot charge IGST, and necessarily you have to charge CGST, SGST, and the credit is going to get lapsed. And that's a problem. That's an industry issue. Representations, etc., has been filed, but I think it's pretty known fact. The problem becomes much more bigger if the component manufacturer is exporting. So if he's exporting the goods, see what is happening is earlier in the excise regime, he used to charge excise duty. Excise duty was exempt, or you could have claimed the refund. But now the business scenario remains the same. First, they will give you money to make mold. You will make the mold. He will approve the mold. Then you will make the component. So there are two independent transactions happening. Since the molds are not leaving outside India, they remain in India. You cannot claim it as exports. Effectively, effectively without those molds, I cannot make component. So there are only two ways you can do it. Either you physically move it, exports में तो वो भी possible नहीं है. So what effectively they are doing is they're saying, okay, you keep the make a single contract of sale of component. You give me an advance against the sale of component. Don't give me money, or there'll be no change in the ownership so far as the mold is concerned. ये एक बहुत बड़ा gap है automobile industry में.
The molds, the cost of absolutely, sir.
So it applies most of the consumer
cost
durable everybody.
The cost of molds gets included in the cost of component when the ultimately OEM supplier is billing to the main company. We all need to live it. So the ultimate aim here is to have the issues which are burning in the industries. That is the main aim. So when we talk about moving into place of supply of services, so section 12, section 13 gets applicable. Section 12 generally B2B When it's a B2B supply, the recipient of the location of the recipient is the place of supply. In case of a B2C supply, whatever address is available on my records, that is the place of supply. In case no address is available, then my location of the supplier is deemed to be the place of supply. Moving with these facts, I am just leaving the sections, subsections part. Directly in relation to the immovable property, the next illustration with regard to the immovable property, the immovable property states where my immovable property is situated, and in case any of the activities or the supply of services are in direct relationship with these immovable properties or real estate companies, or with regard to the accommodation, with regard to my hotel lodging, that activity. The third activity is with regard to my organizing of any of the events, marriages, cultural events, all these activities at a particular place. In all these three cases, the location, the place of supply will be the place where this immovable property has been situated. In addition to this, there is one more clause, that is D clause. Any ancillary services pertaining to ABC category shall also be included in this category, and the place of supply would be the place where my immovable property is situated. This background in mind, we are taking you to some of the case studies. What shall be the place of supply? Suppose I am giving you a conveying services. Conveyance deed कराने के लिए मैंने आपको services करी. आपने कोई प्रॉपर्टी परचेज करी HSIDC की, हरियाणा के अंदर आपने प्रॉपर्टी परचेज करी. आई एम समवन लोकेटेड इन दिल्ली. माय रिसिपिएंट जिसके नाम पे उसकी सेल डीड की रजिस्ट्री होनी है, दे आर आल्सो सिचुएटेड इन दिल्ली. आई एम प्रोवाइडिंग देम द डॉक्यूमेंटेशन सर्विसेज विद रिगार्ड टू कन्वेसिंग. अब उस केस में आपके हिसाब से CGST SGST चार्ज होगा ताकि मेरे रिसिपिएंट को ITC मिल जाएगा, या HSIDC की प्रॉपर्टी है, खरखोदा सबको पता है आज के दिन बूम पे चल रहा है, खरखोदा की कोई प्रॉपर्टी है, HSIDC की किसी ने प्रॉपर्टी खरीदी, उस प्रॉपर्टी के ऊपर प्रॉपर्टी मैंने उसको हेल्प करी हरियाणा की प्रॉपर्टी की, तो क्या मुझे IGST चार्ज करना है प्लेस ऑफ सप्लाई हरियाणा, या CGST SGST चार्ज करना है दिल्ली का? एनी व्यूज? लोकेशन ऑफ व्हाई? Any other views? So I would like any other views in case anyone have any other views.
To which this thing should be ancillary. Here I can prove if documents are there or the clear facts are there that this transaction itself is an independent transaction, and therefore it should not be seen as an ancillary to the.
I will take your point. Just give me 1 minute. When we talk about VAT, Indian GST, sorry, this has been borrowed from foreign law, New Zealand, Australian, European courts. This has been borrowed from the foreign courts. So if we talk about the European judgments with regard to the immovable property, with regard to the ancillary services, there is an explanatory note mentioned out there which specifically states two important points. One is where I am deriving any benefits from that immovable property. The immovable property becomes constitutional element of providing that services. Then it is a case where this place of supply section gets hit. Second important point. When there is any legal or physical alteration with regard to that particular property, it will be deemed that the services are provided with regard to that particular property. There is an explanatory note mentioned out there which states legal or physical alteration. Legal thing includes conveying also. So with regard to those, and the same judgment follows with regard to New Zealand laws and the Australian laws also. So if we take that into cognizance, definitely the conveying services, when we talk about, it will be chargeable to IGST, and the seamless flow of credit will be jeopardized. Another case, when we talk about an EPC contractor, I am laying my pipelines from Delhi to say Bombay, covering into many states. And if I am particularly providing services from Delhi, if I am laying pipeline, I have been awarded a contract from Delhi to Rohtak. We need to split it. We need to split it because place of supply gets hit it into two different states. That is important. So after conjuncting reading with regard to all these judgments, with regard to the sections, we have broadly identified these 5 things, which is as per the Australian GST rulings also. In case there is any change in physical characteristics of the property, that is with regard to alteration. In case there is any physical interaction with the property without changing its characteristics, for example, security services, then establishing value. I am a valuer and I'm just surveying the value property. That is the case. Then insurance management services, then the conveyancing services. All these categories definitely form part with regard to the services rendered in relation to immovable property itself, and CGST and SGST of that particular states, and IGST gets the property place supplies that particular state gets hit. Another important point, the last case, because due to density of time, this is the last case which we are taking upon. Suppose I am a chartered accountant and I am calculating for my client this same property. We all are chartered accountants out here. So we being the chartered accountant, I will just rephrase my things. We being the chartered accountant, suppose in the same transaction which we discussed earlier, for this HSIDC plot, the company is just sailed upon, उन्होंने sale transaction इसकी कर ली. As a chartered accountant, I am calculating the capital gains for this property, and I am billing it to my client in Delhi. I am in Delhi, my client is in Delhi. For this capital gain services, I am billing to my client. Whether IGST would be applicable or CGST and SGST would be applicable. That was the main crux. So ultimately, I am providing services, I am providing with regard to that property, but that does not change the title, that does not change the physical appearance of that particular property. I am just giving consultation services to my clients, and then CGST and SGST would be applicable. So with this, we definitely conclude for the day, for the afternoon, and I would like to welcome Deen Dayal ji for taking the session forward. Sir.
Patient listening. I think very interesting issues have been pointing by Tushar Pitam, by Sir. I think reverse charge, it goes untouched, unnoticed, but effectively, but if I'm into exempt services, very interesting point he raised. If I'm a hospital service, etc., unnecessary, I have to take a registration to discharge reverse charge. I mean, if you ask me what is a practice abroad, because generally hospitals, etc., are exempt across the world, but they do not ask you to take the credit and utilize it somewhere else. The international practice is if you have to discharge your reverse charge using the same credit, you can discharge it. So there is no effectively, there is no cost to them. India is the only country wherein the reverse charge credit cannot be utilized for discharging reverse charge. What they say is you file the return, whatever is your input cost, that becomes your credit for payment of reverse charge. So effectively, there is no blockage of cost when I am exempted. But in India, that's not a practice. Maybe it's a, I think we are still a toddler. We are just less than 5 years old in GST. As the law progress, probably these changes will also be come into picture. And what Tushar and Pitam pointed out, I think this is going to be an arena of litigation in times to come. Nobody notices. I don't know how many of you have ever seen whether your security service is raising an invoice based on immovable property, or whether he's simply raising an invoice on like he said, I'm a chartered accountant. He very interestingly he skipped that point of security services, because the moment he raised, there'll be we have to skip our lunches also. I think that was the whole idea. But I think you should definitely go back and see your security services invoices. There you will definitely find 5 out of 10 committing this mistake. So these are the important areas we should focus on. And thank you so much, sir, and everyone here for giving us the opportunity to share the session. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I think a lot come between you and lunch. I think already delayed. So thank you, I think, panelist. It was an excellent discussion. I am a engineer by profession. I am not a chartered accountant. So I could learn many things, because I was wondering sometimes I have to bill for professional services, IGST or SGST. Today I got it very clear that what is IGST and what is SGST, and where the taxes are to be calculated and how it is to be calculated.
And one thing I understood actually as an engineer, that why a chartered accountant is required if your GST comes into the picture. So that we have understood today. So I would like to thank actually Mr. Shivam Mehta. I think nicely conducted, excellent. I think your presentation was very nice. I could get many things from that presentation, and all other speakers, they have done an excellent job. And I will not repeat the things. Only thing, the token of remembrance, I would request Mr. Kailash Goenka, Director CSR, to give a memento to an excellent chairman of the session, Shivam Mehta ji. I'll request Mr. Sukhmeet Singh ji to come on the dais. Mr. Sukhmeet Singh ji? He's from Tourism Finance Corporation. To give a memento to Mr. Gaurav Khanna ji. Sir, आपने बहुत अच्छा बोला. I think really, in between also you given a lot of clarifications. I think it was really nice. वो कपिल तो हमारे बिल्कुल वही हीरो है. वो सबको भूख लग रही है जल्दी. फिर बाकी लोगों को भी लग रही है, तुम जल्दी आ जाओ. So I'll request Mr. Vinay Garg from PFC. Shri Vinay Garg. Anybody from PFC? Power Finance Corporation? अच्छा नहीं है. Madam Sweta. Give a moment of Mr. Rohit Vaswani.
हमारे बीच नेक्स्ट स्पीकर जो बसी चौधरी जी हैं, मैं उनका स्वागत करता हूं. बसी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आप समय पे भी आए हैं और अब नेक्स्ट सेशन आप ही. थैंक यू.
रोहित जी का प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत बढ़िया था. Really great. Now I request Mr. Ashok Kumar from ONGC Videsh to come on the dais. Give a moment of Mr. Pitam Goel. पीतम जी के प्रेजेंटेशन में काफ़ी इंटरेक्शन था. उन्होंने बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन पूछे, जवाब भी मिले इनको सही. कुछ ने बोला नहीं मैं जस्टिफाई कर सकता हूँ. वो भी हुआ. गलत जवाब है तो मैं जवाब जस्टिफाई भी कर सकता हूँ. नेक्स्ट इज मैडम दिव्या गौर फ्रॉम इंडिया पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक. गिव मोमेंट टू मिस्टर तुषार अग्रवाल. तुषार जी, आपका प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत बढ़िया था. आपका एक्सप्रेशन जो थे बहुत बढ़िया. हाँ, वेरी गुड, वेरी 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 स्मूथ. वो जो एक फ्लो में डिलीवरी था उस तरह से इनका था. So with that, I thank all of you, and I thank the audience. Actually, there's a lot of interaction. I think that is the way we should be. I think in the next another two sessions, there should be same spirit should continue. There should be interaction, and that shows that you are interested in learning things. And the panelists also feel that yes, whatever I have, I am sharing with you. That kind of feeling comes. So with this, we break for the lunch. So it will be about 45 minutes. 45 minutes. अच्छा अच्छा, अब हाँ बोल दो.
लंच जिनका फास्ट है, हम लोग कोशिश किए, नवरात्रि का भोजन है वो शायद लास्ट में लगा हुआ है, वो बता देंगे आपको. और मैं चाहूंगा कि कैलाश जी भाई साहब आए ऊपर, बसी चौधरी जी आए ग्रुप फोटो के लिए. सब कपिल लेवल साहब आइए प्लीज ग्रुप फोटो के लिए.
Participants who have taken the lunch are requested to please take the seat. We are resuming the session after 5 minutes. Hello. Welcome you all. Hope you have a good lunch. So we'll resume with our after lunch session. I will take this opportunity on behalf of CSR Research Foundation to welcome on dais Shri Vasishtha Chaudhary, IRS officer 1997 batch, Commissioner of Central Taxes and expert in tax technology domain. The sir was previously vice president with GSTN, being deeply engaged in implementation and operational support of GSTN, awarded with a certificate of merit by the World Customs Organization for Public Service Dealing Excellence. Additionally, the sir is a writer of a book and various other articles on the taxman. Now I'd like to welcome the sir on the stage. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Shri Anshu Dalmia ji, practicing chartered accountant from Aap and Company. Sir, please. So the topic of this session will be the automation under GST and the role of CFOs in the compliance. Mr. Chaudhary sir will take the topic on GST portal related changes, and Dalmia sir will discuss on the e-invoice system and the risk and obligation of directors authorized signatory under GST non-compliance. Now I would like to welcome Shri Vashish Chaudhary ji to please come on the mic.
Sorry for So, I'm Vashish Chaudhary. I'm looking after GST implementation since 2016. The moment GST migration of registration started, I had joined GSTN. And right from migrating the taxpayers from the pre-GST regime to GST regime, implementation of all the applications and the entire storms and withering of a storm I have seen and even suffered, I can say, to some extent. Today, after completion of almost 5 years, more than 4.5 years, since we are at peace and almost in a position to say that we have done our work, I am here to present you the small, you can say, the facts. I will incorporate the challenges, small challenges we have been facing while implementing GST, and what are the things we are still planning to do. So that would be the relevant part for this meeting, I thought. Despite we are open for any question. Am I audible? Okay. It's okay. It's okay. So, can I have? So these are the points just I wanted to discuss with you. GST implementation paradigms, then taxpayers assistance, what assistance we have been providing and what are ahead. It's okay, give me. It's okay. And then security governance, it's important. Just I wanted to highlight that you should feel safe in a today's scenario when information technology is prone to any kind of cases of security breaches. It's important to discuss. Then what are the recent changes and accomplishment? So to start with, we had a lot of unseen factors, and even today, those have been. I can't use the word hound, but yes, putting us in so much of adversity and pressures. One of things which I would like to mention here is the unaligned expectations. So GST was a new tax administration, a law committee, a council, and different forums were there to advise as to what would be the suitable process. And even today, we are in a process to advise for the changes and for good, not for bad, because we are evolving a process, altogether new process. First time in the history of Indian democracy, uh, state and center met together and plan to implement a new taxation systems. And because of that, there were lots of expectations. We would automate the things in a way that entire administration of the taxes will be done automatically. There will be no requirement of human interface, etc., etc. And that expectations even today is going on. Every month we receive almost more than 100 suggestions to change the things. Some are suitable, some are not suitable. Yes, we are open to the feedbacks. We always try to make the good changes for the larger public interest. But yes, that is the forum I can say here, mention कि there are lots many unaligned expectations still we are handling. And then we have what is called scopes were getting changed very frequently. So IT implementations with such a bigger change is a challenge itself. Then we were switching our priorities. Sometimes we were told, ki, okay, you implement return first. Then we are told, ki, okay, this return will not work. You please put it aside and do these things. Then you change the return. Frequently, we are getting the our priority changed. Then a stakeholder has unexperienced or so many taxpayers, even tax practitioners and lawyers, CAs, and other stakeholders, even banks, RBI, principal CCA. Nobody knew as to what is the exact process. Still we are discussing so many things. What would be the place of supply for particular supply, and what would be the type of tax we would pay or the state will levy. So those kind of problems are still going on. Inadequate system applications, you must be aware. We had started with a very minimal, you can say, the systems availability in 2017, July 2017. So these were the basic problems, and some of these problems are still going on. We are still facing some problems in implementations and law related frequent changes, accessibility controls, still government is trying to put more restrictions because of certain amount of non-compliance or evasions. Things are going on. Then there were another challenges which were basically not administrative, but say for example, several hits and misses we have been facing during these implementations. Large ecosystems, some states told that they will manage their own back office. Some states told that GSTN will manage, develop and manage their back office. The states who are managing their back office had lots many APIs to integrate for data fetching and to and fro communication systems. Then framework was IT framework was absolutely new. So we had adopted this API based open source GST platform development. IT resources were not very much aware about this architecture. So resources were very few to understand and to develop, implement. Then we had a policy to data-driven policy to take decisions, whether it's a function related decisions, it's a tax rate related decisions. So every time we generate data and put up to the policy wing or to the other governance systems to take decisions. The nature of data, nature of outcome of the data could be changed with the changes of time. So those were another challenge. We needed a very scalable. Even today we are facing problems. Sometimes all of a sudden we have to migrate huge amount of data for the particular business, and we need you can say the huge boost of the infrastructure, servers and compute and processing capacity. So these kind of challenges have been going on. In fact, multi-level security, obviously we have opted this open source for GST platform, so we need a very robust security system. So to overcome these problems, we have a project management system, business deliverables, then IT deliverables, then project management. We have been managing database, hardware, software. Then we have been managing applications, processing and network. We have been managing security, world standard security. I'll just explain you. Then disaster recovery, then common portal you work on. This it's not working. Okay, it has started. Don't worry. Okay. It's all theory. I'm just crossing one or two slides. So these are the data statistics basically. 1.35 crores taxpayers today we are handling. We had started with 64 lakhs. And then 83.56 crores return, 249 crores e-way bills, almost 8 crores invoice also we are handling per month. Then total invoice upload, and these are the data, nothing else. For taxpayers, we have provided UIX, UI, and UX. That is based on the taxpayers' consultations and feedback. And there is dedicated platform we have provided to everybody. There is synchronous, asynchronous processing. So these are the basically the good things we have been trying to provide the taxpayers, and we are open if feedbacks are received and we think it's good feedback, we immediately we plan to implement also. These are the taxpayers bonanza we have provided at the dashboard. So you can have a compliance management, you can manage your compliances. We are now giving you the gap analysis also, where are the gaps, what are compliances you have made and what are the gaps. So you can synchronize this gap with your purchase register or accounting systems. Then doorstep services we are providing. All services we are providing doorsteps. Taxpayers do not need to visit any government office. And then view download, then grievance redressal. So many services we are providing through dashboard, and still we are open for the feedbacks. These are the approach to manage our operations. So we manage unified infrastructure performance. There is automation in performance. So if infrastructure related any problem comes, server related, we immediately understand, okay, which server or which you can say hardware creating problems, immediately we cater. Then we have APMS, application performance monitoring systems, that gives us predictive monitoring indications if some problems are about to come. So 2-3 hours before we understand, and we try to cover up those, so that problems may not reach to the critical level. Then we have Kibana, we are monitoring dashboard and other performances. Other source of monitoring is the help desk, and then from social media. These are the sources we are getting the informations, and keeping our performance and operations support properly. This just shows the status we had in 2017 with 64 lakhs taxpayers, and a very few applications we had at that time. We were receiving 31.8 lakhs complaints. Today we have almost 20 times bigger systems, and 1 crore 35 lakhs taxpayers. And today we are receiving very small amount of, you can say, the 2.6 lakhs call, and 13 lakhs complaints in a year. So this is the quantum of reduction in complaint that shows the system's stability and all performance based. I am just depicted this per 1000. We had 66 complaint earlier in 2017. That is related to return filing. Today it's per 10,000.02. So quite lesser amount of complaints we are receiving today. These are basically security dynamics we have provided. I think no institution in India has given so much of robust security, and we are little apprehensive because we have implemented entire things on open platform. So open platforms are a little vulnerable. That's why we are managing a very robust security. All ISO certifications we have COVID. COVID is a combined, you can say, the initiative for all kind of security systems. And then now we have implemented integrated management system of security, which includes COVID and all these ISO certifications. So that is a combination of entire, you can say, the security systems, world-class security system we have. We are providing a variety of BI and machine learning, business intelligence and machine learning, as per the requirement of taxpayers and government, also policy making, and early warning systems we are providing. Lead-based cases we are providing. So today, in a present scenario, this is not relevant for you, but just give a small overview. In present scenario, everything is visible. It's an officer's strength as to what extent they can go for the cases. But visibility is it's a thousands times better than the pre-GST regime. Just to discuss upcoming changes, we are upgrading our capacity, processing capacity, network, everything, so that we can maintain more than 3 lakhs concurrency, and you not face any problem while filing your return. More than 24-25 lakhs concurrency per day filing we are achieving nowadays we are emphasizing on GSTR1. We are optimizing codes and doing lot of things so that GSTR1 filing concurrency may reach more than 3 lakhs, so that smooth filing may be facilitated. Then data processing layer, network, and everything we are expanding. We are expanding our redundant code. We are removing from GSTR1 because it was developed with GSTR2A, 2, 3, GSTR1A. So lots many code linkages were there with those applications, and since 1A, 2A, 2, 3, all returns were kept aside in GSTR1 had lot of disturbance because of those codes. So we have optimized code, removed all the redundant codes. And now GSTR1, we are trying to take it to more than 3 lakhs concurrency also. Because very soon government is going to decide to file GSTR1 prior to filing GSTR3B. So unless GSTR1 filing is getting smoother, it would be really difficult to implement these provisions. We are enhancing our test environment, because to achieve this more than 3 lakhs concurrency, we need huge amount of data to push into the testing environment, so that pre-implementations, the applications may be tested. Our development cycle, we are squeezing, utilizing this what is called agile framework of development. So these are basically improvement we have undertaken. Return related other important implementation is a stack. This is single one-time authentication key. To remove this OTP based filing and digital certificate, sometimes it creates problem. We are implementing a stack, and that will give you your mobile or a small machine can generate the code itself, and you can file with that code. That code would be the unique code generated through this stack systems. So this is more reliable, and this will never create any problem as you face sometimes, because many this you can say the SMS providing service providing agencies sometimes ditches us and you face problem. But these systems will never ditch you. So this stack is more reliable system we are trying to implement. HSN validation we are trying to implement in table 12. That would be AATO based, annual aggregate turnover based, so that the taxpayers who are having their turnover above 5 crores and they have to declare certain number of HSN, those kind of implementations may be handled. Negative liability under development, but obviously government decisions is pending. Then refund related IGST refunds which are pending at customs level, and they are not processing because some amount of risk assigned by the officers. Those cases, a decision has been made to bring at GST platform, send to the GST officers. Keeping in view those all risks, GST officer can inquire and take decision whether those refunds are to be sanctioned to the taxpayer or rejected. Because customs officers are not entitled to take action, reject or accept. So in that case, it's GST officers. So cases are, we will convert all those cases into RFD1 and send to the jurisdictional officer. Then some kind another kind of refunds to be filed by unregistered person, or a refund of advance. These are also in pipeline. Geocoding we have already implemented. Some part of geocoding is under development, that will be implemented. Geocoding will help taxpayers and officers both in a very large way. So a lot of you can say the use cases may be developed based on that. Auto dropping facility we have already given. I think there are some repetitions. Advanced ruling search functionality. Have somebody used this functionality? Search functionality of advanced ruling? No. Okay. Cyber security, I have already explained you. These are some amount of accomplishment I can just explain here. So free flow of goods, everybody appreciates ki okay, e-way bill, and now states are no more tariff barriers. Then uniformity across all the tax administrations. Earlier we had 17 taxes and 36 tax administrations. Now it's one. So that is one of the great, you can say, the change. Feedback based taxation policy we are implementing now. Now government is going to take all the decision based on the data driven policy decision. In fact, that would be one of the, in India, this would be one of the great, you can say, the paradigm shift in taking decisions. Seamless tax credit flow, you must be aware about. Then streamlining import and export services. We are now getting all the data from IceGate, import data, export data, even SCJ data also we are getting through IceGate, because IceGate is already integrated with SCJ. And in this budget decisions was taken to merge the SEZ online system with the IceGate, with the custom systems. So hopefully entire processing will be done at custom system itself. So that's why we took this decision to implement integration with customs only and not with the SEZ. So we are getting SEZ data also. There were certain amount of inconsistency in integration of SEZ bill of entry that has been almost done away with, and now we are integrating SEZ export also, domestic to SEZ export. One authority, one administration, then self-regulatory tax systems. You are regulating everything now. Your compliances are regulated by you. Officers are not regulating unless some inconsistency and some problems detected. The linear supply chain mechanism is managed, low cost of doing business, single platform for all statutory compliances, no human interface, dual step services. That is in true sense called green GST, isn't it? So it's a green GST, you can say. It's okay, sorry. Then there is a predictability for the business. You can predict what amount you have to pay this month, and we are predicting even revenue for the government with less than 1% difference. Today, at the beginning of the month, we tell government ki, okay, this much revenue is going to come. So such a great amount of certainty we have today. And you'll be surprised, we normally fail with the 0.5% or 1% difference, up and down. This amount of predictability we have today. Then auto revocation, auto unblocking, we are implementing. To some extent we have implemented. In some cases it has not been done. We are going to implement very soon. Entire suspension based on non-compliance, non-filing would be auto-revoked in case you are complying with it. So there would be no hindrance, no interference of the officers. We have self-help portal, taxpayer education system. We have kept it robust in case in any problem or it is not sufficient. Kindly let us know. We are open to all kind of feedbacks. Single disbursement refund 360-degree view. We are showing 360-degree view to the taxpayer also and to the officers also. Then transparency, tracking system of most of the important document. Some documents, if tracking system is not available, kindly let us know which are available. Thank you. That's
Sir, in this slide,
yes.
What is the quantum of refunds? You discussed about the index of number of registrations, GST registrations, which GSTN has, and other certain details which we just. What is the quantum of refund every year GSTN is releasing? Is there
You mean in money amount?
in money amount?
See, it's really difficult for me to say at this point of time because refunds are sanctioned at two places. RFD RFD one route at GST portal and IGST paid through customs. So including both, I'm not sure.
Because both routed through the GST.
No.
Either it is even with payment of tax, then also the return GST one if someone is
No,
claiming.
but with payment of tax, data is routed through GST, but actual payment is made by customs, and it is not that all the data routed through GST to customs are disbursed by customs.
So that's the data which I wanted to understand, that how many is the refunds application in a year in terms of quantum which are being filed, and how out of them.
See, out of total taxpayers, if you ask me a ratio, this is very few. In 5-6 lakhs almost taxpayers file refund. First of all, 2-3 lakhs 2 lakhs something taxpayers are exporter. So we have a very poor performance on export. And other taxpayers, including exports, are almost 6 lakhs who file refund applications, both IGST and without payment and other type of refunds. Almost there are 11, 12 type of refunds. So almost 6 lakhs taxpayers file refund applications. So far as quantum is concerned, this is not the right time. I can't tell you.
No problem. So because this is a very important data, because you told us the data which is particularly from the GSTN point of view, but from the assessee point of view, what is being where the refunds are being held, and there is some press release which comes usually, it talks about that this quantum of refund has been released. So I just want to understand that how much is the yearly refunds application and what is the amount. So if you are not able to answer,
number of taxpayers filing refund applications, because that is the macro level data I can remember.
Yes.
So far as micro data is concerned, I'm not able to remember.
No problem. I'll be in touch with you.
It's really, yes, no doubt.
I'll take my answer from you.
I can tell you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Please, please.
Section 51, we as a PSU are liable to deduct GST TDS on it. So while filing GST TDS return, no, there is no provision to deposit it. So we raised a ticket with the system, and they said that it is exempted. You need not to deduct any TDS, whereas there is no provision under the law itself. So my question is, what is the procedure? How do you take up the queries of the assessees? Like once ticket is generated, really it moves to someone who is expert in your team to examine the legal provisions, or what is
Two
the
things.
methodology?
Normally, we are not expected to give you any advice on legal scenario.
Yes, sir.
We are expected to remove the IT related problems, processing problems. That's why we normally do not advise give any legal advice. So better is in such cases kindly refer those cases to law committee. We know law, we implement law, but it's our protocol not to advise anything on legal.
That is fine, sir. So what we did in our case, we took up with the concerned commissionerate, who said that
Commissionerate
it is,
or to the most you can send to the policy wing. We have
that
a
is
GST policy wing.
Yes, yes. So they clarified that yes, your understanding is correct. GST TDS is applicable in this case, and you should deposit it. Kindly take up with the portal, GST portal, for necessary amendment.
Okay.
So that is still
You
not
mean ki,
resolved. Yeah.
No, just let me understand. This TDS is for the government side.
Yeah, yeah.
And they are not able to deduct
We are able to
1%
deduct
when NRTP registrations comes to provide some services.
Yeah, yeah. So we are able to deduct because it is our own system, but we are unable to deposit it with the government because there is no provision under the portal itself. When we'll put up their registration number of NRTP or casual registered taxable person, then it says that it is invalid GST registration. That's the problem.
Kindly just give me the case.
Definitely.
I'll just get it examined.
Even I can share with you the ticket number as well. I'll just get it from
I
my
don't
office.
think there is any such validations at portal, but please give me the case.
And this is the problem across ONGC locations. and other PSUs as well, I'm sure.
Okay. So after this meeting, I'll share with you my email ID.
Sure.
Please just, I'm not sharing publicly because
Yeah,
we
yeah,
are
yeah, I
already
understand.
overloaded, sorry. So please give me this case. This is really valuable for me.
Thank you so
Yes.
much. Thank you.
Or you can note down my mobile number, that is open for everybody. Send me WhatsApp.
Yeah, yeah.
987 345 2271.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
It's okay. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर। बहुत हमारे बीच वीरेंद्र सिंह मस्त जी हैं, आप मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हैं, तो हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं। और मैं रवि जी से कहूँगा, रवि सिटी जी से, कि एक मोमेंटो देकर उनका स्वागत करें। सर हमारे बीच रोनी अग्रवाल जी आ चुकी हैं, और अभी नेक्स्ट सेशन में आप देवेंद्र गुप्ता जी और रवि जी का सेशन है। उसके बाद लास्ट सेशन जो वैलिडिटी सेशन है उसमें आप एन वेंकटरमन जी हैं, अनुराग ओझा जी हैं, 2-3 लोग उसमें स्पीकर हमारे। तो मुझे लगता है कि आप लोगों को थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा नहीं लग रहा है? बताइए, सेशन में कुछ कमी हो तो बताइए प्लीज़। तो लगभग 5:30 पौने 6 बज जाएंगे हम आज, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि थोड़ा 5:30-6 तक आप रहेंगे तो अच्छा लगेगा। और मैं आशा करता हूँ कि कहीं ना कहीं आपको सीने को ही मिलेगा। तो रवि जी, आप एक बुक के स्वागत करें भाई साहब का। और एक मोमेंटो के लिए मैं चाहूँगा प्रमोद मैत्री जी ऊपर आ जाएं। आप मावा साहब, आप भी आएंगे, मोमेंटो को स्वागत करें।
Thank you, Vashisha sir, for taking the time out of your busy schedule and providing the deep insights on the GST network, which is actually the behind the key success of the GST. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Shri Anshu Dalmia ji to please come on the dais and share the words.
अंशु जी से मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि जो हमारे सीएफओ साहब हैं कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड में, या ऑथराइज सिग्नेचर ही हैं, उनके बारे में कंप्लायंस अगर नहीं करते तो क्या क्या दिक्कतें हैं, उसके लिए मैंने अंशु जी रिक्वेस्ट किया था, उन्होंने माना। मैं चाहूँगा कि एक बार हमें अपनी जो भी इन्होंने तैयार किया उस समय अवगत कराएं। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Dindayal ji. Respected members on the dais, Rohini ji, and all the members present. मेरे को जो आज टॉपिक दिया गया है, रोल ऑफ सीएफओज इन जीएसटी, तो टेक्निकल सेशन नहीं है कुछ, क्योंकि टेक्निकल आपका प्लेस ऑफ सप्लाई, आईटीसी, क्रेडिट लेंगे कि नहीं लेंगे, दैट आई विल नॉट बी डिस्कसिंग, बट what can be the role of finance professionals or CFO particularly, that I will try to discuss. I will take one practical case study recently जो भारती एयरटेल की हुई है, that will give the glimpse what can happen on our single decision. भारती एयरटेल का एक रिफंड की एप्लीकेशन of 932 CR has been rejected by the Supreme Court. Recently it has been done. 932 CR of the industry which is bleeding. You can imagine what can be the impact. I will go to the background what happened. जब जुलाई 2017 में जीएसटी आया तो उससे पहले सर्विस टैक्स था और एयरटेल का सेंट्रलाइज रजिस्ट्रेशन था। दैट मींस एवरीथिंग वाज डन फ्रॉम द सिंगल प्लेस। जुलाई 2017 से बिकॉज ऑफ द रिक्वायरमेंट दे हैड टू टेक द रजिस्ट्रेशन फ्रॉम इन ऑलमोस्ट ऑल ऑफ द स्टेट्स। दे हैड टू क्लेम द आईटीसी, उन्होंने आईटीसी अपना क्लेम किया। GSTR 2A फर्स्ट टाइम सितंबर 2018 में इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया ऑनलाइन। When the company see the GSTR 2A, they found कि हमने तो 932 करोड़ रुपए का इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट क्लेम ही नहीं किया. They have not claimed 932 CR credit, which was in GSTR 2A. Now, there were two options available with the company. Because input tax credit लेने के लिए जो 17-18 की टाइम लिमिट थी, that was till March. अगर आपने कुछ क्रेडिट छोड़ दिया था, तो you could have taken the credit in March next year तक, March 19 तक. But because of the cash flow problems, I think, because of the consultants, because of the lawyers, or the whatever the decision, instead of taking the ITC, they applied for the refund of 932 CR, which Delhi High Court approved, but Supreme Court rejected. I'm not going into technicalities. But what I'm trying to say, कि दो options company के पास available थे, कि मैं 932 करोड़ रुपए का ITC ले लूं, which was undisputed, which could have been availed at that point of time. The second option was कि मैं 932 रुपए करोड़ का refund government से ले लूं, क्योंकि obviously cash flow के point of view से ultimately that is an important aspect. But what happened? ना Airtel 932 करोड़ रुपए का इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट क्लेम कर पाई और ना ही रिफंड मिला. Somewhere I think this is the decision making which will going to impact in GST. Second example I will take, especially for the export of services, because what I have found in our case studies, there are a lot of issues in claiming export of services. What happens in export of services? Either we export without payment of taxes, or we claim the refund of input tax credit. Because it's not necessary you're claiming the input tax credit and you're getting it, tomorrow the issues will not happen. Issues will come. I will explain how. Because if something I'm claiming as export of services, तो उसके ऊपर में 18% या whatever the rate applicable, I'm not paying to the government. And I think आज के सिनेरियो में किसी भी बिजनेसेस के प्रॉफिट मार्जिन, नेट प्रॉफिट मार्जिन, अगर मैं बॉटम लाइन की बात करूं, 18% नहीं है. जीएसटी के अंदर मेरे जो असेसमेंट हैं वो 5 साल या 3 साल के अंदर हो सकते हैं. आई विल यूजिंग द वर्ड असेसमेंट, क्योंकि इसको शो कोज नोटिस होगा, ऑर्डर पास होगा सेक्शन 73 74 में. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू डिटेल. 17-18 के लिए जो एनुअल रिटर्न फाइल हुआ था उसके हिसाब से 5 साल का पीरियड 2024 या 3 साल का पीरियड 2023-25, इस तरह से इट विल बी एक्सपायरिंग. तो अगर कहीं पर कोई रिकवरी मैकेनिज्म आएगी तो 5 साल का पीरियड है, टिल 2024 इट कैन बी डन. अब एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ सर्विसेज में वन ऑफ द मेन कंडीशन, आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू ऑल 5 कंडीशंस, वन ऑफ द कंडीशन इज कि प्लेस ऑफ सप्लाई शुड बी आउट ऑफ इंडिया. अभी हम प्लेस ऑफ सप्लाई का पिछले सेशन में डिस्कशन कर रहे थे, लॉट ऑफ डिस्प्यूट्स देयर. I have not taken conscious call or I have not consulted properly कि place of supply इंडिया में है या नहीं है. You can imagine what will happen after 3 years or 4 years. If the place of supply is not falling in India, in that case, eventually जो हम export of services claim कर रहे थे वो export of services नहीं रहेगा. You will be liable to pay 18% of your transactions values plus interest. You can imagine कि आपने अगर 1 करोड़ रुपए का एक्सपोर्ट किया था तो 18 लाख रुपए की लायबिलिटी टैक्स की, प्लस इंटरेस्ट 18% मिनिमम, प्लस पेनल्टीज कैन बी देयर. आई थिंक बिजनेसेस विल नॉट बी एबल टू सर्वाइव. सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू पुश कि हम एज ए फाइनेंशियल प्रोफेशनल और एज ए सीएफओ, व्हाटएवर द डिसीजंस वी आर टेकिंग, जीएसटी के पर्सपेक्टिव से इट इज नॉट ओनली कि हम रिटर्न्स फाइल कर दिया और कॉम्प्लायंस हो गई या हमने बैलेंस शीट बना ली. बिकॉज सीएफओस का इंपॉर्टेंट रोल क्या है, ट्रेडिशनल रोल क्या है, विल से ट्रेडिशनल रोल, बुक कीपिंग, फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग एंड स्टैट्यूटरी कॉम्प्लायंस. बट आई विल ऐड वन मोर पॉइंट इनटू इट. व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग स्टैट्यूटरी कॉम्प्लायंसेस, especially with respect to GST, it can impact the existence of the business or it can lead to prosperous of the business. The two examples I have taken, export of services and basically the Bharti Airtel. So where the CFOs will play the role, because they will not be doing themselves, but they give the directions. Because what I understand, the 4 things CFOs or the leaders of the businesses do. One is the leadership function, what has to be done in the organization. Second is the control function, that is very important from the CFO's perspective. Third is the strategy, and fourth is the decision making for the basically board of directors or the top management. So when I am talking about control functions or strategy, GST compliance makes a very big role. I give you another example. There is a e-invoice applicable. Now it is for 20 CR. Initially it was, before that it was 50 CR. I have to raise the invoice. अगर मैं e-invoice नहीं बनाऊंगा, what will the consequence? एक तो penalty है, चलिए मैं 10,000, 25,000, what can be the penalty I'll be raising? But the second major consequence will be कि जिस वेंडर को मैंने अपनी इनवॉइस दी है, देनी चाहिए थी, उसको उसका क्रेडिट नहीं मिलेगा. सपोज एक सिचुएशन है जहां पर मेरे को ई इनवॉइस बनानी थी और मैंने नहीं बनाई, तो जिसको भी मैंने अपनी गुड्स या सर्विसेज दी है, he will not be able to claim the ITC, and this will not happen today. This will happen within 3 years or 5 years, because that, as Vasishji has told, department is insisting lot of AI tools, artificial intelligence tools, where they will come out कि आपके ऊपर e-invoice applicable थी या नहीं थी. Now coming to the CFO rules, let's say I have 5 branches in 5 states. That can be the business model. It can be 24 states. मेरे को ई इनवॉइस की एप्लीकेबिलिटी के लिए क्या देखना है? मेरे को ई इनवॉइस की एप्लीकेबिलिटी के लिए देखना है कि मेरा टैक्सेबल टर्नओवर 20 करोड़ रुपए है या नहीं. टैक्सेबल जीएसटी का टर्नओवर, नॉट माय प्रॉफिट लॉस टर्नओवर. मैंने देखा कि मेरा तो टर्नओवर 15 करोड़ रुपए हो रहा है. आई हैव नॉट ऑप्टेड फॉर द ई इनवॉइस, बट द कंपनी हैज नॉट डन द क्रॉस चार्ज. मैंने ब्रांचेस को, अब वो दैट कैन बी द मैटर ऑफ डिस्प्यूट कि क्रॉस चार्ज होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए, बट वेदर आई हैव गॉन इनटू दोस थिंग्स और नॉट. मेरा टर्नओवर 15 करोड़ रुपए है, कल के डेट में डिपार्टमेंट ऑडिट करता है और वो कहता है कि आपने दिल्ली से मुंबई जो सर्विसेज दी है उसका वैल्यूएशन ही 8 करोड़ रुपए है. दैट मींस आपका टर्नओवर 20 करोड़ से एक्सीड कर रहा है. ये मैं बात कर रहा हूं 21-22 की, एंड दे विल कम इन आफ्टर 3 years. व्हाट यू विल बी डूइंग एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम? बिकॉज दैट कैन बी मैटर ऑफ डिस्प्यूट कि ई इनवॉइस एप्लीकेबल होगा नहीं होगा, क्रॉस चार्ज लगेगा नहीं लगेगा. लेकिन अगर डिपार्टमेंट ये एलाइज करता है कि क्रॉस चार्ज लगना था, ई इनवॉइस 20 करोड़ से ज्यादा टर्नओवर हो गया, तो व्हाट विल बी द कॉन्सिक्वेंस? कॉन्सिक्वेंस विल बी कि आपके इस पूरे पीरियड की जो पेनल्टीज लगेगी वो तो लगेगी लगेगी. आपके वेंडर्स को जो क्रेडिट मिलना था दैट विल आल्सो बी डिसअलाउड. और उसके लिए वशिष्ठ जी ने ऑटोमेशन का बताया. अब तो आने वाले टाइम में जीएसटीआर 2 भी आपको बताएगा कि ये क्रेडिट आपको अवेलेबल है कि नहीं है. दे हैव प्रपोज्ड मेक द चेंजेस इन सेक्शन 38 इस फाइनेंस एक्ट के अंदर, बजट बिल के अंदर, कि आपके जीएसटीआर 2 में लिखा हुआ आएगा कि आपको क्रेडिट मिलना है कि नहीं मिलना. आपकी बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स की तो बात की बात अलग है. सो व्हाट द आई एम इंसिस्टिंग, आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू टेक्निकल पॉइंट्स, व्हाट आई एम इंसिस्टिंग कि जो फाइनेंस प्रोफेशनल है या सीएफओ का जो रोल है, it is not only about the bookkeeping or the statutory compliance, but they will have the major impact on the cash flows of the companies. Starting with registration, मेरे को registration लेना है कि नहीं लेना. मैंने registration नहीं लिया तो मेरे को input tax rate नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन liabilities तो हमेशा रहेगी रहेगी. That can be always done by the thing. रजिस्ट्रेशन लेने के बाद में मेरे क्लासिफिकेशंस का देखिए, डिस्प्यूट कैन बी, व्हाट आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि एवरी डिसीजन कैन बी कि जहां पे डिस्प्यूट ना हो, बट द पॉइंट इज क्या एज ए फाइनेंस हेड और एज ए सीएफओ आई हैव कंसीडर्ड ऑल दोस फैक्ट्स और नॉट. बिकॉज एट द बिगिनिंग व्हाट आई हेard फ्रॉम मेनी सीएफओज, यार ये तो जस्ट रिजीम चेंज है, टैक्स रेट चेंज है. बट बिलीव मी, उसका जो इम्प्लीकेशंस जो अब तक नहीं हमने इंप्लीमेंट किया है वो अब आना शुरू होगा, बिकॉज द ऑडिट्स derives are going in a big way. क्योंकि टाइम भी एक्सपायर हो रहा है, गवर्नमेंट को भी कलेक्शंस चाहिए, एंड दे हैव द बिग डाटा. जो 360 डिग्री अप्रोच की बात करी थी, आई थिंक इन एवरी डिपार्टमेंट, इन इनकम टैक्स लाइक एआईएस, एवरी इंफॉर्मेशन इज अवेलेबल. फ्रॉम जीएसटी एवरी इंफॉर्मेशन विल बी अवेलेबल, फ्रॉम वेयर यू हैव परचेज्ड, फ्रॉम वेयर यू, टू whom you have sold the things. So what I am trying to point out the things कि मेरे को हर पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पर, हर डिसीजन पर, हर कॉम्प्लायंस के ऊपर एज ए सीएफओ आई हैव टेक ए कॉल व्हाट हैज टू बी डन. That may be wrong or correct, but the point is whether I have taken into consideration or not. Starting with registration, starting with tax rate, starting with taxability है या नहीं है. Another last case study I will be taking because I think time is short and we are running out of time. Especially I will take for example another case study for the freight forwarding industry. आप किसी भी freight forwarder की बैलेंस शीट या प्रॉफिट लॉस को अकाउंट को देखेंगे तो उनका टर्नओवर तो होता है 100 करोड़ रुपए, लेकिन एक्चुअल टर्नओवर जो होता है वो टर्नओवर उसका 10 या 20 करोड़ रुपए होता है. रीजन बीइंग कि मेजर पोर्शन दे शो एज अ रिंबर्समेंट. रूल 33 की कॉम्प्लायंस हुई है नहीं हुई, उसका इंपैक्ट क्या होगा. कल की डेट में अगर रूल 33 की कॉम्प्लायंस नहीं हुई तो मैं टैक्स तो 5 करोड़ रुपए पर या 20 करोड़ रुपए पर पे कर रहा हूं, बट द डिपार्टमेंट में कम अप विद द डिमांड ऑन 100 CR. सो व्हाट द पॉइंट आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट कि जहां पर भी मैं स्पेशली अगर मैं बात करूं, जहां पर भी मैं टैक्स पे नहीं कर रहा हूं, या मैं एक एग्जम्पशन क्लेम कर रहा हूं, या मैं इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट क्लेम कर रहा हूं, दीज आर द पॉइंट चेकर्स जहां पर एज ए फाइनेंस प्रोफेशनल्स आई हैव टू सी कि मैं गवर्नमेंट को क्योंकि यहां रेवेन्यू नहीं दे रहा हूं, तो ऑन व्हाट बेसिस आई हैव टेकन अ डिसीजन, वो डिसीजन किस बेसिस पर लिया गया है, और उसके लिए जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशंस या एक चेकलिस्ट होनी चाहिए वेदर दैट हैज बीन डन और नॉट, और उसके लिए जो कंट्रोल मैकेनिज्म अपने हमारे सिस्टम के अंदर होना चाहिए, दैट हैज बीन डन और नॉट, दैट हैज टू बी डन इन दैट वे. जहां तक लायबिलिटीज की बात है, आई थिंक देयर इज वन सेक्शन ओनली, सेक्शन 89 ऑफ द CGST एक्ट which talks about the liability of the private companies, कि अगर कंपनी ने कोई लायबिलिटी है और पे नहीं करी है, तो उस केस में डायरेक्टर्स विल बी पर्सनली लायबल फॉर दैट पर्पस अनलेस अंटिल वो प्रूव करें कि उनकी वजह से चीज नहीं हुई, बट दैट विल बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू प्रूव. तो जहां पर CFOs, डायरेक्टर्स, क्योंकि कंपनीज एक्ट के अंदर भी डायरेक्टर CFO इज अ की मैनेजमेंट पर्सन, दे हैव रिकॉग्नाइज्ड इट. तो कल की डेट में जो भी डिफॉल्ट होगा या कुछ होगा, बिकॉज यू आर रनिंग डे टू डे ऑपरेशंस, you can be personally liable to some extent that purpose. So that was my deliberation from the point of view of the CFO's role. I have to brief down the things because time is too short for that purpose. I am very thankful to the organization for inviting me. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
थैंक यू अंशु जी. अभी हम सब टेक्निकल बात कर रहे हैं. हम अब चाह रहे हैं कि ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में जीएसटी का क्या रोल है, क्या इसका इम्पैक्ट है. तो वो हमारे बीरेन जी से मैं गुजारिश करूंगा कि वो कुछ ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में जीएसटी को किस दृष्टि से देखा जा रहा है, किस परस्पेक्टिव में देखा जा रहा है, उसके बारे में कुछ अपने संबोधन करें.
CSR रिसर्च फाउंडेशन के द्वारा आयोजित इस सम्मेलन में उपस्थित सभी भाइयों बहनों, मैं तो शर्मा जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि मैं संसद से आया तो हमको इन्होंने आदेश दिया, मैं यहाँ आ गया. मुझे यहाँ बताया गया कि आपको जीएसटी के बारे में कुछ बात कहनी है. जीएसटी जब संसद में कानून बन रहे थे तो मैं संसद में उपस्थित था. एक राष्ट्र एक टैक्स, वन नेशन वन टैक्स, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी ने ये संदेश देकर यह जीएसटी को अपने देश में स्थापित किया. बहुत से बहस इस पर बहुत दिनों से चल रहे हैं जब से ये जीएसटी लागू हुआ है. मैं आपको भरोसा दिला रहा हूं कि हमारी सरकार, हमारे देश के मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चलने वाली सरकार उद्योग के और उद्योगपतियों के और उससे संबंधित व्यवसाय के हित में जो भी निर्णय होंगे वो करती है. मैं एक सांसद के नाते मैं कह सकता हूं कि आपको मेरे द्वारा किसी सहयोग की जरूरत होगी तो मैं पूरी तरह देश के आर्थिक विकास में आप बहुत बड़े योगदान करते हैं, मैं उसके लिए तैयार हूं. आप शर्मा जी से आदेश करेंगे कि नहीं. मैं ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था और कृषि अर्थव्यवस्था के बारे में ठीक से जानता हूं क्योंकि मैं किसान हूं. जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां 2 साल से खड़ी हुई हैं देश में इस कोरोना के महामारी में, मैं समझ सकता हूं कि इस देश के आर्थिक क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले लोग भारी मात्रा में इससे प्रभावित हुए. हमारी सरकार, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि इसके बारे में चिंता कर रही है कि औद्योगिक क्षेत्र में किस तरह महामारी के काल में आर्थिक विकास बाधित हुआ और उसमें सरकार का जो भी सहयोग होगा, मैं आपको भरोसा दिलाता हूं कि सरकार उसमें सहयोग करेंगे। लेकिन मैं जिस क्षेत्र से आता हूं, कृषि का क्षेत्र, पूरे देश के औद्योगिक, दुनिया के औद्योगिक विकास में बाधा पड़ गई थी कोरोना के महामारी में, लेकिन हमारे भारत का कृषि का ही क्षेत्र ऐसा क्षेत्र है जिसका उत्पादन 47% बढ़ गया। और आज की दुनिया की जो परिस्थिति पैदा हुई, भारत के आसपास में जो परिस्थिति पैदा हुई है, आप जरूर जानते होंगे। दुनिया के सब सारी परिस्थितियों को जानने वाले लोग यहाँ बैठे, चाहे लंका हो, चाहे रसिया यूक्रेन का युद्ध हो रहा हो, चाहे आसपास के में भारी मात्रा में खाद्यान्न का अभाव दुनिया की खबर बनती जा रही है। और इस अभाव को दूर करने का एकमात्र केंद्र भारत ही बचा है। इस साल मौसम के अनुकूलता के कारण से खेती का उत्पादन बहुत बढ़ जाएगा। ये मैं आपको किसान होने के नाते जानकारी दे रहा हूं। आप इस विषय पर भी सोच सकते हैं, क्योंकि इधर के दिनों में भारत का निर्यात खाद्यान्न के क्षेत्र में, अभी हमारे वाणिज्य मंत्री दूसरे देश में है, पीयूष जी, अभी 3 दिन पहले पार्लियामेंट में उन्होंने बयान दिया था, आप लोग जरूर पढ़े होंगे, कि हमारा निर्यात बढ़ा है। निर्यात को अंग्रेजी में एक्सपोर्ट कहते हैं ना, हम लोग देहाती आदमी है, नहीं जानते भाई, बढ़ा है। आप लोग भी इस पर चिंता जरूर करना चाहिए कि हम दुनिया की जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए भारत में आज की परिस्थिति में जो भारत में स्थिति पैदा हुई है, हम उसमें क्या कर सकते हैं। दुनिया इस बात के लिए चिंतित है भाई, हम लोग सब लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, खेती का उत्पादन, कृषि के क्षेत्र का अगर उत्पादन नहीं होगा तो यहाँ कोई भी नहीं रह सकता है, चाहे रोटी हो, चाहे कपड़ा हो, चाहे मकान हो, सारा क्षेत्र खेती से आता है। और आज के दिन में दुनिया में परिस्थिति पैदा हुई है कि दुनिया में जीने के लिए लोग खाद्यान्न के अभाव में तरस रहे हैं, और उसको भारत ही पूरा कर रहा है, पूरा कर सकता है। ऐसी परिस्थितियों से भारत एक दूसरे तरह का देश है, उसकी मानवीय संवेदना भी उसके मूल में है। हम नहीं कहते हैं कि हमारे लिए अवसर है, लेकिन हम उनकी विपत्ति की आवश्यकता को पूरा करके अपने अवसर का भी लाभ ले सकते। और इस सब संबंध में मैं यहाँ बैठे हुए लोगों से प्रार्थना करूंगा कि आप लोगों को सोचना चाहिए। जीएसटी के बारे में तरह तरह की जो बहस चल रही है, किसी तरह की कठिनाई होगी तो मैं आप लोगों के सामने वित्त मंत्री को उपस्थित कराकर उस कठिनाइयों को दूर करने का, समाधान करने का आपको भरोसा दिलाता हूं और अपनी बात पूरी करता हूं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका कि आपने हम लोगों को ये आश्वासन दिया है कि जो भी हमारी समस्याएं जीएसटी रिलेटेड होंगी और जो आर्थिक विकास में जो जीएसटी में कैसे और योगदान कर सकती है या कैसे आर्थिक वृद्धि कैसे बढ़ा सकती है, उसके लिए आप इस हमारी कंपनी साथ है। मैं बहुत बहुत आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। अब मैं चाहूँगा कि अजय शंकर सिंह जी, जो ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी का किस तरह जीएसटी में हम उपयोग कर सकते हैं। अजय शंकर सिंह जी हमारे बड़े अच्छे मित्र भी हैं, हमारी संस्था से कई सालों से जुड़े हुए हैं, और मुझे कभी भी कोई टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम राइटिंग की आती है तो मैं भाई साहब से कहता हूँ, भाई साहब जी थोड़ा आप गवर्नमेंट में आपको ड्राफ्टिंग अच्छी है, तो अच्छी ड्राफ्टिंग में मुझे बहुत सहयोग करते हैं। अभी भूटान से सीधे आ रहे हैं, भूटान में आप डायरेक्टर हैं, डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस हैं, और जो अभी भारत सरकार और भूटान का एक प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है पावर का, उसमें आप डायरेक्टर हैं। अभी 2 बजे इन्होंने लैंड किया है दिल्ली में, मुझे कह रहे यार मुझे स्किप कर दो, नहीं भाई साहब आप आएंगे तो अच्छा लगेगा। तो मैं कोई बहुत ज़्यादा सामान लेते हुए आपको आमंत्रित करता हूँ, अजय शंकर सिंह जी।
मैं जानता हूँ कि लंच के बाद टफ होता है, but there's a responsibility which has been entrusted on me, so I'll definitely try to keep you awake and make it slightly interesting, though it is slightly technical topic. So before I begin, I have, very high regard for Deen Dayal ji. In fact, the moment I entered here, I asked him, how come you gain so much energy? Like almost every 15 days, you are organizing one conference, one seminar or the other. Whereas when we organize one thing, maybe in 6 months, we have the hangover for next 6 months. So it is really commendable, Deen Dayal ji. I am not mincing words. I know it is a tough job. I have handled myself. So it is really hats off to you. And definitely your team. There are people who are supporting you. Incidentally, when I came here, I was not aware that Manya Virendra Singh ji is coming here. I come from a village which comes under his parliamentary constituency. And I'm honored that, my district, though administratively I come from Gazipur, but member parliament, Balia represents my village. So he is member parliament from Balia. So at times people forget whenever we go and approach, मतदाता पे एक और चीज कि मैंने जिंदगी में टोटल 3 बार वोट दिया, उसमें से एक इनको दिया। और एक जो वोट दिया था वो बताऊंगा नहीं, क्योंकि उन्होंने वार्न कर दिया है कि मैं यूट्यूब पे हूँ। वो कॉलेज के डेज की बात है, आप लोग अंदाजा लगा सकते हो कैसा वोट हुआ होगा वो। सो यशवंत सिंह जी जो अब नहीं रहे, स्वर्गीय, मैं जोधपुर से मैंने इंजीनियरिंग किया हुआ है, तो आई हैड वोटेड हिम फ्रॉम जोधपुर। जोधपुर नहीं, ये तो मेरे साथ के ही है, मेरे ही ब्रांच से इंजीनियरिंग किया है वैष्णो जी ने। वी वर टुगेदर, 1 साल मेरे से जूनियर रहे हैं। खैर, वैष्णो जी जो हैं वो आपको इन्होंने पूरा एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एक्यूमेन और टेक्निकल डिटेल्स के बारे में बताया। मैं आपको ले चलूँगा एकदम टोटली डिफरेंट डोमेन में। व्हेन यू थिंक ऑफ जीएसटी, people have been inconvenienced because of several draconian provisions. People say that, this is not provided for, that is not provided for. Suddenly you have made so many changes. If you look at the provisions of GST and why people have been inconvenienced, the primary reason is that you don't have control over your things. You upload data. Now, once you have uploaded, you cannot make corrections. Initially, people were struggling, because you made an entry and there was by mistake. It was not a bona fide mistake. Bona fide mistake happens. But then you have to run pillar to post. And by default, system will assume that you must have done some hanky-panky. And it is not that system is wrong. There are many people who are doing hanky-panky. That is why 40,000 crore ka scam jo hua hai. So, the whole philosophy of IT and governance, IT governance in the country is based on centralized database. There will be one administrator who will be controlling the entire data. There are people who are interacting with that database. Now, that database becomes at times so overloaded that it is not able to give you proper response in time. We may have phenomenal asset. We may have beautiful, wonderful, servers, but after all, looking at the size of this country, on any day when the closing happens, you may have, wonderful systems, but I have not come across any system which will not have teething trouble on that last day or last week of financial year or quarter closing. Now, what is the remedy? I'll be touching upon that. I'll not take much of your time. I'm reassuring. Just imagine that rather than having a centralized system where you don't have say, if we have a decentralized system where rules are defined, rules are still there. It is not that rules are not there, but rules are monitored, complied by somebody who is called government. And that government is always looking at you with suspicion. कि ये तो कुछ गड़बड़ कर देगा. That is the philosophy. World over, government works with that philosophy that everybody who is working in the system may play with the figure, may tamper with the data, and that is why we have so many rules, sub rules, and clarifications in GST. Also, people jokingly say that the number of clarifications, the number of amendments which came became a laughing stock. Also, like Corona mein jaise guideline aata tha har baar. Every day people are learning and then issuing fresh guideline. So what happens if you upload a data and assume that even now what is happening? You are taking a credit and somebody is supposed to be accepting it, that yes, he has supplied to me. Now this linkage unfortunately is handled as of now through a system which is controlled by government. You are supplying, A is supplying goods to B. B should be immediately aware or he should endorse rather than system playing a role there. So blockchain technology can play a role there. If we define a node, and node means any place where data interchange happens. And it need not necessarily be a very big or centralized or fancy model. We can have small blocks which are connected to each other. It will be a resource intensive thing, no doubt. But this is the future, because if I am raising an invoice or if I am supplying, if I am charging GST, whatever I am doing, I am definitely interacting with one party, and third party is government. There may be multiple parties also. In one bill, you may be supplying or taking credit from many sources. That may also be one to many kind of possibility may also be there. But the point which I am highlighting is that if I have a system whereby if I am claiming credit, then definitely there is somebody who is endorsing it, that yes, this kind of supply has been made, or this kind of input has been provided by me, or this kind of output has been provided by me based on the person who is claiming this credit. Now, if that person is also in the loop, right the moment when this transaction happens, and this will not move ahead unless that person endorses it. And how he'll endorse? He means it may be 100, 20, 30. It is a purely democratic setup. That is how blockchain and this cryptocurrency also works. Cryptocurrency is a popular, it is almost like Bombay ka mega star jaisa hota na, wo to famous ho gaya. Technology wahi hai. But that technology is used in many other forums, and that is unfortunately not being recognized the way cryptocurrency is talked about or recognized. So what happens when a person who is in the node, he is interacting, that data will be uploaded on the system. That data will be endorsed by the opposite party or the collaborator. Assume a scenario where that collaborator says that no, he is telling a lie, and he himself may be wrong also. Now, how to handle this? Blockchain works in a democratic manner. So there will be at least 3-4 validators. Their government can have a role that, okay, they will have 3 validators or 4 validators from government side. Then and there, the transaction can be validated. Now, the moment it is validated, it becomes a clean blockchain. If there is a possibility that there is a dispute, that may happen in any business transaction. If that is the scenario, then in blockchain terminology, we call it forking. So fork will become like this, that this particular transaction is not being agreed to. Now somebody has to adjudicate. Now the person who is adjudicating, if he says that this path is right and not this one, then this will become my rule. So my contract or rule of GST will be designed as per this fork. This fork will become a obsolete or redundant thing. So that is the way blockchain can be used, and it can evolve. And believe me, we are talking of, I'm giving, with due respect to Chaudhary ji, I'm giving a figure of, I don't know how true I am, but about 1.4 lakh crore per month average transaction we are gross GST collection we are talking about. And just imagine the kind of IT expenditure which is incurred to handle this asset. Hats off to you and your team. If you look at the kind of IT expenditure incurred to manage these transactions is peanuts. You'll not come across any setup which is spending so little. And the main logic given for not introducing blockchain kind of thing is that people initially will be talking that it's too resource intensive and it will ask for too many servers and too many clients and too many nodes. But once we do, I'll urge Vasishji also. In fact, I spoke in between that maybe we can work on something to come up with a proof of concept. I'll not say pilot because pilot will be slightly long drawn process. We need to explore the possibility of making the entire GST system more democratic, where we interchange data with inbuilt validations. We have in blockchain we call contract. So whatever rules you have, that is predefined in the system. So there is no need for artificial intelligence or big data and somebody is policing, somebody is sniffing and coming to your company and finding out what kind of mistakes the person has committed. That will become a obsolete kind of thing, because from day one your peer is pointing out that you are wrong, and peer will be from same industry also. So system will work in a very, very almost like political kind of system, where if you commit anything wrong, there is another competitor who will say that he is committing wrong. So it will be a self-driven, self-motivated and self-controlled system if we adopt blockchain technology. I will urge you to ping me or get back to me. I have written a book also. In fact, it was released last year on blockchain. So if you feel interested, maybe we can have one-to-one interaction on that. But for the moment and for this gathering, I think I just wanted to ignite your mind so that we start talking about use of blockchain and only not trade in cryptocurrency and burn our fingers. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू अजय जी। अजय जी, मैं आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जो आपने पीपीटी बनाई है वो आप हमें भेज देंगे तो मैं सबको सर्कुलेट कर दूंगा, सब कंबाइन करके। और इसमें मैं कपिल जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो थोड़ा सभी का ईमेल आईडी हमारे पास होगा तो उनको सबको जो पीपीटी सबकी है हम उनको बाद में मेल पे भेज दें। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच अजय जी, चौधरी साहब, डालमिया साहब, बहुत देर वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम। और मुझे लगता है ये सेशन अच्छा रहा और आपने कुछ ना कुछ आपको वैल्यू एडिशन मिला होगा। और मैं अब चाहूँगा कि नेक्स्ट सेशन जो है रोनी जी और अपने देवेंद्र गुप्ता जी हमारे बीच में हैं। अनुराग ओझा जी आ चुके हैं क्या अभी? कोई बात नहीं, आप तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि आप लोग डाइस पे आ जाएं। और उससे पहले जो हमारे आज के जो स्पीकर हैं उनके मोमेंटो देने के लिए मैं चाहूँगा कि कपिल महानी जी आएँ डाइस पे और वो अजय शंकर सिंह जी को एक मोमेंटो देके उनका सम्मान करें। रवि जी अपनी अजय जी का आइए कपिल जी। प्रमोद जी से मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं कि वो मंच पे आए। अच्छा, ये भूटान में डिस्प्ले हो रहा है, अभी अजय जी ने बताया। तो मैं प्रमोद जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि मंच पर आकर वशिष्ठ चौधरी जी जो IRS हैं और GSTN पोर्टल में आपका बड़ा योगदान रहा है, उनको एक मोमेंटो देकर सम्मानित करें। चौधरी साहब आइए प्लीज। बीपी मावर जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आकर असू डालमिया जी का मोमेंटो से सम्मानित करें। एक ग्रुप फोटो के बाद मैं रोनी जी और देवेंद्र जी से कहूँगा मंच पाएंगे। एक ग्रुप फोटो के बाद प्लीज आप भी आ जाइए ग्रुप फोटो में साथ भी, आप भी उससे। रोहित जी प्लीज आइए, आप भी रहेंगे, और देवन जी आइए ग्रुप फोटो के लिए। उसके बाद हम नेक्स्ट सेशन शुरू करेंगे, और जो वैलिडिटी सेशन हमारे स्पीकर हैं, जैसे वो स्पीकर आते हैं उनको हम डाइस पर बुला लेंगे, ठीक है। अभी ज्यादा बलबीर जी आप आ जाइए, डॉक्टर साहब आइए एक बार प्लीज, डॉक्टर साहब एक मिनट भी आप आइए। हमारे भी पल्लवी मोहन जी और डॉक्टर मेहरा जी हैं, जो HOD हैं डेंटल के लीडिंग हार्डिंग में। कभी कभी लगता होगा कि फोटो भी आपको व्यवधान करते हैं, लेकिन क्या होता है कभी कभी हमें जो हमारे स्पीकर होते हैं उनको भी याद रखना होता है। उनको मान सम्मान नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कैसे काम बनेगा, इसलिए थोड़ा व्यवधान हुआ है। तो 4-5 मिनट व्यवधान होता है, और ये थोड़ा आपका टेक्निकल सेशन का गैप भी होता है। एक मूड को भी चाहिए ना, फूड थॉट्स फॉर फूड, तो इसलिए हम गैप देते हैं। अब मैं बिना किसी के मतलब व्यवधान के, रोहिणी जी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है, एडवोकेट भी है, और मुझे लगता है कि रोहिणी जी का परिचय देना मेरे लिए ज़्यादा मुश्किल रहेगा, क्योंकि रोहिणी जी ने इतने प्रोग्राम करे हैं। मैं कहता हूँ रोहिणी जी GST की इंसाइक्लोपीडिया है, तो मेरे इंसाइक्लोपीडिया मानते हुए रोहिणी जी को बिना किसी व्यवधान के चाहता हूँ कि आपका जो विजडम है उसको हमारे बीच शेयर करें। थैंक यू।
I will use this mic. ये मेरा वो भी लगा दीजिए। Thank you. आप सबको बहुत ही प्रेम और सम्मान भरा नमस्कार। And my gratitude to Mr. Deen Dayal ji for inviting me and for organizing such a wonderful seminar. CSR Research Foundation, the entire team, and Ashu Dalmia, Peetam ji, and yeah. And so many learned people around. I'm seeing Kapil Mahani also, and Devendra ji. Yeah, actually, it's a small world. We are, I think, all from indirect taxes majorly. Although अभी क्या हो गया है कि जब हम generally जब हम business transactions देखते हैं, तो it has to be a transaction in full. And when we talk about taxation, it is actually the entire paradigm of different taxes. लेकिन सुपर स्पेशलाइजेशन इतना हो गया है कि हम धीरे धीरे उसमें से ब्रेक करते 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 आके अपने को आइडेंटिफाई करने लग जाते हैं किसी एक छोटी सी चीज के साथ, जैसे कि हम इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस की बात करने लग जाते हैं। तो आई थिंक अभी टाइम फ्रेम मेरे को एक बार ही अंदाजा, इनिशियली मेरा टाइम 1 आवर था, अभी मेरे पास कितना है अगर मुझे बता देंगे, दैट विल हेल्प मी। 30 मिनट्स, ओके, बिकॉज नहीं नहीं नहीं, श्योर आई विल, जितना समय हम उतने में ही बात करेंगे। नहीं जी, वो तो हमारे तो वो क्या कहते हैं हिंदी में, दाढ़ भी नहीं गीली होती जब तक व्हेन यू स्टार्ट टॉकिंग। एनीवेज, वैसे भी जीएसटी अपने आप में बहुत ही ब्रॉड सब्जेक्ट है, और इट इज नॉट अबाउट द जीएसटी प्रैक्टिकली। कोई भी इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स जो है वो एक कमर्शियल टैक्स है, और कोई भी कमर्शियल टैक्स है दैट गोज अलोंग द बिजनेस ट्रांजेक्शन। यानी जब भी हम टैक्स की बात कर रहे हैं तो साथ साथ हमारे दिमाग में जो भी बिजनेस ट्रांजेक्शन है वो विजुअलाइज होती जाती है। और बिजनेस इतना ज्यादा डायनेमिक है, एवरी ट्रांजेक्शन, क्योंकि एक ट्रांजेक्शन कई तरीके से फॉर्म ले सकती है अपना। तो उसके लिए जब हम बात करते हैं टैक्स की, तो एक तो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है कि हम उसको होलिस्टिकली उस ट्रांजेक्शन को विजुअलाइज करें व्हाइल टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट ट्रांजेक्शन, तभी हम उसकी टैक्सेशन को ऑप्टिमलाइज, जो हमारा यहाँ पर पर्पज है, टैक्स तो सभी पे करते हैं, रिटर्न सभी फाइल करते हैं, 5 साल से सभी लोग जो भी लॉ है फॉलो कर रहे हैं, और 5 साल के पहले भी हम लोग सारे ही लॉ फॉलो करते थे, एक्साइज, सर्विस टैक्स, वैट। इंट्री केसेस वहां भी थी, प्रॉब्लम्स वहां भी थी, और वो हमेशा रहेंगी, बिकॉज ये इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स है विच इज बेस्ड ऑन कमर्शियल्स। जो आदमी बैठकर लॉ बना रहा है वो बिजनेस के कमर्शियल्स के डायनामिक्स को पूरे तरीके से कभी भी नहीं समझ पाएगा, हमें ये सच्चाई को स्वीकार करना होगा। सो दिस इज अ फैक्ट। नाउ द पॉइंट इज, गिवन दिस फैक्ट, अभी मैं, क्योंकि अगेन एज दीनदयाल जी सिंह, हमको आदत होती है बोलने की ना, तो मैं कोशिश करूंगी कि मैं जितना भी सिर्फ बेहद काम की बात करते हैं अपने गिवन टाइम में। मुझे टॉपिक दिया गया है कि मैं वैल्यूएशन पर बात करूं, और वैल्यूएशन मुझे लगता है जीएसटी में अ वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट टॉपिक है, लेकिन उसको सबसे कम इंपॉर्टेंस दी जाती है, क्योंकि आमतौर पर हमारा सारा जो दिमाग है वो एक तो इनफैक्ट क्लासिफिकेशन में भी नहीं लगाते हैं हम कंप्लायंसेस पर फोकस रखते हैं अपने आप को, और आजकल संबंध पर फोकस रखते हैं। तो ये 2 एरियाज हैं, और फिर हम ये जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि हमें पेनल्टी कब लगेगी। तो कमिंग बैक, एक्चुअली जो आशु जी ने जो सब्जेक्ट लिया और जो उसके बाद जिन्होंने बोला, एक बहुत ही प्रैक्टिकल सी बात है कि जो तो लॉ है वो गिवन है, उस लॉ को हमें अप्लाई करना ही करना है। तो अब सवाल ये कि व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग टुडे और हमारे पास आधा घंटा है, तो हम किस वैल्यू एडिशन की तरफ देख रहे हैं, जो कि आधे घंटे के बाद एटलीस्ट वी शुड कैरी वन थिंग विद अस एज अ वैल्यू एडिशन टू आवर एवरीडे प्रैक्टिस ऑफ द लॉ। तो फोकस अपना वहां पर है। तो जब हम वैल्यू की बात करते हैं, वैल्यू क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है हम सबको पता है, क्योंकि मेरा तो रेट जो अप्लाई होना है वो वैल्यू पर ही अप्लाई होना है। जितनी ज्यादा वैल्यू मुझे उतना ज्यादा टैक्स देना पड़ेगा। तो अब वैल्यू तो आप कम कर नहीं सकते ना। नॉर्मल अगर मैं बात करूं किसी भी ट्रांजैक्शन की वैल्यू को आप कैसे कम कर दोगे? लेकिन हम लोग क्या गलतियां करते हैं वाइल वी मेक आवर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन। जो हमारा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है और जो हमारी अकाउंटिंग है वो हमारे लिए जीएसटी लॉ में उसको ठीक से कंप्लाई करने के लिए बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। क्योंकि अभी क्या हुआ है, जो एक चीज, जो एक सवाल में मन में आता है कि भाई सडनली जीएसटी के आने से लोग इतने ज्यादा परेशान हो गए, जबकि ये इससे तो कई मल्टीपल परेशान लॉ पहले थे। लेकिन ऐसा क्या हुआ अचानक? व्हाट वाज दैट शिफ्ट विच मेड मी ट्रबल्ड? वो शिफ्ट ये हुआ कि अब मेरे पास ऑनलाइन के प्रोसीजर के सिवाय कोई चारा ही नहीं रह गया। पहले क्या होता था, मेरे पास हाइब्रिड प्रोसीजर चलता था, कुछ ऑफलाइन कुछ ऑनलाइन, और जो भी हम अकाउंटिंग करते थे हम खपा लेते थे, और हमें आदत है नहीं ढंग से अकाउंटिंग करने की। मानते हैं सब? कितने हम 90% लोग अपना वर्क बैक करके लास्ट में टैली में बुक्स बनाते हैं। और अभी क्या होता है, जो एक परेशानी सबसे पहले कहाँ आई, क्योंकि मैं वैल्यू पर बोल रही हूँ, आई विल टॉक ऑन क्रेडिट नोट्स। क्रेडिट नोट्स ऐसा लगा मुझे कि जैसे जीएसटी आने के बाद ये नया कॉन्सेप्ट आया दुनिया में क्रेडिट नोट नाम का। उसके पहले कभी किसी ने क्रेडिट नोट इशू ही नहीं किया, जबकि बिजनेस में तो ये नॉर्मल है। आपने बिल इशू किया, आपका बिल 100 रुपए का बिल 90 रुपए में सेटल हुआ, लेकिन कभी किसी ने वो डॉक्यूमेंट क्रेडिट नोट नाम का बनाया नहीं, एंट्री मार दी बस लेजर में। तो द सी कहां पर गैप्स चल रहे हैं हमारे, कि अगर मेरी जो अकाउंटिंग ट्रांजैक्शन है उस ट्रांजैक्शन का हर स्टेप जब भी मैं लेजर में एंट्री कर रहा हूं, इफ इट इज बैक्ड बाय अ डॉक्यूमेंट, तो मेरी आधी से ज्यादा आप देखेंगे आपको फॉर्म 9 भरना आसान, आपको 3B भरना आसान, आपका GST-R1 भरना आसान, कुछ मिसमैच नहीं होगा। The main reason of my mismatch is the absence of the corresponding document. Anyways, वहां से हम वापस आते हैं। मेरा जो फर्स्ट आइटम मुझे लेना था दैट वाज स्लम्प सेल, कि वैल्यूएशन पर्सपेक्टिव इन स्लम्प सेल। तो इसमें एक वेरी क्विकली, स्लम्प सेल नाम का कोई शब्द पूरे जीएसटी लॉ में नहीं है। जीएसटी लॉ में स्लम्प सेल का, लेकिन बिजनेसेस तो बिकते हैं पूरा का पूरा। जब हम बिजनेस एज ए गोइंग कंसर्न सेल करते हैं तो दैट इज कॉल्ड स्लम्प सेल, अगर मैं कोलोक्वियली बोलूं तो। स्लम्प सेल की डेफिनेशन के लिए वेयर डू आई गो? आई गो टू इनकम टैक्स लॉ, क्योंकि मेरे लॉ में तो है नहीं। इनकम टैक्स लॉ कहता है कि जब भी मैं अपना पूरा बिजनेस बेचता हूं या फिर पार्ट ऑफ माय यूनिट बेचता हूं, जो कि यूनिट पूरा एक इंडिपेंडेंट बिजनेस कर रही है, तो तभी भी वो मेरा स्लम्प सेल कहलाता है। अब मेरे लिए क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है कि भाई जब मैं स्लम्प सेल करूंगा तो मेरा इसकी वैल्यू के ऊपर जीएसटी लगेगा कि नहीं लगेगा, और कितनी वैल्यू पे लगेगा, दैट इज द क्वेश्चन। नाउ अगर हम लॉ को, सबसे पहला सवाल जीएसटी में आता है कि भाई ये सप्लाई है कि नहीं है, इसके ऊपर ज्यादा नहीं जाता, ये सप्लाई है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। क्योंकि लोग कहते हैं कि ये सप्लाई क्यों नहीं हो सकती, बिकॉज इट इज नॉट इन द कोर्स और फर्दरेंस ऑफ बिजनेस। आप तो मैं अपना सारा बिजनेस बेच रहा हूं तो इट इज नॉट इन द कोर्स और फर्दरेंस ऑफ बिजनेस। लेकिन जो बिजनेस की डेफिनेशन है, ये तो वो बिजनेस है जो हम नॉर्मली समझते हैं बिजनेस का मीनिंग, पर जीएसटी लॉ में जो बिजनेस का मीनिंग है दैट इज ट्रू इवन फॉर एन इंडिविजुअल ट्रांजेक्शन। तो दैट मीन्स हम उस झगड़े में नहीं जाते हैं, इस पे कोई डाउट नहीं है, दिस इज अ सप्लाई। वन सेकेंड क्वेश्चन, वेदर दिस इज अ सप्लाई ऑफ गुड्स और सर्विस, क्योंकि जब मुझे वो पता होगा तभी तो मैं देखूंगा कि मैं कौन सी क्लासिफिकेशन में फॉल कर रहा हूं और मुझे क्या रेट लगेगा। तो अब क्या होगा, जब आप बिजनेस बेच रहे हैं उसमें कुछ गुड्स होंगी, बेसिकली, और बाकी क्या होगा, आपके कस्टमर्स होंगे, आपके गुडविल होगी, कुछ राइट्स होंगे, कुछ लायबिलिटीज भी होंगी, ऐसे ही होगा उसका कॉन्फ़िगरेशन। तो अब ये इसको क्या कहें, तो इन्होंने शेड्यूल 2 जो हमारा है, शेड्यूल 2 का इतना ही काम है सिर्फ, जो कि मैं एक्चुअली नहीं जा रही हूँ स्लाइड्स पे बिकॉज उससे टाइम लग जाएगा। शेड्यूल 2 का क्या काम है, बड़ा लिमिटेड काम है। शेड्यूल 2 उनका काम ये बताना नहीं है कि वेदर दिस इज अ सप्लाई और नॉट। शेड्यूल 2 का काम ये बताना है कि ये स्पेसिफिक ट्रांजैक्शन गुड्स की सप्लाई मानी जाएगी या सर्विस की। तो शेड्यूल 2 हमारा क्या कहता है इस बारे में, बिकॉज दिस इज जनरली इंटरप्रेटेड रॉन्गली। शेड्यूल 2 कहता है कि जब भी स्लम्प सेल के केस में अगर मैं सारी चीजों के अंदर मेरी गुड्स भी ट्रांसफर कर रही हूं, दैट शैल नॉट बी डीम्ड एज सप्लाई ऑफ गुड्स। इतना कहता है, बाकी के हिस्से की बात नहीं करता वो सिर्फ इतना कहता है कि जो मेरी गुड्स बिकी ड्यूरिंग माई स्लम्प सेल, दे वर नॉट बी ट्रीटेड एज सप्लाई ऑफ गुड्स। इतना। Now I go to my definition of service which says anything other than goods is service. So that means कि उस सप्लाई को मैं सर्विस बोल दूं। अभी मैं अगेन इसकी लीगैलिटी पर नहीं जा रही हूँ क्योंकि वहां बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं, हम वैल्यू की बात करेंगे। अब इसकी वैल्यू पर कैसे डिसाइड होगी वैल्यू, ये सब हो गया, ठीक है। हमने सोचा जो भी मैं स्लम सेल कर रहा हूँ दैट इज द सेल ऑफ सर्विस, मान लिया। अब जो मेरा वैल्यू है दैट इज, उसके तो छोटे से थोड़े से प्रोविजन है पूरे जीएसटी लॉ में। एक सेक्शन 15 है और एक कुछ रूल हैं जो 27 से लेकर 35 तक, बस। इसके अलावा वैल्यूएशन पर पूरे लॉ में कुछ ना है। अब जो सेक्शन 15 है वो क्या कहता है, मेरी वैल्यू क्या है, ट्रांजैक्शन वैल्यू कब है, जब मनी सोल कंसिडरेशन हो और दूसरा जब रिलेटेड पार्टी ना हो। तो मैंने मान लिया कि अगर मैं स्लम्प सेल कर रहा हूं, सपोज समबडी सोल्ड हिज कंपनी फॉर 120 करोड़ रुपीस, तो 120 करोड़ रुपया उस समय पर ट्रांजैक्शन वैल्यू हो गया, कोई डाउट ही नहीं है। अब इसकी वैल्यूएशन पे तो कोई इशू नहीं आया मेरे को, दिस इज द वैल्यू। लेकिन अगर वो रिलेटेड पार्टी को बिक रही है कंपनी, तो उस वाले केस में मैं ले आऊंगी रूल 28, और अगर मान लो उसके अंदर कोई नॉन मॉनिटरी कंसिडरेशन भी मिल रहा है तो हम रूल 27 ले आएंगे। अब मैं इन दोनों रूल्स को जब लाती हूँ, सबको आई थिंक ब्रॉडली वो रूल्स पता है, उन रूल्स को हार्मोनाइज किया जा सकता है क्योंकि ये सिचुएशन कंबाइंड भी हो सकती है, ये भी हो सकता है कि नॉन मॉनिटरी भी हो रही है और रिलेटेड पार्टी भी हो रहा हो। तो क्या है, सबसे पहला ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू। स्लम्प सेल के केस में ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू बहुत मुश्किल है क्योंकि ऐसी चीज तो है नहीं जो रोज बिक रही हो और जिसकी आप ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू ले आए कहीं से निकाल के। ये एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट है विच आई वांट टू टेक अदरवाइज आल्सो, क्योंकि ऐसे बहुत सारे सिनेरियोज हैं जहां पर मुझे ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू चाहिए। अब आप प्रैक्टिकल ये बताओ अकाउंटिंग में कि मैं ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू लाऊंगा कहां से। अगर सोनी का टीवी है तो मैं ले आऊंगा, लेकिन अगर मैं अपनी कोई सर्विस बेच रहा हूं, अगर मान लो एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट रिटर्न फाइल करता है किसी की, तो उस रिटर्न फाइलिंग के पैसे नहीं लेता। अब वो उसकी कोई ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू बता सकता है, बिकॉज वो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट तो 50 लोगों की रिटर्न फाइल करता होगा। अब उसका जो पड़ोसी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट रिटर्न फाइल करता है और वो जितने पैसे लेता है, दैट कैन नॉट बी ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू फॉर दिस पर्सन। और जो ये वाला चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट भी है, ये तो शक्ल देख के पैसे लेता है, होता है ना ऐसे। तो यू कांट से दैट यू नो कि मेरे पास इसकी कोई ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू है। तो देयर आर थिंग्स जिसकी ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू नहीं है, चलिए आगे चलते हैं। लेकिन अगर आपको लेनी है, मान लो, बिकॉज आप ये देखेंगे, ये दिस इज अ वेरी वैल्यू एडिशन पॉइंट। हम इसमें चलते चलते आगे कि सर्विसेज ऑफ लाइक काइंड ऑफ क्वालिटी या गुड्स ऑफ लाइक काइंड ऑफ क्वालिटी, आप देखेंगे उसका भी, उसमें भी बड़े सारे डाउट्स पैदा हो जाएंगे कि मैं इसको ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू या सिमिलर चीज की वैल्यू बोलूं कि ना बोलूं। फिर बाद में लॉ कहता है अगर वो सब नहीं मिल रहा है तो आप इसकी कॉस्ट ले लीजिए, एक्विजिशन कॉस्ट। अब वो सिर्फ कॉस्ट भी आप गुड्स के केस में तो ले सकते हैं, सर्विसेज के केस में कहां से लाएंगे। सर्विसेज के केस में लॉ कहता है इफ इट इज सर्विस यू कैन स्किप दिस रूल। तो यानी लास्ट में रूल 31 आता है जिसमें मुझे वैल्यू करना है, जिसका नाम मैंने रखा हुआ है लौट के बुद्धू घर को आए। बिकॉज रूल 31 कहता है दैट इट हैज टू बी अ रीजनेबल वैल्यू विच इज अगेन अ ट्रांजैक्शन वैल्यू। सो द पॉइंट इज व्हेन आई कम टू वैल्यू, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली, अब इसके ये तो हो गया लॉ। अब सवाल है प्रैक्टिकली मुझे कहां प्रॉब्लम आती है वैल्यू में। प्रैक्टिकली यहां आती है कि अब ट्रांजैक्शन वैल्यू आपको पता है, जब आप लगाने बैठोगे डिपार्टमेंट वाला डाउट करेगा आपकी वैल्यू को, आप कुछ भी बेसिस ले लो। तो उस केस के अंदर मुझे अगर किन्हीं चीजों की मतलब द बेसिस ऑन विच आई हैव अराइव्ड माय वैल्यू, अगर आपको किन्हीं चीजों की ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू लेनी है, तो आप एक नॉर्मल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट क्या सोचेगा, कैसे लेंगे हम ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू। वी विल टेक 2-3 quotes from 2-3 persons at the same time, and we all know this is very easy for us. Yeah. So that is one kind of a thing which we may make use of. लेकिन अगेन अब जब मैं स्लम्प सेल की डेफिनेशन पर आती हूँ, एक चीज जो हमें बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान रखनी है वैल्यू के पर्सपेक्टिव से, वो ये कहती है कि इसकी एक टोटल वैल्यू होनी चाहिए। आप अपनी गुड्स और सर्विसेज वाइज या जो भी आप राइट्स बेच रहे हैं उसकी वैल्यू अलग अलग नहीं होनी चाहिए व्हेन यू आर मेकिंग द स्लम्प सेल, नहीं तो वो उसको स्लम्प सेल नहीं मानेंगे। तो ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है वैल्यूएशन के पर्सपेक्टिव से व्हेन यू मेक योर डॉक्यूमेंट। लेकिन इसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि अगर आपको किसी चीज की वैल्यू डिटरमिन करनी पड़ गई फॉर सम अदर पर्पस, जैसे कि आप एक फैक्ट्री बेच रहे हैं, बिजनेस में फैक्ट्री भी है साथ में, और उसकी लैंड को वैल्यू करना पड़ गया फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ पेइंग स्टैम्प ड्यूटी, उस वाले सिचुएशन के अंदर वो आप कर सकते हो। बट व्हेन यू आर सेलिंग योर बिजनेस, उसमें जब आपने प्राइस दिया है, दैट शुड नॉट बी मेंशन आइटम वाइज, because the moment you mention it item wise you are gone. एक और बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग प्रैक्टिकल लाइफ एस्पेक्ट बताती हूँ। इट वाज अ पीएसयू वेयर दे वर हाइविंग ऑफ वन सेगमेंट ऑफ द दिस पीएसयू, और उसकी पूरी बातचीत सारे कंसल्टेंट्स, लीगल वाला, एसबीआई कैप्स, डायरेक्ट टैक्स पीपल, एंड वी वर इन्वॉल्व। एंड वेरी इंटरेस्टिंगली जब चीजें एडवांस स्टेज पर पहुंच गई तो पता चला, मैंने एक सिंपल सवाल पूछा कि भैया इसके अंदर, जब आप ये कह रहे हो मेरा ये यूनिट है, दैट यूनिट वाज इन गुजरात एंड रेस्ट ऑफ द हेड ऑफिस वाज इन मध्य प्रदेश, तो जब आप ये यूनिट बेच रहे हो तो आप ये बताओ क्या आप इसकी बैलेंस शीट अलग बनाते हो? दिस इज नो। तो क्या इसकी जो एसेट्स और लायबिलिटीज हैं इस यूनिट की, जो आप कह रहे हो मेरे पूरे बिजनेस के अंदर से मैं ये वाला यूनिट बेच रहा हूं फॉर स्लम्प सेल, व्हाट इज द बेसिस? आप कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करोगे कि वो कौन सी एसेट्स हैं और कौन कौन सी लायबिलिटीज हैं या कौन कौन सी और आइटम है विच आर पर्टेनिंग टू दिस पर्टिकुलर यूनिट ऑफ द बिजनेस? तो माने जो अकाउंटिंग की एस्पेक्ट है, जब आप कोई भी स्लम्प सेल कर रहे हो, पूरा बिजनेस कर रहे हो तो कोई टेंशन नहीं है, बट इफ यू आर सेइंग दैट आई एम मेकिंग अ स्लम्प सेल फॉर अ यूनिट आउट ऑफ माय एंटायर बिजनेस, उसके लिए आपको बहुत सारी बैकअप वर्किंग की जरूरत है। Otherwise, you may have that situation where they may not call it a slump sale at all. और अगर वो नहीं होगा तो हमें पता है, हमें चाहे वो इनकम टैक्स हो या जीएसटी हो, because जीएसटी में this is exempt. If you sell your business as a going concern, it is considered as a service and it is nil rated, in fact, under section 11. So I think this is all about slump sale. अब हम अगले टॉपिक पर अपना चलते हैं। अगला टॉपिक है लिटिगेटिव इश्यूज अंडर जीएसटी, एंड जो ऑडिट वाले ऑब्जर्व करते हैं। इनफैक्ट इफ एनी ऑफ यू वांट टू टेल व्हाट इज द pricking issue of valuation, we can talk on that, otherwise I will take it myself. If I talk about litigative issue, मुझे एक एरिया लगता है इंसेंटिव, डिस्काउंट एंड इंसेंटिव, दैट इज वन एरिया जहां पर लिटिगेशन होता है। एक बड़ा ही कॉमन एग्जांपल, डीलर, ही सेल्स योर गुड्स और आप उसको साल के एंड में सिंगापुर की टिकट दे देते हो, जाओ फैमिली के साथ घुमाओ। तो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग हियर? क्या इसके ऊपर कोई देता है टैक्स? Have you ever seen? And this is a very common transaction. ऐसा नहीं है कि, I think many of you might have come across similar type of transaction where we give incentive to our customers or distributors in non-monetary form. Even if you give it in monetary form, ये भी होता है कि आप monetary form में आपने दे दिया। तो अगर तो आपने इस फॉर्मेट में दिया तो आपको in any case this is your expenditure and it is his income, he has to show it as an income. इस जो मॉनिटाइज, ये जो नॉन मॉनिटरी फॉर्म में उसको स्टिकी टिकट्स की जो भी वैल्यूएशन कर करके उसको ही हैज टू शो इट एज एन इनकम, उसमें आप इसको डिस्काउंट नहीं ला सकते। अगर आप इसको ये कहो कि एक तरीके से मेरी तो परचेज वैल्यू कम हो गई, भाई जनरली लोग ये आर्ग्यूमेंट लेके आते हैं, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि अगर मैंने कुछ परचेज वैल्यू में से घटा दिया तो मेरे को मजे आ जाएंगे, आई विल नॉट बी पेइंग जीएसटी ऑन दैट। लेकिन अगर वो अलग से इनकम जाके बुक हो गया तो फिर यहाँ तो पूरा टैक्स देना ही है और वहां पर भी टैक्स है। तो ये जो चीज है इसके अंदर मेरा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन बहुत मैटर करता है। सिंगापुर के टिकट का हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन अगर वो मॉनिटरी फॉर्म में है देन वी नीड टू डिजाइन अवर डॉक्यूमेंट इन सच ए मैनर, जब हम अग्रीमेंट बनाएंगे कि आप उसको क्या कॉल करेंगे। मे बी you can actually do it as a reduction in the price for the further sales, because usually ये लोग continuity में आपके लिए काम कर रहे होते हैं। तो I think those kind of things one need to think of. So the moral of the story is, from the perspective of valuation and good planning also, designing a document is the most important aspect. जिस समय पर आप agreement बना रहे हैं अपना, वो समय है टैक्स की प्लानिंग करने का। पोस्टमार्टम में कुछ नहीं होगा। डिपार्टमेंट वाला मांगता है आपसे पेपर, एक चिट्ठी लिख के, आप खुशी खुशी कूद कूद के सारे डॉक्यूमेंट सबसे पहले जाके दे आते हैं और सबसे पहले एग्रीमेंट देके आते हैं विदाउट थिंकिंग। बिकॉज वंस, एक सबसे पहली बात, वी एज इंडियंस, यू नो, वी आर नॉट वेरी सीरियस अबाउट आवर वर्ड्स। हम कुछ भी शब्द इस्तेमाल कर लेते हैं कुछ भी बोलने के लिए और सामने वाला भी समझ जाता है हम क्या कह रहे हैं, बिकॉज वी आर अ वेरी इनफॉर्मल काइंड ऑफ कम्युनिटी एंड सिमिलर इनफॉर्मल वर्ड्स वी राइट इन आवर अग्रीमेंट्स। जैसे आपको पढ़ के पता ही नहीं चलेगा ये स्पॉन्सरशिप है या बिजनेस प्रमोशन है। स्पॉन्सरशिप सुंदर लगता है उन्हें ना, तो जहां भी यूज करना है स्पॉन्सरशिप कर देते हैं। सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अभी मैं आपको एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग, पीएसयूज में आई थिंक ये बहुत कॉमन है, आप अग्रीमेंट के अंदर जो क्लॉजेस बनाते हैं, पेनल्टी क्लॉज। पेनल्टी क्लॉज क्या, कि भाई मैंने इंपोर्ट किया, आपसे सामान इंपोर्ट किया, अगर मेरे को एक्स डेट को सामान मिलना चाहिए, अगर मेरे को देर हो गई सामान मिलने में, तो फिर मैं आपको पेनल्टी चार्ज करूंगा या इंटरेस्ट। अब ये जो पेनल्टी और इंटरेस्ट है देर से सामान मिलने की, यू कैन मेक इट एज अ प्राइस रिडक्शन क्लॉज ऑल्सो और यू कैन मेक इट एज अ पेनल्टी क्लॉज ऑल्सो। द मोमेंट, इसका रिजल्ट एक ही है, क्योंकि अलग से कोई नहीं देता आपको पेनल्टी, प्रैक्टिकली यू पे हिम लेसर प्राइस। और आप इसकी एंट्री अपनी बुक्स में कैसे करते हैं, दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। So when we are talking about the tax, it is not only about the clause in the agreement, it is about every place that transaction has left its fingerprints, including your ledger, including your voucher, that matters. Plus, ऐसे नहीं है कि सिंपली आपने पेनल्टी को प्राइस रिडक्शन बोल दिया और जिंदगी आसान हो गई। We need to be little more creative also. We need to say that why I will be reducing price in case there is a delay, how I will be getting affected, so I will not pay this much price for that. So again, the next idea is, yes, हमारे जो शब्द हैं, according to the law, I need to regulate my words to, मेरे को उसके लिए स्टोरी बिल्ड करना है वो देने के लिए। और this is one thing. Other, yes, yeah, sure. You should see, that is where I'm coming from. I got your point. उसकी इनकम खाली इनकम थी, इट इज आपने उसको क्यों दिया इंसेंटिव, बिकॉज ही वाज डूइंग योर बिजनेस, ही हैज डन good,
because he's achieved certain levels of sales.
नहीं, when he has achieved certain level, so something good has happened to you na, that is why you have given him ticket. That means your business got promoted.
Yes.
So that means whatever consideration you have given him is for your business promotion.
It's not a consideration, it's my expenditure to promote my business.
उसके लिए कंसिडरेशन है ना, आपकी तो बिजनेस प्रमोशन एक्सपेंडिचर हो गई, बट बिजनेस प्रमोशन एक्सपेंडिचर तो आप तब डालोगे ना जब वो कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग अपनी इनकम डालेगा।
नहीं, वो क्यों डालेगा इनकम?
उसकी तो इनकम है, उसको तो मिला ना सिंगापुर का टिकट। अगर वो सिंगापुर का टिकट नहीं देता, वो बोलता है ठीक है आप ये 4 लाख रुपए लो, आप इससे सिंगापुर घूम के आओ।
I'm not giving a monetary benefit, I'm just giving, so he has no choice. I'm not giving him any choice कि you
even if you don't give,
or you take a ticket.
yes, even
So
if you don't give him choice, my law also doesn't give me a choice. Law says whether consideration is monetary or it is non-monetary, it is a consideration, right? तो अब सिर्फ कैश देने से और टिकट, ये तो मैंने इसलिए एग्जांपल लिया बिकॉज दिस नॉर्मली हैपेंस। द पॉइंट व्हिच आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक हियर इज दैट कि क्योंकि ये काइंड फॉर्म में आ रहा है तो हम ये भूल जाते हैं, हमें लगता है इसकी जरूरत नहीं है करने की। व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग यू इज, आपको इसका इनपुट क्रेडिट चाहिए ना, इनफैक्ट
चाहिए, I don't take.
सी द पॉइंट इज, आपको नहीं चाहिए तो बहुत ही अच्छी बात है, मत लेना, लेकिन एंट्री करना पड़ेगी। एंड दिस इज गुड फॉर यू एज वेल, दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, एंड दिस इज गुड फॉर डीलर एज वेल। सिर्फ आप एक बार ही बैठ करके, बिकॉज अभी टाइम कम है, आप इसको ना चॉक आउट करना, पेपर पे लिखना इस ट्रांजेक्शन को कि अगर मैं, मेरे पास से तो पैसे गए हैं ना, बिकॉज आई हैव बॉट टिकट फॉर हिम, तो मैंने तो पैसे दिए और उस पर जीएसटी भी पे किया इनफैक्ट, एंड देन आई हैव गिवन इट टू हिम व्हिच ही हैज यूज्ड। तो अगर वो भी इस ट्रांजेक्शन को बुक करेगा वैल्यू करके, और अगर आप भी अपना एक्सपेंस इसको बुक करोगे उस तरीके का, तो बोथ विल बी बेनिफिटेड। The only thing is I need to make an entry in my, और ये तो चलो मैंने बहुत ही रेगुलर एग्जाम्पल दिया, आपको एक और रियल लाइफ एग्जाम्पल देती हूँ। वहाँ क्या हो रहा था, एक इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी देती है कोल को प्यूरिफाई करने के लिए दूसरे बंदे को, वॉशिंग ऑफ कोल। अब वॉशिंग ऑफ कोल में क्या होता है कि जब वो कोल को वॉश करते हैं तो 20% कोल जो है वो खराब निकलता है, विच इज कॉल्ड रिजेक्टेड कोल। वो 80% प्योरीफाई करके उनको वापस कर देते हैं। तो वो जॉब वर्क कर रहा है प्रैक्टिकली फॉर दी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी, क्योंकि कोल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी खरीद के बेचती है। इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी क्या करती है, उसे वो जो 20% वाला कोल है ना वो वापस ही नहीं लेती, और वो रिजेक्टेड कोल मार्केट में बिकता है बड़े अच्छे प्राइस पे। अब बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग सिनेरियो है, अब जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी ने उसको पैसे दिए, they were very less in comparison to the value of coal which he has sold in the market. In fact, वो कंपनी चली इसलिए रही है because he is getting consideration in two parts, one in kind and one in cash. अभी क्या हो रहा था कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी वो रिकॉर्ड नहीं कर रही। इनिशियली ये प्रॉब्लम आई जब जीएसटी लॉ आया, क्योंकि कोल माइन से आता है और उसके ऊपर सेस लगता था जीएसटी वाला, और वो सेस सिर्फ तभी लगता था कोल माइन से निकलने वक्त, मतलब वो इनफैक्ट उसका इनपुट क्रेडिट नहीं मिलता था आगे उनको बिना चेन के। एनीवेज, तो सीन उसमें ये हुआ कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी वाज नॉट रिकॉर्डिंग कि उसने रिजेक्टेड कोल दिया है, वो तो सिंपली कहता था मेरे को तो 80 यूनिट कोल की मिली है और मैंने तो 80 यूनिट के लिए उसको इतने पैसे दिए हैं, तो मेरी उसकी बॉटम लाइन टॉप लाइन किसी पर कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा, और इनफैक्ट वो पूरी ट्रांजेक्शन डाल देगा तब भी नहीं पड़ेगा मैथमेटिकली, क्योंकि उसको सिर्फ क्या करना है, पैसे तो उतने ही गए हैं। लेकिन उससे क्या हुआ, और वो वाला बंदा दिखा रहा था अपनी बुक्स में, क्योंकि इट वाज अ मेजर इनकम, उसको वैल्यू करके दिखाता था, तो उससे क्या हुआ कि उसको वो जो बीच का जो सेस था उसका आईटीसी नहीं मिला, बिकॉज उसकी चेन ही नहीं बन रही थी, वहां से उसकी चेन ब्रेक हो गई। तो दिस इज जस्ट, आप इसको एक बार इस ट्रांजेक्शन को ठंडे दिमाग से बैठ करके पेपर पे राइट करके देखना, यू विल फाइंड एनी नॉन मॉनिटरी ट्रांजेक्शन which is happening around actually is a part of your business. So one, if I monetize it and bring its entry into my books of account, then how it is going to help you in the business, और आपको आगे के audits और इन सब चीजों से ये बचाएगी। Yeah.
Something has come into the income tax in this budget, where freebies and perquisites are required. So, for the indirect tax payers and even for the GST authorities, that can become a source of information to tax in the hands of recipients, the perquisites or gift, which otherwise was not
coming into पता actually एक और बड़ा अच्छा aspect है, हम जब अकाउंटिंग, वेरी थैंक यू कपिल जी हैज गिवन अ वेरी गुड पॉइंट। एक एस्पेक्ट ये कि हम लोग जब अकाउंटिंग करते हैं ना, हमारा दिमाग इतना चलता है, हम ये देखते हैं यार ये पकड़ में तो आएगा नहीं डिपार्टमेंट के, दैट इज वन अप्रोच ना। तो यानी प्रैक्टिकली तो हम कहें कि हम जो अच्छा अकाउंटिंग भी अब करने लगे हैं ना, दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ द टैक्स अथॉरिटीज। तो अभी क्या हो रहा है, पकड़ में आने के साधन गवर्नमेंट अपने बनाती जा रही है, बढ़ाती जा रही है, जैसे कि उन्होंने इनकम टैक्स में ये बता रहे हैं कि फ्रीबीज और इन सब का वैल्यू करना शुरू कर दिया है। तो अगर आप मैच करेंगे इनकम टैक्स को और इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन को, तो इट विल बी इजीली आइडेंटिफिएबल नाउ दैट देयर वाज समथिंग लाइक दैट। लेकिन हमारी तो अग्रीमेंट ही ऐसे हैं भाई, अगर आपने टिकट खरीदी है, अगर इस वाले एग्जांपल पर जाऊं, एंड इट इज इन द नेम ऑफ दैट डीलर, तो इट इटसेल्फ इज एविडेंस।
Also I understand, but if you see it from any other angle, like if I give him something else, say I give him a TV or a refrigerator, so it is an end of transaction over there. He cannot sell it further, like in case of coal. So
See, I got your point, लेकिन आप ये मत सोचो जब किसी भी ट्रांजेक्शन में, बिकॉज मैं तो B2C भी ट्रांजेक्शन होती है, मेरी B2B भी होती है, तो अगर वो वापस दोबारा नहीं सेल कर सकता, दैट इज हिज प्रॉब्लम। When I look at GST law, I am limited to one transaction which is happening between me as a supplier and the other person as a recipient. आगे वो इसका क्या करेगा, I got nothing to do with that. So मेरा जो accounting है या मेरा जो taxation है, that should work accordingly. Yeah.
For me, it's a final consumption by.
नहीं, if it is a final, आप अगर final consumption के लिए अगर हम कपड़े लेके आते हैं, तो क्या हम उस पे GST नहीं देते?
We have paid it and then we are not claiming it, so that's what my.
Yeah, that's fine, you know. I mean, it's like so this was one aspect on which I thought it would be good to talk. एक दूसरा एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग इसी का एक छोटा सा ऑफशूट है, हम कहते हैं ट्रांजैक्शन वैल्यू इज वैल्यू फॉर जीएसटी इफ द प्राइस इज द सोल कंसिडरेशन। अब ये जो प्राइस इज द सोल कंसिडरेशन है, मनी इज द सोल कंसिडरेशन, अब इसको अगर हम गोले में डाल लें, यानी अगर मनी सोल कंसिडरेशन नहीं है तो मुझे रूल्स पे जाना पड़ेगा वैल्यू करने के लिए, राइट? तो अगर मान लो मैंने किसी को जॉब वर्क करने दिया, आई गेव गुड्स फॉर द जॉब वर्क, I say, okay, I will pay you ₹1,00,000 for doing this job work. और जब उसने goods को process किया, उसमें से scrap निकला है, which he sold in the market. I got nothing to do with that scrap, but the value of that scrap is ₹2,000. So now the question is whether it is a situation where money is the sole consideration. Should I go by the transaction value or should I apply my rule? This is for you to think over. I just gave you an example क्योंकि जो बहुत seemingly transactions दिख रही होती हैं कि यहाँ पर सिर्फ money sole consideration है, हो सकता है ना हो, लेकिन यहाँ पर जो आपको value addition करना है, again at the time of making your agreement, you need to be aware कि इस प्रोसेस के आगे क्या क्या जनरेट हो रहा है और उसका क्या यूज होना है, so that when you decide your pricing you can actually take into account many things. And in fact इसका एक और I think मेरा time हाँ वो दिख गया मेरे को एक्चुअली. सो जस्ट लास्ट थिंग इसी का एक एस्पेक्ट मैं ले रही हूँ कि एक चीज जो बहुत जरूरी है अगेन फ्रॉम द डॉक्यूमेंटेशन पर्सपेक्टिव. आपको याद है सर्विस टैक्स के टाइम में ये एक बहुत लड़ाई होती थी जिसमें कि वो भयाना वाला जजमेंट भी आया था कि भाई अगर मैंने कुछ फ्री दे दिया उसको सप्लायर को तो उसकी वैल्यू ऐड हो जाएगी मेरी टोटल वैल्यू के अंदर. और फिर वो लड़ाई खत्म हो गई कैसे भी, मतलब भयाना के जजमेंट के बाद. जीएसटी में इन्होंने एक बहुत ही अच्छा काम किया क्योंकि जनरली क्या होता है कि इट इज माय विश कि मैं सामने वाले से कितना काम कराऊं. यू कैन नॉट फोर्स मी. जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल देयर वाज अ केस जिसमें एक रिफाइनरी के अंदर वो जेटी था, तो जेटी की सर्विसेज उन्होंने ली और क्योंकि वो खुद ऑयल रिफाइनरी थी तो उन्होंने बोला कि पेट्रोल हम आपको देंगे, फ्यूल हम आपको देंगे टू रन द जेटी. और वहां पर जो कॉस्ट ऑफ फ्यूल होती है वो बहुत ज्यादा होती है फ्रॉम द कॉस्ट ऑफ गिविंग द जेटीज. तो अब क्या हुआ कि उन्होंने बोला कि जब आप सर्विस टैक्स लगाओगे, ये तो खाली जेटी वाले प्राइस पर लगा रहे थे, उन्होंने कहा नहीं फ्यूल आप दे रहे हो लेकिन तभी भी द कॉस्ट ऑफ फ्यूल विल गेट एडेड इन द कॉस्ट ऑफ जेटी और आपको टोटल पर टैक्स देना है. ठीक है वो केस वेस चला हो गया, उस पर नहीं जाते. हेयर इन द जीएसटी लॉ इन्होंने एक बड़ा ब्यूटीफुल क्लॉज लेके आया सेक्शन 15 में जो इंक्लूजन्स हैं इसके अंदर, उसमें उन्होंने बड़ा सिंपली बोला है कि अगर सप्लायर को कोई चीज करनी थी और फिर रिसिपिएंट उसको दे दे तो उसकी वैल्यू ऐड होगी. यानी अगर मेरा अग्रीमेंट मुझे कहता है कि इस अग्रीमेंट के तहत सप्लायर एबीसी काम करेगा और जो रिसिपिएंट है वो फ्यूल देगा, सप्लायर खाली जेटी देगा और रिसिपिएंट फ्यूल देगा, उस केस में मेरी वैल्यू वही रहेगी जो थी, उसमें फ्यूल की वैल्यू ऐड नहीं होगी. बिकॉज द कंडीशन ऑफ माई सेल इज और माई सप्लाई इज दैट वन हैज टू, जो मैंने प्राइस लिखा है मेरे अग्रीमेंट में, दैट इज फॉर द स्कोप ऑफ सर्विस वन ओनली. सो ये एक हमें दिस इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट. तो जब भी हम अग्रीमेंट ड्राफ्ट कर रहे हो और हमें स्कोप डिफाइन करना है तो इट इज वेरी वेरी पर्टिनेंट टू क्लियरली डिफाइन द स्कोप ऑफ योर सप्लाई while drafting the agreement. So I think with this I will give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much for being such a nice audience. Thoroughly enjoyed.
दे दिया. Good evening, everyone. I believe now we have discussed more on like what all documentation, what law says. Now the time has come like when department is coming for the audit perspective, and we all have handled the statutory audits also. And during the statutory audits, you handled both side of audits. Let's say अगर आपने Big Four से भी audit करा रखा होगा, आपने CAG से भी audit करा रखा होगा, और अब ये डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट आपके ऊपर आ गया है. उन ऑडिट्स में और इस ऑडिट्स में बस एक थिन लाइन ऑफ डिफरेंस है. वहां पे दे डोंट डिग इनटू दोस थिंग्स बिकॉज देयर ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू गिव द ट्रू एंड फेयर वैल्यू, राइट, फेयर व्यू, सॉरी. एंड यहां पर एक्यूरेसी पे फोकस रहता है डिपार्टमेंट का. सिंस आई एम फ्रॉम द ऑडिट साइड, आई वर्क several years in audit. So when I stepped into the GST domain,
तो आई हैव अंडरस्टूड वन थिंग कि लॉ शुड वर्क विद द नंबर्स. सिर्फ लॉ बोलने से गेम नहीं चल सकता है. एंड वेन एवर यू स्पीक विद द डिपार्टमेंट, टॉक मोर ऑन नंबर्स अलॉन्ग विद द लॉ. बिकॉज कई बार क्या होता है कि हम लो वैल्यू पे ज्यादा बात कर रहे होते हैं और हाई वैल्यू को भूल जाते हैं. और उस सिनेरियोज में क्या होता है प्रैक्टिकली, जहाँ 5,000 का डिसअलाउंस है या 5,000 रुपये में मुझे जीएसटी पे करना है, मैं उसके लिए लीगल फाइट कर रहा होता हूँ. उसके लिए मैं आई एम प्रिपेयरिंग 10 और 50 पेज ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट रादर देन जहाँ पर हाई वैल्यू इन्वॉल्व है उसके लिए मेरे पास डॉक्यूमेंटेशन नहीं है. मैं एक बड़ा लाइव एग्जांपल ले लेता हूँ जो हमने बहुत कॉमनली यूज देखा है हर ऑडिट्स में. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट नाउ. कि इंटर कंपनी ट्रांजैक्शंस या इंटर ब्रांच ट्रांसफर्स के लिए कोई अग्रीमेंट नहीं होता है. बस एक कॉस्ट पकड़ते हैं, उसको डिवाइड करते हैं, कंसल्टेंट को फोन करते हैं, टर्नओवर रेशियो ले लो. अच्छा टर्नओवर तो है नहीं, तो जहां पे जीएसटी ज्यादा आ रहा ना उधर आप उस कॉस्ट को ट्रांसफर कर दो. देयर इज नो बेसिस फॉर दैट. सो ये सारे चैलेंजेस वी हैव phased out in the GST audits by the department, and today I'm going to take you through the practical approaches that हमें किस तरह से किस situation में react करना है. And maybe you have already handled the GST audits or you are facing some sort of experiences. Here we are more going to talk about the practicalities कि किस तरह से मैं उसको लेट्स से डिपार्टमेंट एक्स मांग रहा है तो मैं उसको एक्स प्लस वाई करके कैसे अपनी पोजीशन को कार्व आउट कर सकता हूं ताकि मेरा ऑडिट जल्दी से जल्दी कंप्लीट हो. So we are going to cover these aspects, that what is the legal provision. Legal provision, I believe everybody knows कि department audits के लिए generally what we are seeing in the trend कि they are doing the audits for last 3 to 4 years, right? And second thing, that what are the timelines for completion of audit. ये भी एक challenge आ रहा है कि audit कभी खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है. हमें लगता है हमने डॉक्यूमेंटेशन दे दिया है, अब कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन सीखनी होगी तो ठीक है ऑडिट खत्म हो गया, लेकिन 3 महीने बाद पता लगता है यार ऑडिट फिर से रीस्टार्ट हो गया. आप में से ये फेस कर रहे हैं वाला चैलेंज अभी डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट्स में या नहीं? किसी ने भी, किसी का क्लोज हुआ अभी तक डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट? नहीं. ठीक है, आई विल शो यू कि डिपार्टमेंट ऑडिट होने के बाद आपको ये रिपोर्ट कार्ड मिलेगी कैसे, आपको पता भी लगेगा कि आपका डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट कंप्लीट हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है. तो वी हैव हैंडल्ड फ्यू डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट इन द पास्ट. एंड थर्ड एरिया विच वी आर गोइंग टू टेक आउट की रिस्क पैरामीटर्स क्या रहते हैं डिपार्टमेंट्स के ऑडिट सेलेक्ट करने के लिए. ऑल्दो ये बेस्ड ऑन एक्सपीरियंस है, इसके लिए कोई गाइडलाइंस नहीं है कि हाँ यही क्राइटेरिया है कि इसी के बेसिस पे आपका डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट होगा. नेक्स्ट इज कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन इज जनरली आस्क्ड बाय द डिपार्टमेंट्स. डिपार्टमेंट्स आपसे किस तरह से इंफॉर्मेशन सीख कर रहे हैं, आपको किस टाइम उधर फिजिकली प्रेजेंट होना है. ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है कि आपको हर बार प्रेजेंट ही होना है वहां पे. यू कैन वर्क इट आउट थ्रू द ईमेल्स एज वेल. एंड चैलेंजेस विच वी आर फेसिंग ड्यूरिंग दी ऑडिट्स, ये सबसे बड़ा ग्रे एरिया है कि हमें अभी से प्रिपरेशन कर लेनी चाहिए. बिकॉज लास्ट 5 साल में जीएसटी में इतने चेंजेस आ गए हैं, आपकी टीम में भी इतने चेंजेस आ चुके हैं कि आपको भी नहीं याद होगा कि आपने 2017 में कॉल्स क्या क्या ली हुई है. नेक्स्ट इज दी अप्रोचेस कि हाउ टू हैंडल दी डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट. एंड कंक्लूजन में वी जनरली टॉक अबाउट कि ये रिपोर्ट कार्ड दिखेगी कैसे. वी विल शो यू. वी हैव रिसेंटली क्लोज वन ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट, सो वी हैव अ हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस. सो लीगल प्रोविजन मैं उसमें नहीं ज्यादा घुसूंगा. प्राइमरली हमने अभी समझा पास्ट सेशंस में कि वंस द जीएसटी ऑडिट इज डन फ्रॉम योर साइड, जिसको हम 99C बोलते थे या अब सेल्फ रिटर्न हम बोल रहे हैं, उसके 3 साल या 5 साल के अंदर डिपार्टमेंट के पास ऑप्शन है आपका ऑडिट कंप्लीट करने का. उसके पास डेडलाइंस है, सॉरी 3 से 5 साल तक का टाइमलाइन है ऑडिट खोलने का. लेकिन अब पॉइंट है कि एक बार ऑडिट खुल गया तो उसे कितने महीने में उसे कंप्लीट करना है. दैट लॉ डिफाइंस की 3 मंथ्स के अंदर अंदर कंप्लीट हो जाना चाहिए. जबकि अभी तक प्रैक्टिकली हम सब ये फेस कर रहे हैं कि 1-1 साल हो गए हैं, 1.5 साल हो गए, डिपार्टमेंट ऑडिट खत्म ही नहीं हो रहे हैं. जनरली हमने देखा है कि डिपार्टमेंट जब आपको ऑडिट के लिए बुलाता है तो वो आपको ADT 01 करके एक इन्फॉर्मेशन सीख करता है कि आप ये 20 इन्फॉर्मेशन लेकर आ जाओ. हम सबको पता है कि बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन सबके पास सबके ड्रॉर्स में पड़ी है, चाहे वो बैलेंस शीट हो, चाहे वो ऑडिट रिपोर्ट्स हो, चाहे वो आउटपुट रिपोर्ट हो, GSTR 1 हो. वो सब चीजें आई बिलीव मैं नहीं भी होऊंगा इकोसिस्टम में तो कोई भी मेरे बैक एंड पे निकाल देगा. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो चैलेंज आ रहा है वो आ रहा है रिकंसिलिएशंस का और पोजीशंस का और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स का. कि मैंने इन तीनों में मैंने क्या क्या कॉल्स ली थी उस समय 2017 में, 2018 में, 2019 में, जो मे बी आज की डेट में पूरा चेंज हो चुका है. Now, these are the few criteria which we have seen कि DGGI and DGRM, they are the risk analytics authorities in the GST which keep on sharing the data. इनका ऑफिस यहीं पर है, ये ITO पे है। ऐसे सेम इनकम टैक्स का भी यही ऑफिस है। नाउ दीज इन्वेस्टिगेशन सेल्स आर मोर वर्किंग ऑन दी AI टूल्स, जो हमने अभी पास में मिस्टर डालमिया जी ने भी बताया कि because of these AI tools, they know what kind of transaction is happening within a company, and basis on these parameters, आप ये assess कर लेते हो कि डिपार्टमेंट कि कौन सा ऐसा एसएससी है जिसका टर्नओवर हाई है लेकिन आईटीसी से ही सारा टैक्स पे कर रहा है, आउटपुट पे ही नहीं कर रहा है, राइट? देयर इज अ चेंज इन द टर्नओवर रेशियोज, देयर इज अ चेंज इन द इनपुट आउटपुट रेशियो। मोस्ट ऑफ द हमने एक वी डिड वन ऑफ द ऑडिट जहाँ पे हमने एक एक्सपीरियंस शेयर किया था कि दिल्ली में मेरा टर्नओवर रेशियो आ रहा है 60-40, महाराष्ट्र में मेरा रेशियो आ रहा है 80-20 और पंजाब में मेरा रेशियो आ रहा है 40-30। ये ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है किसी को नहीं समझ आ रहा। जनरली कंपनीज की अपनी अपनी कॉल्स होती हैं, सेंट्रल लेवल पे वो बिलिंग ज़्यादा करती हैं, सेंट्रल स्टेट से अपने ज़्यादा बिलिंग करती है, मेट्रोपॉलिटन से ज़्यादा बिलिंग होती है, लोकल स्टेट से कम बिलिंग्स होती हैं। इस चक्कर में रेवेन्यू तो अकॉर्डिंग टू द कस्टमर चार्ज हो रहा है लेकिन कॉस्टिंग्स अकॉर्डिंग टू द बिजनेस हो रही है। उस वजह से ये रेशो बहुत ज़्यादा डिसमिनेट हो रहा है हर ऑडिट्स में। तो ये एक इंडिकेटर्स हैं, बिकॉज जब आपने 9/9C के जब ऑडिट्स किए थे तब हमने 36 स्टेट्स को कंपाइल करके एक बार देखा था कि हर स्टेट में वेरिएंस एनालिसिस कितना आ रहा है। ऑल्दो दीज ऑल आर ऑडिट टेक्निक्स, ये ऑडिट टेक्निक्स आप कैट के थ्रू भी यूज कर सकते हो। दीज ऑल आर बेसिक थिंग्स, बस आपको एक्सेल चलाना आना चाहिए, यू कैन गेट आउट कि किस तरह से रेशियो एनालिसिस हो रहा है, राइट? थर्ड थिंग इज दैट कि अब हमें सबको पता है ये फेक आईटीसी, ये फेक बायर, फेक सप्लायर को टेस्ट करने के 2-3 मैकेनिज्म्स हैं कि आप ये देखिए कि इसका रजिस्ट्रेशन कितना पुराना है, राइट? जनरली हमने पास में जब हम DGGI में जाते हैं वहां देखते हैं उनके पास कुछ क्राइटेरियाज है कि ऐसा ऐसी निकालो जिसने खुद इस साल बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया और 6 महीने के अंदर खुद ही सेल्फ सरेंडर कर दिया। भाई ऐसा कौन सा बिजनेसमैन है जो 1 जनवरी में बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर रहा है और अगस्त में जाके सरेंडर कर रहा है, वो भी सुयो मोटो? बिकॉज क्लाइंट्स भी और ये वाले एसएससीज भी बहुत ज्यादा स्मार्ट हो गए, हर 6-6 महीने में जाके रजिस्ट्रेशन लेते हैं और उनको जाके फिर ये कैंसिल करा देते हैं। अब उन सिनेरियोज में डिपार्टमेंट कम्स टू यू कि बॉस ये एक ऐसा बायर था या ये ऐसा सप्लायर था जिसने आपको हाई वैल्यू सेल्स करी है। तो दीज आर द फ्यू इंडिकेटर्स वेयर दे असेस कि हाँ ये कंपनी है जिसमें हमें एज अ डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट करना चाहिए। देयर आर 2 वेज ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑडिट्स, या तो डिपार्टमेंट आपके ऑफिस में आके ऑडिट करेगा या दे कॉल फॉर द इंफॉर्मेशन इन देयर ऑफिसेस। ड्यूरिंग पैंडेमिक ये सारी चीजें ईमेल्स पे एक्सचेंज हो रही थी, वी कीप ऑन एक्सचेंजिंग दीज ईमेल्स। नाउ डिपार्टमेंट इज एक्टिव, सो यू गो टू द डिपार्टमेंट, यू सबमिट द इंफॉर्मेशन एंड गेट दिस थिंग क्लोज्ड। ये फ्यू इंफॉर्मेशन है जो आई बिलीव सबके पास होती है, हर कंपनी के पास, लाइक बैलेंस शीट, ट्रायल बैलेंसेस, आउटवर्ड सप्लाईज, इनवर्ड सप्लाईज, RCM रजिस्टर, गुड्स रिटर्न, जीरो रेटेड, डिटेल्स ऑफ एग्जेम्प्टेड सप्लाईज, रिफंड, ट्रान 1, 2A, ये सब है हर कंपनी के पास मेंटेन्ड आज की डेट में। फिर भी हमारे ऑडिट्स में क्यों चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं? नाउ वी आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट दोज चैलेंजेस। ये एक प्रैक्टिकल इश्यूज हैं। जब हमने 2017-18 के GST ऑडिट्स खत्म करे, 18-19 के ऑडिट्स खत्म करें, तो वहां पे बहुत सारी हमें एग्जम्पशंस मिली हुई थी कि हमें HSN समरी भरना ऑप्शनल था, राइट? लेकिन अब डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट बोल रहा है कि नहीं, आप मुझे टॉप 50 HSN के इनपुट आउटपुट रेशियो दो। तो अब ये कहां से बनाओगे? अब प्रॉब्लम है कि उस समय आपने HSN क्या रखा था, क्या नहीं रखा था, आपकी टीम में कौन था, कौन नहीं था, ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज हो रहा है। तो सजेस्टिव अप्रोच अब यही हम, like we are advising our clients also, कि स्टार्ट मेंटेनिंग दीज थिंग्स फ्रॉम नाउ ऑनवर्ड्स। टीम चेंज होती रहेगी, होने दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। अवॉइड एज मच एज रिकंसिलिएशन आप जितना कर सकते हो कोशिश करो। ये मत बोलो कि यार लास्ट ईयर का इनपुट इस बार ले लिया, इस बार का इनपुट अगले साल ले लिया। अवॉइड दीज काइंड्स ऑफ हैंकी पैंकी, बिकॉज ये बोलना बड़ा आसान लगता है कि मैंने मार्च का इनपुट सितंबर में तो ले लिया लेकिन TDS उसका मार्च में काट लिया। ये बहुत सारे ऑडिट्स में हमने ऑब्जर्व किया। हम बोलते सर हम ये दिखा देंगे डिपार्टमेंट को कि हमने ना मार्च में ये खर्चा तो बुक कर लिया था लेकिन वो मार्च का टाइमलाइन था वो निकल गया, तो हम उसको रिप्लेस करके बोल देंगे कि सितंबर में इनपुट ले लिया। आई बिलीव ये जनरल रिस्पॉन्स है जो भी एज अ टैक्स हेड अपने कंसल्टेंट को बोलता है। और ये जी कंसल्टेंट इसमें कुछ कर नहीं सकता खास, ही इज जस्ट ओनली अ मीडिएटर बिटवीन अ डिपार्टमेंट एंड यू। बट यहाँ पर एक लीगल पोजीशन ये गलत आ जाती है कि आपके सैप में आपके जो भी अकाउंटिंग रिकॉर्ड्स आप यूज कर रहे हो वहां पे आप इनकम टैक्स एंगल से कुछ और बोलते हो। आप खुद बोलते हो आप इतनी बड़ी कंपनी हो, MIS मेंटेन करते हो, मंथली क्लोजर्स करते हो, लिस्टेड कंपनी हो, हर महीने रिजल्ट्स पब्लिश करते हो, लेकिन GST के वक्त आप सितंबर में आ जाते हो। ये बात बोलनी बहुत आसान लग रही है कि नहीं सर लॉ में लिखा हुआ है, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली ये कोई एक्सेप्ट नहीं करता है। तो अवॉइड दिस काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन की मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि मार्च का इनपुट लेना छूट गया तो मैं उसको अप्रैल में बोल दूंगा और अप्रैल वाले को बोल दूंगा दिसंबर में ले लिया। तो ये हमने इश्यूज किए हैं। सेकंड लेवल ऑफ इश्यूज हमने देखा कि 2017, 18, 19, 19 में 2A रिको था ही नहीं, मैंडेटरी नहीं था, लेकिन डिपार्टमेंट इज स्टिल इंसिस्टिंग यू कि आप 2A बनाओ, आप 2A बनाओ। अब यहाँ पर आप अपने कंसल्टेंट से तो लीगल लड़ाई करोगे कि नहीं नहीं 2017, 18, 18, 19 में तो 2A था ही नहीं, मैं नहीं बनाता। वो बोलेगा मत बनाओ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। प्रॉब्लम कुछ नहीं होगी, जब ये रिपोर्ट क्लोज होगी, ही इज द सुप्रीमो, ही विल इशू हिज पॉइंट्स ऑन दैट शो कॉस्ट नोटिस। अब अगर आपको उसे शो कॉस्ट नोटिस में लेकर आना है तो वो आपकी चॉइस है। अगर आप इसमें 2 दिन या 4 दिन अभी इन्वेस्ट कर लेंगे तो 2A करना आपके लिए बेटर हो जाएगा। सी वी आर एडवाइजिंग फाइट ऑन दोज केसेस जहां पे मेरिट है। अब इन सब चीजों के लिए फाइट मत करो, कोई फायदा नहीं होने वाला है। दे मतलब अल्टीमेटली दे आर बिहेविंग लाइक अ बॉस कि बॉस मैंने जो बोल दिया वो मुझे चाहिए, बिकॉज उसको क्यों चाहिए, क्योंकि उसके बॉस को चाहिए। तो इन सब चीजों पे वी हैव सीन कि इन पे हमें चैलेंजेस अवॉइड करने चाहिए, रादर देन जहां टेक्निकल है वहां पे भी फोकस कर लेना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट इज की पेमेंट टू वेंडर्स इन 180 डेज। सैप में जितने भी हम बड़े बड़े टूल्स देखते हैं, इसमें ये बड़ा एक चैलेंज आता है कि आप पेमेंट ट्रेसिंग नहीं कर सकते, कि आप ये एक रिपोर्ट निकालो कि मैंने जितने भी बिल्स बुक किए हैं उन सबकी पेमेंट डेट्स प्लॉट कर दो। ये कोई सिस्टम नहीं है, आप ये चेक कर लेना जाके। आप सिर्फ क्रेडिटर एजिंग से ये एनालाइज करके बता सकते हैं कि 1 मार्च की जो आउटस्टैंडिंग थी वो कब पे हुई है। ये कहीं से भी नहीं निकल सकती कि अप्रैल का बिल आपने कब पे किया। अब उस प्रॉब्लमेटिक एरिया में क्या होता है, जनरली जो टैक्स हेड्स या सीएफओ से एक जनरल कमांड देते हैं कि सर मेरा पेमेंट टर्म्स 30 डेज है, मैंने सारी पेमेंट 180 डेज के अंदर ही कर दी है। तो मेरा एक सबमिशन है, आप इस चीज को जैसे हमने लास्ट सेशन में भी डिस्कस किया कि 180 डेज कैलकुलेट कहां से करना है। हमें 180 डेज कैलकुलेट करना है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टर्म से, ड्यू से। सर आपने जो करना है करो, एटलीस्ट सिस्टम में इनकलकेट करके रख दो ताकि रिपोर्ट्स तो हो। उस समय आप इस चीज के लिए बहस कर रहे हो कि सर ये डेटा ही नहीं निकल सकता, तो वो सब चीजों पे टाइम मत इन्वेस्ट कीजिए। मतलब 2A अब हमारे ब्लड में आ जाना चाहिए। ये सारे पॉइंट्स ये एक बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट है, इसको हमें अपने मत दो डिपार्टमेंट को। just ask your team to prepare these information whenever you are doing a monthly closure, whenever you are doing a audit closure। अब ये 99C अगर CA के ऊपर से हटा है तो ये CFO के ऊपर आके आ चुका है कि CFO की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज बढ़ गई हैं, टैक्स हेड्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज बढ़ गई हैं। तो एज अ कंप्लायंस हम हर CFO हर टैक्स हेड को बोल रहे हैं कि आप 6 मंथ्स की एक चेकलिस्ट ले लो, आप मंथली नहीं ले सकते हो, आप क्वार्टरली चेकलिस्ट ले लो कि यार ये सारे पॉइंट्स हमने टिक कर लिए हैं। वो बोलेगा सर ये तो जरूरत ही नहीं है। सर आपकी जरूरत नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, आप हो सकता है 1 साल बाद छोड़ सकते हैं, 2 साल बाद छोड़ के जा सकते हो, मैं फिर किसके पास जाऊंगा ये इन्फॉर्मेशन सीख करने के लिए। और नया एम्प्लॉय आएगा वो बोलेगा सर उसने फाइल डिलीट कर दी है, बिकॉज दिस इज एवरीथिंग इज फोल्डर ड्रिवन। यहाँ पे हम कोई टूल्स नहीं यूज करते किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर। नेक्स्ट इशू इज वी आर सेइंग कि स्टेट वाइज ट्रायल, एक ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज आ रहा है डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट में कि आप हमें ना बैलेंस शीट दे दो। अब मेरी बैलेंस शीट में टर्नओवर आ रहा है 100 करोड़ का, मेरी पंजाब में स्टेट में बिजनेस है 10 करोड़ का, वो कैसे इवैल्यूएट करेगा कि मेरा 100 करोड़ का है 10 करोड़ का है। आई विल गिव यू वन लाइव एग्जांपल। हमने एक वैट असेसमेंट क्लोज करवाया था क्लाइंट का, तो जस्ट बिकॉज कि क्लाइंट ने कोऑपरेट नहीं किया हमारे क्लाइंट के साथ, तो हमारे क्लाइंट ने उसका जवाब ही नहीं दिया डिपार्टमेंट को। जब उसने उससे क्वेश्चन पूछे तो डिपार्टमेंट ने सिंपल क्या किया, जो इनकम टैक्स की साइड से बैलेंस शीट उठा रही है या MCA से भी आप बैलेंस शीट निकालते हैं, उस बैलेंस शीट में 100 करोड़ आ रहा था, उसने 100 करोड़ पे इनकम बनाई, 18% टैक्स लगाया और उसको नोटिस भेज दिया कि आप 18 करोड़ रुपए का अपना वैट पे करो। अब यहाँ पर उस स्टेट का टर्नओवर तो 10 करोड़ था, लेकिन उसकी कंसोलिडेटेड बैलेंस शीट 100 करोड़ की आ रही थी। तो इस सिनेरियो में ये ट्रायल बैलेंस भी, क्या ये वैलिड ट्रायल बैलेंस है, नहीं है। एटलीस्ट एक सबमिशन है, आज भी अपना ट्रायल रन करोगे किसी भी स्टेट का, वो बड़ा zigzag मोड में आएगा। इफ यू सी द कंपनी लेवल ट्रायल बैलेंस एंड इफ यू पुट अ ट्रायल बैलेंस ऑफ अ रिस्पेक्टिव स्टेट, वो परसेंटेज वाइज अगर आप एनालिसिस करेंगे तो वो बहुत डिफरेंस आएगा कि सैलरी कॉस्ट सारी दिल्ली में बैठी हुई है, पंजाब में तो कोई सैलरी कॉस्ट ही नहीं बैठी हुई। ये ऑडिटर्स के सारे खर्चे दिल्ली में बैठे हुए हैं, पंजाब में कुछ भी नहीं बैठे हुए। तो एटलीस्ट इन सब चीजों पे अब हमें रीलुक करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज हर अथॉरिटी अपने एवेन्यूज देख रही है। यहाँ पर जैसे मैम ने बताया कि क्रॉस चार्ज कर रहे हो या वैल्यूएशंस कर रहे हो, बोल तो हम सब रहे हैं कर लो, लेकिन अग्रीमेंट कोई बनाने के लिए तैयार नहीं हो रहा। अब एक क्वेश्चन हमारा लीगल पूछता है कि यार ये अग्रीमेंट कैसे बन जाएगा पंजाब और दिल्ली में। हर चीज का मतलब स्टैम्प पेपर नहीं होता कि स्टैम्प पेपर जाके एक अग्रीमेंट बनाओ। एक आप व्हाइट पेपर पे MOU बना सकते हो, उस MOU पे रैशनल लिख सकते हो, बिकॉज आज आप जिस स्टेट में बैठे हो उस स्टेट में आपको लॉजिक्स पता होते हैं, ठीक है, और उस समय हो सकता है वो बंदा ही ना हो जिसने उसको साइन करना था अग्रीमेंट को, तो क्या आप ये सब चीजें बैकडेट्स करने जाओगे? तो हमारा हमेशा एडवाइस रहा है क्लाइंट्स के लिए कि गेट वन एमओयू प्रिपेयर्ड। क्या होगा आपके लिए, तो व्हाइट पेपर है ना, आप उसे डिस्ट्रॉय करके फेंक देना बस। लेकिन अब अगर आप बना के रख लेंगे तो दैट विल बी एन एडेड एडवांटेज फॉर यू, राइट? जनरली इन द स्टेट वाइज ट्रायल बैलेंस, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट बिग कंपनीज, वो अपने ऑडिटर्स के साथ जिन्होंने भी 99C साइन करे हैं, वो एक ट्रायल भी साइन करवा लेते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें पता है, दे आर सो विजनरी, कि ये जब डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट्स होंगे ना, ये हमसे मांगेगी ही मांगेंगे पूरी कंपनी की बैलेंस शीट। ये तो चलो मैं 100 करोड़ का एग्जांपल बहुत छोटा सा लेते हैं, लेट्स टॉक अबाउट बिग बाजार जिसका टर्नओवर 40,000 करोड़ का है या 50,000 करोड़ का है, और उसकी एक स्टेट का टर्नओवर 1,000 करोड़ है, 1,500 करोड़ है, तो आप कैसे रैशनल बनाते रहोगे? तो जितना ज्यादा आप इंफॉर्मेशन डिपार्टमेंट के पास रखोगे, उतना ही आपसे वो क्वेश्चंस पूछेंगे। नेक्स्ट इज दी, ये एक बहुत कॉमन रहा है, ये मिसलेनियस इनकम। रेवेन्यू फ्रॉम ऑपरेशंस तो सबको समझ आता है, लेकिन ये अदर इनकम टैक्स के बंदों को तो बहुत कम समझ आता है, जो मैंने प्रैक्टिकली फेस किया, क्योंकि अदर इनकम में लायबिलिटी रिटर्न बैक भी आ रही है, लोन एंड बहुत सारी ट्रांजैक्शंस होती है जो ये आपके फाइनेंस कंट्रोलर्स कॉल लेते हैं, सीएफओस कॉल लेते हैं कि इसको राइट बैक कर दो, ये हमें पे नहीं करना। तो मेरा एक सबमिशन है, जब भी आप कॉल्स ले रहे हैं या इस फोरम में टैक्स हेड्स भी हैं, सीएफओस भी हैं, एटलीस्ट डिस्कस विद योर टैक्स टीम कि इसके इम्प्लीकेशंस तो नहीं है। ठीक है, लॉ में रिटर्न है कि आप लायबिलिटी रिटर्न बैक करोगे तो नहीं होगा जीएसटी, कोई एडवांस को राइट ऑफ करोगे तो उसमें है या जीएसटी, एटलीस्ट कंसल्ट योर टैक्स टीम, बिकॉज इस पे कोई जीएसटी तो जाने वाला नहीं है, इस पे तो कोई इन्वॉइसिंग होने वाली नहीं, इसमें तो सिर्फ अकाउंटिंग एंट्री आने वाली। बट जब वो डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट में जाता है तो ये क्लैरिफिकेशन देने में बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स होती है। तो दीज आर द चैलेंजेस विच वी एज अ टीम हैज फेस ड्यूरिंग दी ऑडिट्स। एंड ऐसा नहीं है कि मैंने अगर चैलेंजेस फेस किए तो मैंने सोल्यूशंस नहीं दिए, इन्हीं सबको मैंने रिवर्स मॉडल में सोल्यूशंस के फॉर्म में हमने ऑफर किया। ये कुछ हमने सैंपल्स कवर किए हैं कि हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं। एक, जैसे मैंने बताया कि ट्रायल बैलेंस, आप एक बार 31 मार्च 2021 2 अभी क्लोज हुआ है, आज आप अपना ट्रायल रन कर लो, या 31 मार्च 21 जो क्लोज हुआ उसका ट्रायल रन कर लो, अपने टॉप 4 स्टेट्स का फ्रॉम रेवेन्यू एंड टॉप लो स्टेट्स का फ्रॉम लोअर साइड ऑफ रेवेन्यू, और आप उसको एक बार कंपेयर करना कि ये ठीक हो रहा है। बिकॉज सी, एज अ सीएफओ मेरे तो कंपनी एज अ होल है, तो मुझे तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मेरा केआरए है, बैलेंस शीट सही साइन होनी चाहिए। लेकिन जब मैं टैक्स हेड पे आता हूँ तो टैक्स हेड उस लेवल तक नहीं देख पा रहे हैं कि यार मेरे को स्टेट वाइज भी एक बार मैं एनालिसिस कर लूँ। तो एज अ सबमिशन कि एक बार आप स्टेट वाइज ट्रायल बैलेंस रन कीजिए और उसको एनालिसिस कीजिए। दूसरी चीज, बहुत सारी ऑडिट एडजस्टमेंट्स आप बैलेंस शीट के एक्सेल में पार्क कर देते हो, लेकिन वो बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स में अगले साल आती है। अब डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट में आप इसको कैसे जस्टिफाई करेंगे, ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज आ रहा है। तो हम इस सिनेरियो में ये एडवाइस कर रहे हैं कि जब भी आप 99C सर्टिफाई कर रहे हो, आप मत करवाओ सीए से साइन, लेकिन आप अपनी मैनेजमेंट से इंटरनल साइन ऑफ करा लो, एंड जस्ट टू शोकेस टू द डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिटर्स कि बॉस दिस इज आवर इंटरनल प्रोसेस, कि हम हर ईयर एंड पे एक ट्रायल बैलेंस भी साइन ऑफ कराते हैं। ये आपका एक एडिशनल कंप्लायंस भी हो जाएगा कंपनी के लिए, एक बेटर प्रोसेस भी हो जाएगा, और कल जब 2 साल बाद डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट कराना होगा तो ये डॉक्यूमेंटेशन मेरे लिए बन जाएगा, एंड दैट बिकम एविडेंस कि वी आर अ वेरी प्रूडेंट कंपनी, वी आर नॉट लाइक हैंकी पैंकी कंपनी। सेकंड थिंग व्हाट वी हैव सीन कि जब आप आउटवर्ड रजिस्टर बनाते हो, जीएसटीआर 1 बनाते हो, सिर्फ 1 को 3B से कंपेयर करने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला, मैच योर टैक्स लायबिलिटी ऑल्सो। एंड जनरली जब आपका सेल्स रजिस्टर होता है उसमें कई सारी इंफॉर्मेशन, सेल्स रजिस्टर में वी बिलीव मोस्ट ऑफ द इंफॉर्मेशन आर कैप्चर्ड, तो उसमें मेरे को नहीं लगता कोई चैलेंजेस होंगे। बट स्टिल टैली में कई चीजें नहीं आ पाती है। टैली बेस्ड क्लाइंट्स के लिए अगर आप सेल्स रजिस्टर मांगोगे तो उसमें पीओएस नहीं आएगा, रेट नहीं आएगा, इन्वेंट्री वाइज रिपोर्ट नहीं आएगी। तो ये वाली इंफॉर्मेशन डिपार्टमेंट जनरली सीक करता है ड्यूरिंग द ऑडिट। मैं आपको ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ ये सब चीजें आप बना लो, लेकिन एटलीस्ट अपने सिस्टम में इनकॉर्पोरेट तो करा लो। थर्ड थिंग इज इनवर्ट रजिस्टर, ये एक सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लमेटिक एरिया है। अगर आप में से किसी ने, जिसने भी ऑडिट अभी कराया होगा, डिपार्टमेंट एक एडिशनल कॉलम आजकल मांगता है, आप एक्सेल के अंदर मुझे लिख के दो कि पेमेंट कब किया आपने इस वेंडर को, और मुझे बताओ ये गुड्स है या सर्विस है। तो ये आज की डेट में तो किसी सॉफ्टवेयर से निकलती नहीं है, तो आपको मैन्युअली करनी होती है। अगर आपका सॉफ्टवेयर इतना इनबिल्ट है तो मत बनाना, लेकिन अगर आपका सॉफ्टवेयर इनबिल्ट नहीं है तो हमारा यही सबमिशन है, जब आप मंथली टू बी बना रहे हो, आप उसी के वक्त उसका पेमेंट ट्रैकर भी डालते रहिए। नेक्स्ट इज कि ड्यूरिंग द ऑडिट व्हाट वी हैव सीन, क्रेडिट नोट्स में जैसे लाइक मैम हैज हाईलाइटेड कि आप क्रेडिट नोट तो रेज कर देते हो, सबको आता है क्रेडिट नोट रेज करना, नई पार्टी दे रही क्रेडिट नोट रेज कर दिया, लेकिन क्या हमारे पास डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है उस क्रेडिट नोट्स का? हम कहेंगे नहीं नहीं वो मेल पे था। मेल किसकी थी? मेल तो वो जूनियर की थी, उसकी मेल पे पड़ा हुआ है कि ये क्रेडिट नोट दे दो। वो क्रेडिट नोट उसकी मेल पे पड़ा हुआ है एज अ अप्रूवल, लेकिन जब आप सिस्टम में इनवॉइस जनरेट करोगे या क्रेडिट नोट जनरेट करोगे तो वो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के साथ वो मेल अटैच नहीं होगी कभी भी। अब जब हम डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट में गए, वो बोलेगा यार आप टॉप 10 क्रेडिट नोट ले आओ। मैंने कहा ठीक है सर, ये 5 करोड़ का क्रेडिट नोट है। 5 करोड़ का क्रेडिट नोट मतलब 90 लाख रुपए का टैक्स इवेजन। अगर 18% का हुआ, 90 लाख का टैक्स इवेजन, 3 साल की अगर मैं इंटरेस्ट लायबिलिटी जोड़ूं तो वो सीधा बोलेगा सर आप तो 2 करोड़ के नीचे आ गए हो। आप 2 करोड़ के नीचे आ गए हो, आप ये जितनी बातें कर रहे होगे ना आप वहीं चुप हो जाओगे। सबसे पहले तो आपको बोलेगा जाओ ढूंढ के आओ। सर आपका ना उस समय जो जो टीम उसको हैंडल कर रही होती है ना, दे आर इन अ वेरी स्ट्रेस मोड कि बॉस मैं एक मीडिएटर हूं, आई एम जस्ट कम्युनिकेटिंग, बट वो 2 करोड़ बोलते ही आई एम टोन डाउन, और मेरी वो जो जितना लीगल का मेरे पास ज्ञान था ना वो सब टोन डाउन हो जाएगा। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द प्रैक्टिकल चैलेंज, मैं आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट एज अ कंसल्टेंट। मुझे कोई चैलेंज, मैं कहूंगा मुझे क्या करना है, क्लाइंट ने देना है, लेकिन हूसोएवर इज अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट टीम ही फेस दैट हीट। तो बेटर है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे ना प्रॉब्लम क्या है, फाइनेंस को डिस्कस करना है या तो वेंडर से या अपने सीएफओ से या अपनी मैनेजमेंट से। ये टैक्स एक ऐसा प्रोफाइल है जिसको डिपार्टमेंट के साथ भी डील करना है, और डिपार्टमेंट इज लाइक अ वेरी मूडी गेम। इट्स नॉट लाइक कि आप सोचो कि मुझे जानता है तो मुझे फेवर कर देगा। प्रैक्टिकल ये चैलेंज आ रहा है कि क्रेडिट नोट्स के केस में वी ऑलवेज एडवाइज कि या तो दो तो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन रखो, नहीं दे सकते हो तो बॉस उसके अंदर वो 18% वाला ज्ञान मत देना, आप फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिट नोट दो। क्योंकि ज्ञान सबको आता है कि 18% नहीं होगा, ये होगा, मेरे पास ये है, मेरे पास वो है। सर डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है ना, डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है तो हाउ शुड वी प्रूव टू द अथॉरिटीज? तो आप सिर्फ इस चीज के लिए मत काम करो कि मेरा वेंडर खुश हो रहा है, मेरा कस्टमर खुश हो रहा है। आप ये सोचो कि जब टैक्स का ऑफिसर मेरे पास आएगा और जो मेरे ऊपर 2 करोड़ की पेनल्टी लगाएगा या 2 करोड़ रुपए का मुझे जब पीएनएल में हिट आएगा, तो वो कॉस्ट कौन एब्जॉर्ब करेगा? वहां पे आती कॉस्ट सेंटर अकाउंटिंग की डिस्कशन, ये कॉस्ट किसके कॉस्ट सेंटर में जाएगा? तो वहां पे ये बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क खड़ा हो जाता है। नेक्स्ट थिंग इज कि हमने हमेशा, हाँ ठीक है, द लास्ट पॉइंट इज विच वी वांट टू हाईलाइट इज, अगर आपको ऑडिट में चैलेंज आ रहा है, आप ये बोलते हो, आई गिव यू वन लाइव एग्जांपल जो अभी हमने रिसेंटली क्लोज किया है। दिस इज अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऑफ 1000 करोड़ रुपीस बिटवीन 2 कंपनीज, लेकिन उस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को हमने ब्रेक डाउन करके सब्सिडरीज के अंदर बांट दिया। अब डिपार्टमेंट बोलता है कि नहीं आप मेरे को वो सब्सिडरी वाला अग्रीमेंट मत दिखाओ, आप मुझे पेरेंट वाला अग्रीमेंट दिखाओ। तो ऐसे सिनेरियो में इट बिकम वेरी टफ कि मैं होल्डिंग कंपनी के पास जाके वो मेजर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नहीं ले सकता हूँ कि वो जो 1000 करोड़ में हमने क्या क्या बातें की थी, उस 1000 करोड़ में मेरा पोर्शन है सिर्फ 10 करोड़ का। तो ऐसे सिनेरियो में हम क्लाइंट को सजेस्ट करते हैं कि सर 10 करोड़ का अग्रीमेंट दे दो। अगर क्लाइंट आपको चैलेंज, अगर डिपार्टमेंट आपको चैलेंज कर रहा है 1000 करोड़ के अग्रीमेंट के, तो गेट इट सर्टिफाइड फ्रॉम अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट। कोई चैलेंज हो आप बोलो सर मैं आपको एक सर्टिफाइड कॉपी ला देता हूँ कि आई हैव नॉट डन काइंड ऑफ हैंकी पैंकी। और इसमें एक बड़ा अच्छा रिसेंटली अपडेट आया महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट की साइड से। महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ये बोलती है, मतलब महाराष्ट्र जीएसटी, कि अगर आपका मिसमैच 2.5 लाख रुपए से नीचे का है, ठीक है, तो आप एक सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन दे दो कि हाँ ये 2.5 लाख से नीचे है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। लेकिन अगर आपका 2.5 लाख से ऊपर का मिसमैच आ रहा है 2 वे के अंदर, आप एक सीए से सर्टिफाई करा लो कि हाँ 2.5 लाख से ऊपर का डिफरेंस है, क्लाइंट के पास इनवॉइस है, उसने टैक्स पे कर रखा है, तो देयर इज नो हैंकी पैंकी सिचुएशन, क्रेडिट इज ओके। तो ये सब सर्टिफिकेशन हेल्प करते हैं आपको ऑडिट में आपके पॉइंट्स को डिसॉल्व करने के लिए। ये दिस ऑल आर एक्सपीरियंस विच आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट। दे आर, वो कोई भगवान जी तो है नहीं कि, और ना वो ड्रकूला है कोई। एवरीथिंग इज अबाउट योर कॉन्फिडेंस एंड एवरीथिंग इज अबाउट योर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन। डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि आप आज क्रिएट करो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, सॉरी बाद में मत क्रिएट करो, पहले ही क्रिएट कर लो। दैट इज व्हाट वी वांट टू टेल यू अबाउट दी। मैं जस्ट एक लास्ट चीज दिखा देता हूँ। ये एक प्रैक्टिकल, मैंने भी, हमने एक ऑडिट मेमो लिया है एंड वी हैव हाईलाइट, मतलब ब्लैक आउट दैट क्लाइंट नेम। तो दिस इज द वे आपको एक रिपोर्ट मिलती है डिपार्टमेंट से विच इज कॉल्ड ADT02 सॉरी। इस रिपोर्ट इज अ सर्टिफिकेशन कि आपका डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट फिनिश हो चुका है। हाँ, लेकिन कोई भी ऑडिट ऐसे जीरो आउट करके कभी भी कंप्लीट नहीं होता है। इस ऑडिट नोट में भी देखिए उसने कहीं ना कहीं डिमांड रेज करी कि आपका इतने का इंटरेस्ट का गैप है या इतने का आपका रिवर्सल का गैप है, उस रिवर्सल के ऊपर आपने इंटरेस्ट नहीं पे किया। एक सबमिशन है कि जितना भी आपका इंटरेस्ट का एक्सपोजर है एटलीस्ट अपनी ग्रॉस लायबिलिटी पे कर दो। इंटरेस्ट अगर डिपार्टमेंट आइडेंटिफाई कर लेगा तो पे कर देना, अगर नहीं आइडेंटिफाई करेगा तो मत पे करना, बट एटलीस्ट अपनी ग्रॉस लायबिलिटी पे कर दो। उसके लिए पोजीशन मत लो कि आई विल नॉट पे या आई विल डेफर इट, आई विल मेक इट इन ड्यूरिंग द कोर्स ऑफ ऑडिट, मेरा ऑडिटर नहीं ढूंढेगा तो मैं छोड़ दूंगा। सर ऑडिटर का यहाँ पे कोई रोल नहीं है। अब तो वैसे भी सीए से अटेस्टेशन कराने की कोई जरूरत भी नहीं है आपको जीएसटी ऑडिट्स में, लेकिन डिपार्टमेंटल पर्सपेक्टिव से ये छोटे छोटे टेक्निक्स अगर आप यूज कर लोगे तो दिस विल सेव योर टाइम एंड दिस विल make you more confident before the department. That's it from my side. If you have any questions, you can ask me.
थैंक यू देवन जी। मुझे लगता है कि जो आपने जीएसटी ऑडिट फॉर 3 इयर्स के बारे में बोला है, कुछ ना कुछ इसका बहुत फायदा मिलेगा हमें। हमारे बीच में सीए तो बहुत सारे आ चुके हैं और 2 एडवोकेट हमारे बीच में हैं। श्री अनुराग ओझा जी हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एडवोकेट हैं, और एन वेंकटरमन सर हैं जो एडिशनल सोलिसिटर जनरल ऑफ इंडिया हैं और वो टैक्स में सुप्रीम कोर्ट में देखते हैं। तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम न लेते हुए अनुराग जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि वो जो कंटेम्परेरी इशू जो है जीएसटी में उस पर आप कुछ अपना विचार व्यक्त करें।
Good evening to all of you. Whenever I am called upon to speak before Mr. Venkatraman, it puzzles me for 2 reasons. One is, I was part of his team when he led defense by DGGI as to the power of central tax officer to carry out investigation once it has begun, whether the Delhi unit can carry out investigation at a place outside its territorial remit or not. I represented one of the commissionerate therein, and he represented DGGI. In fact, he led us. The notion of circumstances of transaction which confers power to GST authorities were his innovation. And those of you who want to enlighten yourself with his exposition, you can look at the SSM export judgment, or it was notified in that sense by Indo International Tobacco. These are the one which we have seen in Delhi High Courts. When we look at the Goods and Service Tax Act, at the outset, I must qualify one thing, that we as a lawyer, means I personally think that we as a lawyer know little about compliances. We look at it when a legal issue crops up. So if somebody wish to call me a tax lawyer, I always say that I'm unaware of any such animal like this. So I'm fundamentally a lawyer. My little expertise is on interpreting how a provision of a statute is to be looked at, and in what manner the statute, be it GST or any fiscal statute or any statute for that matter, would fructify the legislative mandate for which it is enacted. And so far as this legislation, infant legislation, if I may use the expression, is concerned, it has its own trajectory of evils, trajectory of goodness. It has, over the period of time, witnessed a heated confrontation between states. So essentially, it is a federal aspect which gives a fillip while looking at this legislation. To borrow the expression of Mr. Venkatraman, when he was arguing the entry tax case, he says that the whole aspect is to be looked from the perspective of economic integration. So that he has taken to the concept of economic federalism or a unitary economic federal structure. I would just add that although he was arguing Chapter 13 conundrum on whether entry tax could be an impediment of freedom of trade, commerce, or intercourse or not, but GST runs on same line in the sense that it is also an integrating statute. It fiscally integrate the whole nation. Notwithstanding the fact that we have different statutes in different states, so somebody may tomorrow come up and say that it's not a hassle-free, rather a difficult working mechanism put in place, because one entity will have to get registered at many places with the states, with the union, and at all the places where it carries out its transaction. But looking little deep into it, that is something which is inbuilt in the indirect tax regime. So there is nothing so hypersensitive approach called for in such circumstances. So I would, within 5 to 10 minutes, would focusing on three fundamental aspects. One would be that as to how this GST legislation as such furthers the goal of taxation. So what's first question crop up is, what is that goal of taxation which we are looking for? Conventionally, the goal of taxation is three. One is, of course, to raise the revenue for a state. I think on this aspect, I must not delve much. You all are aware that this government has a good track record of GST collection. It has outmarked many past barriers or records. So first, we will skip for a while. Second, redistribution of income. That is more or less goes on to the direct tax regime. Has very little to do with the indirect or a consumption or a destination based tax. But still, there could be two views, or people may say that since there are certain services or goods which are consumer goods, so in that sense, the higher taxes would be a retrograde step, because equity is one of the essential criteria which the state or a government must look at while formulating its fiscal policy. So in that sense also, it creates a sort of equilibrium or a mechanism in the redistribution regime. Now, third aspect is to maintain the economic equilibrium. I think here the GST plays important role. We all know that my subject to correction from the learned audience, my facts and figures may mismatch, but we have witnessed two regimes in India. One was the regime when the indirect tax collections were very high. Those were not good signs for economic development, as it was described by some economists or the chartered accountants. Since I am neither, so I can give my point of view without making a definitive opinion on it. Then followed the end of license Raj and a stage when the direct tax collection were much higher than the indirect one, which has gone on to a very substantial period of time just preceding this. Now we are reaching to a stage of equalization. Almost both stands on same pedestal. The direct and indirect tax collection both runs on same pedestal as of now. Some crores here and there. So this gives us an indication that the consumer-centric approach has not at all diminished. It might have had some sense of retrogression, but not at all diminished. So it makes a fine balance between the two. And having seen the goal of taxation perspective, I would like to assert that if we look at GST regime and its functional working, it has worked well. And it has given a sense of security to the industry in general. Of course, the first 1 or 2 years were a little tumultuous in the sense that there were close not off with the technology. The glitches have whole lot of problems in it, and we have witnessed the disturbances, or we have witnessed the ripples in our concept of vested tax structure, or a concept of vested right in redeeming the credits which are accumulated. Those controversies have been for a short while at the forefront, but I don't think that after definitive decision of Constitution bench in past, that issue any longer exists, because of course the accumulated credits could be a vested rights, but it has to be utilized, or it has to be availed within a time period or a time frame which the state is empowered to put fetters to. Now then I would move on to some areas where GST regime is in contradistinction or comes at forefront on a legislative backlogs, like GST or IBC pitholes. It is like this, that the purpose of GST, of course, is to enhance the tax basket. But if you would look at the tax authorities as such, they are the operational creditors under insolvency and bankruptcy regimes. So let's imagine a company which is not tax compliant, or which may be tax compliant, but it has to fulfill a lot of tax burden. But company chooses to go for either voluntary liquidation, or it is get triggered with the CIRP, corporate insolvency resolution process, by way of any of the financial creditor. In that event, the tax authorities, being the operational creditor, would not get much. So here we find that the very purpose of GST legislation stands frustrated to a very large extent. The classical example is of Jet Airways. 4,000 crore debt is there. It's a tax recovery. Insolvency is triggered. Now, you would find it perplexing to note that the department will get only 1,500s. And it matters the least as to how the other, because in committee of creditors, only financial creditors would be there. If there are no other financial creditors, only then the COC would be constituted by operational creditor, which is very rare for big companies. It being operational creditor would get nothing. And in that sense, what will it do? Means how will the government or one body of government will function? So therefore, there is a trumpet call to carry out fastest recovery before a company is driven to insolvency. And we all know that in recent times, we have seen that triggering of insolvency is a very common phenomenon. Even big corporates have fallen down because of, some call it a corporate menace, but I don't think so, because I also practice in that branch of law. So I have seen that the resolutions have also worked out, and in some sense the resolutions were very beneficial to all stakeholders except the tax department. Somebody may argue that tax department, being a wing of government, should suffer for the larger benefit of society, because company as a business wheel has to go, has to be done, and therefore the government must sacrifice, like other statutory dues are there, and they also sacrifice in that sense. But this is one area where we all will have to think for, because tax is not something which the government takes for its own. It is something which is for the common benefit of mankind, or a common benefit of a nation. So in what way a balancing would be achieved is a proposition which has to be seen. Good part is there is no authoritative decisions from the Supreme Court as to the status of tax authority, except one incidental remark in embassy judgment. So how far those positions would remain, by and large we feel, and we think that it's an operational creditor, because the government dues have a particular standing in the list of creditors at the stage of liquidation, the scaling down criteria. Be that as it may, I have only flagged the issues which are contemporary. Now I will move on to a coercive steps, which is something which haunts many. And I was just seeing that the department has been created with an aura of almighty, or an imperium in imperio. I don't think personally that that's the case. The coercive powers conferred to tax authorities are very limited under CGST Act. The way in which it would be worked is something which may puzzle or perplex us. That could be one aspect of the matter, but a short note on it. The power to arrest indeed exists only for those whose tax demand, or who have evaded tax or alleged to have evaded tax beyond 5 crores. So, and the maximum punishment which it can fetch or it can entail is 5 years, so less than 7 years. So those of us who practice law, they all know that Supreme Court has come up with a series of safeguards for a person who is accused of an offense entailing sentence less than 7 years. So the question which arises for consideration, and in fact the courts are puzzled with it, as to whether the protection afforded in section 41 CRPC would be available to such people or not. Here lies little catch, and in my little understanding, it creates a constitutional conundrum. I'm consciously choosing word constitutional conundrum for 3 reasons. One, whether the person who is alleged to have evaded tax is an accused or not.
or whether he's a person accused of an offense or not. So if he's a person accused of an offense, then the investigational rigor which is provided from section 67 onwards would has to be worked out accordingly, because he will have a right to silence under article 20 subclause 3. If he is not, then he is duty bound to disclose it fully, which is otherwise one interpretation, because we see in all fiscal statute, the proceedings under those fiscal statute is judicial in nature. And therefore, in judicial proceedings, probably, if he is not a person accused of an offense at that stage, he would not be able to get protection under 20 subclause 3. It is yet to be determined in that sense authoritatively by the courts. So I would not give any definitive view. I would just make the house open-ended to deliberate and see if at all this taxing structure is relaxing enough or coercive enough to carry out the purpose for which it is intended. Now, since learned ASG is here, so I would not take much time and detain you with my unstructured speech. I would request him to share his word of wisdom. And before that, I would take the privilege of introducing him. There are many firsts to his credit. He is the youngest senior designated advocate of Madras High Court. Prior to his appointment as Additional Solicitor General, I have been looking at him from a very distant quarters. He has argued cases almost in all high courts of India. I have read some of his judgments in in Odisha High Court, when he was designated as a senior and he did that matter. If you look at the Supreme Court and if you look at the law report, then you will find that all contemporary tax cases were handled by him, be it inverted duty structure, be it recent lottery decisions where the Kerala High Court judgment was challenged. In fact, other High Court judgments were also challenged on as to how the tax entries are to be interpreted. What we find in him is the inductive process of reasoning which he plays for the courts or for us to unearth the correlated arguments is marvelous. Without saying much, I would invite him for his address. Sir, please.
Distinguished friends and co-professionals of the dais and on the dais. I was so delighted to hear a youngster, Anurag, speaking like a policy maker in spite of being a lawyer. It can come easily for a chartered accountant, but it is tough for a lawyer. And he was at ease when he deliberated on some concepts. And youngster, I wish him the very best. It's very remarkable. And I have not seen him much in tax practice, so he should be doing all round, unlike people like me who are called glued into one particular branch of law. Must be doing a lot of practice, including tax. It's a delight to hear him. Good luck to you. I'll spend 15-20 minutes because I don't know, possibly I'm the last batsman. Yeah. So let's see. We'll convert the slog overs of 2020. 3 or 4 important aspects we'll just flag and leave it to you for your thinking. Yes, GST is one law which is generating a lot of revenue to the government. That's something which we need to know, accept as a matter of fact. When it plummeted to say 35,000 crores during COVID, March 2022 has recorded a tax collection under GST to the extent of 1,42,000 crores. 1,42,000 crores, whatever it is. You put it in your economics. One of the largest, we have never crossed 1 lakh crores so easily. And we have been crossing 1 lakh crores, touching 1,10,000, 1,20,000 consistently for the last 6-7 months. How did this happen? Why is this happening? There are very many reasons. One is the technology and the transparency, compelling transparency, which has come into the GST system. What do you mean by technology and compelling transparency? You just can't do real-time big business without hooking yourself into the GST platform. It's not possible. All underground or outside the ambit of law transactions are fading away. This is one significant reason. From 60 lakh assessees, the gateway has more than 1 crore assessees within this 4 years. Increase in the number of assessees. So, unless you hook any transaction today in indirect tax requires an invoice, except for ultimate last mile retail trade, which has not been regulated still as yet. You can still buy mobile phones in the black market. It's available. So all of us know. Generally, transactions, commerce, especially at B2B and in larger segments in B2C, is done only on invoice. So this is a major achievement of GST. There is a downside to it. After all, evaders are also equally innovative as lawmakers are. So how do they find the way? They find the way into the gateway and still manipulate. This is something, a matter of serious concern, especially professionals getting into this dirty area. It's very concerning. You would have all seen, even yesterday, one of the professionals in the state of Uttar Pradesh has been arrested for doing fake invoices to the tune of about 200 crores. It's very serious. So this is a huge menace. How did it become huge? You must all know. When GST came and transparency was the logic and it should be extremely user friendly, tax department started to simply take an Aadhaar card or a PAN card and start giving registrations. Without verifying the credentials of the registered person. Or once you log, you will get registered. This was the beginning of GST era. And within 3-4 years, we have learned that this is simply not working. We have seen cases where close to 500 fake companies getting PAN and then getting registered in the GST network and doing these fake invoice transactions. There are cases, see, fake invoices has 2 dimensions. You keep generating fake invoices in what we call it circular trading. It was the fact that we didn't have technology prior to 2017 helped such people going undercover. They were never spotted out. Now, at some point of time, you will get caught. How many times you can do this? Because if you keep seeing what is fake invoice, you simply trade on invoices without an underlying transaction to it. That is fake invoice. And you even go and claim export refunds. You just receive a 50 rupee material. Cycle it 4 times through fake invoice transactions. It becomes 250 rupees. And do an export. And this is used for laundering money. You get $250 for a transaction which is not even worth $50. Go and lodge a claim for export rebate at $250 when you have intrinsically not added value. So these things are now getting unearthed because of technology. And slowly the noose is it's going tying around the neck. Slowly. What have we now done? We says we can't be giving you based on PAN. We want to know you. We want to know you. How many avatars can you take? So these we have started to clamp it. Now registration is not as simple as it was in 2017. You trust and the trade gives it back this way, then you stop trusting. That's the only effect. And even few good assessees in the process may get hurt. Can't help it in a big system. So this is one area. Now the second area is even more interesting. This is the first time in, say, it came in 2017, in 70 years of 60 years or 60 years of our independent history, 70 years of our history. For the first time, we could ensure both union and the states can come as partners, as taxing partners under one gambit of law. Very rare. You had 12, 13 levies in indirect tax before GST came. So ensuring the union and the respective states to be co-equals in a taxing transaction is a monumental achievement in 2017. It's the first time we have done it. And imagine this law was passed unanimously by the union and all the states without a dissent. Not a single state dissented to it. So what does this convey? It conveys a few important messages. You may have irreconcilable political differences in governance and in politics. But when it comes to trade, everybody looks this as an opportunity to work together. This is the matured message we could send to the world in spite of having 40 different governments, 35 different governments in the country. We could achieve it in one go, and we are staying on course. And GST Council is a great innovation in stabilizing the concept of cooperative federalism. Something we have talked about, center-centric federalism through various constitutional bench judgment, state-centric federalism. If you see Bommai, it says center-centric. If you read that Jindal, it says state-centric. Both are 9 judges based on their own facts and circumstances. So we have moved into an era of cooperative federalism, at least in trade. I'm not talking of political governance. The umbrella is yet to set. But in trade, we have achieved it. It's monumental. And whoever has worked it for 25 years should take the credit together. So this is doing good to us today because we were losing out markets in favor of our neighbors who could always boast, don't go to India, your last mile taxation will be plural in nature. You will have to pay 20 different counters and 20 different taxes. We don't have a problem in our country. You come to our country. This is something which we could mitigate through this law. Now, third, for the first time, its GST Council is not some super body or a rubber stamp. It's a constitutional creation with lot of powers. What do you mean by lot of powers? See, in a taxing enactment, there are 3-4 power-centric areas, namely charging provisions, exemption provisions, regulatory or administrative exercise. So you will have the charge, then the right to issue notifications, and the right to issue rules. As professionals, this is the same case in income tax also. If you go through these GST enactments, whether it's state or center, in all these 3 areas, whether it is charging or exemption or rule making, they have aligned with the GST Council to say, we shall bring the charge, we shall bring exemption notification, we shall draft rules based on the recommendation of the GST Council. So they have ceded. This is something which we have argued before the Supreme Court for 1 month in the ocean freight case. The judgment is yet to be delivered. So all the federal partners have ceded power, saying that we will align ourselves with the GST Council. Otherwise, GST Council become meaningless body. If you start overturning their recommendations, then what will happen? It is the whole structure. You will again unbundle it. So with great difficulty, you bundled it into one composite pack. So you must retain that composite pack. How do you retain that composite pack? You extract that promise through a legislation. This is what has happened in the GST law. And just to close it with what Anurag has said, my 15-20 minutes is over. Another 2-3 minutes and then I'll come. On this Middle Toby or Indo-International, it's an interesting, there are several interesting legal issues. You might all be doing, I don't know whether you're doing legal issues or compliance issues. Never mind, even if you're doing compliance issues, stay away and be a 100-crore professional. Stay away in trying to be party to any fake invoice transaction. Please have proper filters in your system. Even without you knowing, you will be processing fake invoices. So be extremely careful there, because the tentacles are now outstretching and reaching out, and sooner or later this gets busted. So this is one caution. If you are in compliance, be very careful. Your client may be holier than thou, but his supplier, his recipients, then the antecedent 3 transactions, it's all now like a GPS. You put goods in Chennai and receive it in Delhi, you can track it down. We are now in a position to reasonably track down whether goods are moving or services are moving or mere invoices are moving. It's possible now to identify, provided somebody labors to find it out. So this is one area where, so this is exactly what this case is all about, such fake invoice transactions. In plural jurisdiction, matter is under investigation, therefore we should not be commenting it, especially in a public forum. But what has happened at a conceptual level, as professionals you should understand, when 10 different states are involved and 10 different units in 10 different states are involved, how do you handle investigation? Whether state officers will do it or whether central tax officers will do it. The problem is, in a state tax officer, he is bound within the state limitation. For a central tax office, he is bound within the territorial area. If a commissionerate is for, say, particular districts, he can't go beyond that. So if plural violations happening across India, how do you investigate? So there is an investigating body which has all India powers. So the question that came up for consideration is, why should you give that power to the All India investigating body? Every state should do independent investigation and pull up. This was rejected by the High Court, saying that you are frustrating investigation then. One man should have the common link. So that Delhi High Court judgment came up for admission last Monday before the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court had shown interest that this requires early disposal because the law has to be set. So it has posted the matter for final hearing on 18th April. Hopefully we will be able to complete it. So given the 15-20 minutes time, these are the few thoughts I thought I will share it with all of you. The end of the day, you should all go happily. So I'll leave this happy message with all of you. GST is a very robust area of practice. It can accommodate any number of professionals. Theory of elasticity applies for GST because it's a growing area. More number of assessees are populating the platform. So lot of that is India is giving, the present government is giving enormous thrust to startup. If you see the post-COVID, the COVID and the post-COVID scenario on the startup side, it's an extraordinary push that is happening. So young professionals should target small clients, start laboring and working and building a relationship. And if few of them turns out to be tomorrow a great MNC, then in the process you will also be growing. We have all grown only that way. We have all done very, very small matters 30 years back. Very, very. Today we have done 24 high courts. We do every day some constitutional issue in the Supreme Court. After 32, 33 years, very, very small matters we have started our lives. So good beginning. This is a good area, and I'm happy lot of chartered accountants, unlike in the earlier indirect tax regime, lot of chartered accountants have shown interest in this area to practice. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Mr. Venkat. It was lovely listening to you. And since I am an indirect tax professional, and this is the first time I've listened to you because I'm not a lawyer, so it's always my desire to listen to you. So this is which I have achieved with presence, and thanks to Mr. Deen Dayal who invited you on this point. So now I would like to invite CA Mitali Rastogi from BPCL to give the prize to for Mr. Rohini for Miss Rohini Agarwal. Now, Mr. Seni from Indian Oil will give the memento to Deven Gupta. Mr. D.D. Agarwal ji to learn N. Venkatraman, Senior Advocate. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Dinesh Kumar, IUCL, to Shri Anurag Ojaji.
सभी वक्ताओं ने बहुत अच्छा हमें गाइड किया है और मुझे लगता है कि जो उन्होंने वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम दिए हैं उससे कहीं ना कहीं हमें फ़ायदा मिलेगा। मैं सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और साथ ही एक ग्रुप फोटो के लिए और एक आप सभी ग्रुप फोटो के साथ सबके साथ हमारा ग्रुप फोटो हो जाए। जितने भी ऑडियंस के लोग हैं सब इधर ही आ जाएंगे और एक हम सभी का एक कंबाइंड ग्रुप फोटो करा के उसके बाद स्नैक्स की हाई टी की व्यवस्था है। हाई टी में दोनों आइटम है, नवरात्रि का भी है और बिना नवरात्रि का भी है, तो दोनों आइटम लेके ही जाएं। एक ग्रुप फोटो के लिए सब लोग आ जाइएगा प्लीज। चल आइए, आप सब लोग आइए, आ जाओ जी, आ जाओ। आप
मैडम आप आइए, हो जाएगा, वीडियो भी ले लेना जैसे कर लेगा।
लास्ट के ग्रुप फोटो फादर पता क्या रहता है कि जब भी हम सोचते हैं कि सुबह कितने लोग थे, शाम को कितने लोग थे, उससे अंदाज लगा लेते हैं। तो कभी कभी लगता है कि अटेंडेंस का भी स्वरूप होता है एक तरह का। ठीक है बेटा, थैंक यू। अच्छा रहा ये।